The abyss dragon almost sucked in a sharp breath. It staggered a few steps back before it looked at Su Hui again, and when it did so, it looked as if it had seen a ghost. The shock on its face was a representation of the astonishment it felt. It might not have a very intelligent mind, but it still knew that people who could deduce so many things in an instant by just casting a glance were definitely not someone ordinary. Its young mistress also had this ability, but compared to the woman before it, its young mistress was still a little wet behind the ears. Looks like my guess is correct. Yu Xian was the person who was supposed to marry the prince of the Emperor of Abyss True World, and was also your young mistress. Su Hui turned her head and looked to Su Ming with a smile on her face. So, is Yu Xian your lover? When she said these words, there was not a single hint of change in her expression. That relaxed demeanor made Su Ming remember how this woman had not acted embarrassed or annoyed like a typical girl when they talked about him changing her clothes, even though she clearly knew that he had seen her whole body naked. Her relaxed and easygoing demeanor was definitely not something a naive girl would possess. Su Ming cast a glance at Su Hui, but did not say a single word. Instead, he sat down cross-legged and started meditating. Only half a month had passed since his battle against Heaven Traverser's progenitor. He still had injuries within his body and had to recover as quickly as possible. Besides, he had already dissolved the fusion of his 3 clones. His Akang clone had returned to the foreign lands. If he nursed himself there, he would be able to recover much faster. When Su Hui saw that Su Ming did not choose to speak, she smiled and decided not to continue questioning him. Instead, she sat down beside him and protected him. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. In truth, the reason why Su Ming had chosen this place to train was because he was waiting for Heaven Traverser's progenitor to arrive. If the progenitor had chosen to bow to his threat and compromise, then Su Ming could execute his subsequent plan without fear. 3 days was not long, but it was enough time to tell what course of action Heaven Traverser's progenitor took. If the progenitor came here, then Su Ming would have the sand spirit trap him again without hesitation, and then he would personally lure a sea of ferocious beasts to destroy all Heaven Traversers. And since Su Ming had already thought of this plan, then even if the progenitor had the idea of first hiding his Heaven Traversers before he chased down Su Ming, there was no way that he would not be prepared for this in case it happened. 3 days later, Su Ming opened his eyes. He lifted his right hand, formed a seal, and a sparkle appeared in his eyes. After a moment, his expression returned to normal, but a freezing glare flashed briefly in his eyes. Su Hui, I will continue heading deeper into the inner parts of Divine Essence Star Ocean. Do you want to come with me or to go back and meet up with the 9 old frail darknesses? Su Ming turned his head around to look at Su Hui. Since I'm already here, of course I won't go back alone. Su Hui smiled elegantly. Su Ming nodded. As he got back up, he took a step forward and landed on the Void Beast's head. The Void Beast shuddered, and a submissive expression appeared on its face. After all, over the course of the past few years, Su Ming was the one feeding it most of the time. It was rather fond of Su Ming, and had long since ignored the fact that he was one of the 2 responsible for the torment it went through when they tamed it in the past. With one step, Su Hui landed beside Su Ming. As for the bald crane and the abyss dragon, the both of them occasionally discussed the issue of dividing their spoils between them. At that moment, they were both incredibly satisfied with themselves and also ran up to the Void Beast's body. But the abyss dragon kept a wide berth from Su Hui. Clearly, the trauma it suffered previously still remained in its mind, and it did not dare to provoke her. But the bald crane had always held on to the idea that it was the abyss dragon's leader, and when it saw its lackey being so afraid of Su Hui, the thought of standing up for it rose in its head. However, most of what it showed as an act of standing up for the abyss dragon was just provocation and deviance. It was as if only by doing so would it be able to show its statue, but it had indeed managed to make the abyss dragon look at it with a fanatic gaze. I saw 4 interesting cultivators just now, Su Ming said while standing on the Void Beast. As he spoke faintly, the Void Beast rushed forward swiftly, and it was so quick that it instantly left the meteor. For cultivators? Su Hui blinked. For cultivators with a secret. They invited me to travel with them, and I promised them to do so, But they went back on their word and did not fulfill their end of the promise, Su Ming said calmly. Su Hui smiled until her eyes were shaped like crescent moons. She could imagine that the truth was definitely not what Su Ming had just said. The 4 cultivators should have been forced to make the suggestion due to fear. That so-called invitation would have also been just a temporary measure. Yes, as cultivators, they should be people who honor their promises. How could the 4 of them do such a thing? Su Hui said by the side with a nod. That's right. They went a little overboard. Su Ming remained as composed as ever while speaking with a cold sneer. We'll have to teach them a lesson, Su Hui chimed in. I'm thinking of leaving behind some seals on them, Su Ming said. Su Hui pondered for a moment before she made a suggestion. That won't do. Why don't we leave some marks on them? I once saw an art that could turn a man into a woman. This art is incredibly useful, and I practiced it on other people many times before. Perhaps we can have their nascent divinities and bodies switch. It'll be like possession. They will definitely remember this sort of punishment for the rest of their lives. Her discussion with Su Ming fell into the bald crane's ears, whose gaze still held a provocation, and it also fell into the abyss dragon's ears. A shudder then wrecked the 2 mutts. It was especially so for the bald crane, whose provocative intent quickly disappeared and was replaced by a look of flattery. It suddenly realized that this woman called Su Hui was actually very sinister. It looked at the woman and Su Ming's backs and listened to the duo's discussion, suddenly feeling that the 2 of them were incredibly suited for each other. As the bald crane mulled over that, it transformed into its original appearance so that it was no longer a mutt, also that it would not provoke this woman and would be able to make a clean break with the abyss dragon. The abyss dragon took several steps back again. In the depths of its heart, it had already elevated Su Hui's status to a level where she was absolutely not to be provoked. The meaning behind the words she spoke sent a chill down its spine. It could already imagine that if the 4 cultivators were truly tormented in this fashion, they would find it to be the most terrifying nightmare in their lives. This is not very good, right? Su Ming hesitated for a moment. How could it not be good? It's fine. It'll all be fine. Just watch me later. I did this kind of thing all the time in the past. Ahem. As Su Hui spoke, excitement appeared on her face, as if she was feeling incredibly enthusiastic about this. That is. Su Ming turned his head to look at Su Hui. Forget the bald crane. Even Su Ming himself found Su Hui's suggestion to be a little too cruel. Oh, you don't hesitate anymore. Just watch me. I'm very good at this. You don't have to worry about it. I'll definitely make them remember this lesson and know that cultivators must honor their promises. Su Hui licked her lips. This action and the excitement on her face complemented each other, making her incredibly attractive. However, the words she said were ones that made Su Ming laugh wryly. All right then. Su Ming shook his head. Then with the cues he received in his Atman through the brand he left on the 4 in the past, he guided the void beast and charged forward. In a galaxy some distance away from Su Ming and his group were Xianxia and the other 3. They were pressing forward on their journey at that moment. They were all incredibly fast, and they moving as 4 long arcs. They were so fast that wherever they passed, not a single ripple would be formed in the galaxy due to their movements. It has been half a month now. Are we really leaving like this and not waiting for that person? Yunyu asked softly in uncertainty. That is a person filled with malice. With him around, we might not be able to obtain anything this time. But I think that since he let us go, he would definitely have a way to find us. Ha! Don't worry. In 3 more days we will be able to step into a relocation vortex. At that time we'll be far away from this place. Even if he has a divine ability that can find us or even left a brand on us, as long as we have a sufficient amount of distance between us and he doesn't know about the relocation vortices here, he won't be able to find us. This is the only way now. Besides, if he fought against heaven traversers, there is no way that he wouldn't be injured. He might be nursing his wounds right now and not have the energy to pay any attention to us. That's right. Don't worry. Even if he manages to catch up to us, it'll still be fine. He didn't mention where we were supposed to wait for him but said he would look for us. If that's the case, it's not our fault. The four sent words to each other with their minds as they charged forward. After discussing among themselves for a moment, they traveled even faster. Even though their hearts were still a little uneasy, they rushed towards the relocation vortex that was 3 days away from where they were. Time trickled by, and when the third day arrived, light shone in the four cultivators' eyes. Based on the map they obtained, once they went through the relocation vortex, they would enter the core of the inner part of Divine Essence Star Ocean. That place would not be too far away from Dustburner's territory. We're here. It's right ahead of us. That fiendish person still isn't here, so it's not as if we weren't waiting for him. Huayu smiled, and the other three let out a sigh of relief in their hearts. Even though they might be saying that they were relaxed and no longer worried, in truth, during most of the past month, they were in a state of extreme nervousness. After all, the pressure and terror Su Ming brought to them in the past was incredibly great. After a moment, the four of them stopped in the galaxy. Xianxia looked around him, then raised his right hand and swung his arm forward. A layer of dust immediately scattered into space. Then, some of the dust he scattered was swallowed by a small area not too far away from where they stood. That spot was only the size of a fingernail. If they did not look carefully, it would be difficult for them to spot it in the vast galaxy. It's this place. Excitement shone in Xianxia's eyes. But just as he was about to take a step forward into the vortex, a voice caused the four of them to completely stiffen up. The four of you move so fast. Could it be that you've already forgotten the promise we made? Once this voice spoke, ripples spread through the galaxy. In an instant, a crocodile-like void beast that was tens of thousands of feet tall appeared from space and entered the group's field of vision. They saw Su Ming looking at them coldly from the void beast's head, along with an incredibly beautiful woman grinning with a hint of excitement, as well as two creatures standing behind the duo, the Abyss Dragon, who had now taken the form of a mutt, and the Bald Crane. At the instant the group saw the Bald Crane, their expressions changed drastically, as if Su Ming was no longer of any importance in their hearts. All their attention was completely absorbed by the Bald Crane. With just one glance, they were able to recognize that this Bald Crane was the ferocious beast they previously saw in the galaxy, the one that was chased by 1 million beasts. They are in the same group, thought all four cultivators at once. The galaxy was filled with silence at that instant. Su Ming stared at the four cultivators, and the four cultivators stared back at him. No one spoke. After some time, Su Hui's fake cough broke the silence, and it caused the four cultivators to recover from their shock. They were not shocked due to Su Ming's arrival. After all, this was within the scope of what they had expected to happen, and they were already prepared for it. What they were shocked about was the Bald Crane. The ferocious beast they idolized slightly and even dreamed about taming when they became stronger in the future already had a master. They did not know of the Bald Crane's specific level of cultivation. Even if they noticed that it was not really that strong when they saw it now and sensed its power with their hearts, they still believed that the crane they initially saw leading 1 million beasts into a state of frenzy was definitely not an ordinary crane, since there were two things in the universe called hiding a one's true power and seals. At that moment, as their hearts were in a state of shock and Su Hui's fake cough echoed in space, the four cultivators moved back practically on instinct. Xianxia only managed to take 3 steps back before he forced himself to stop. He knew that he could not escape, and he couldn't bring himself to even give rise to the thought of attacking. Even if the four of them had their killing moves, Su Ming alone was enough to make their minds crumble, and that Bald Crane was also around. The grin on the woman beside Su Ming also terrified him. Xianxia was not the only one who was sensible among the four cultivators. Huayu snapped to his senses after he retreated 100-something feet. When he saw that Su Ming and the others did not chase after them, he forced himself to a halt while feeling anxious, then wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed towards Su Ming and his group. Yun Yu and Yanyin were slightly slower in terms of reaction. At that moment, they were already 100,000 feet away. But just as they were about to charge even farther ahead with fleeing blood, ripples shone in the space in front of them, and Su Hui walked out from them. She was still grinning, but there was a murderous look in her eyes. She was slightly angry. After all, These 4 people had only started fleeing after she coughed. "Why did you run after seeing me?" Once Su Hui walked out, she lifted her right hand and swung it before herself. With it, the image of the moon appeared in front of her, and Yun Yu and Nian Yin's expressions instantly changed. Lunar Culpa Realm. The 2 of them instantly moved and split up to run in 2 different directions. The one called Yun Yu noticed that 2 of his companions had already given up on escaping, so with a bitter laugh, he stopped as well. Only Nian Yin continued charging forward at full speed, even coughing up blood to execute fleeing blood. His speed increased exponentially, but before he could move 10,000 feet away from Su Hui, his body manifested from the blood shadow, and as he screamed in pain, he coughed up blood again. Strangely, there was nothing bizarre around him, but his body still tumbled backwards, as if he had been bounced back by an invisible barrier. As he fell back, his hair looked as if it was seized by an invisible hand, which was dragging him back. When the cultivator called Nian Yin was thrown to the spot in front of the void beast where Su Ming was, most of his hair had been ripped off. Blood filled the entirety of his face, and it was flowing down his cheeks. His face was filled with shock and disbelief as he stared at Su Hui, who walked out of the space beside him. "Go on, run. Why aren't you running anymore?" Su Hui asked with a grin, then raised her right hand and pointed at Nian Yin. 2 wisps of red and white smoke surrounded him, and at the instant they touched his body, the red smoke fused into his chest, and the white smoke disappeared into his throat and lower region. The expressions of the other 3 cultivators changed drastically, and they even let out shocked cries, because they immediately saw Nian Yin's originally flat chest rise up. His Adam's apple shrank before their eyes until it disappeared, and his rough skin turned light in the blink of an eye. His fingers turned smooth, so they looked lithe and soft. From all of these physical changes, it was evident that the yin and yang aura of this person had been reversed, and he changed from a man to a woman. Nian Yin was momentarily stunned before he let out a shrill scream of pain. Yet even his screams had a sharp edge to them. They were no longer as sonorous and deep as those of a man's voice, but had become as gentle as those of a woman. His changes were quite evident regarding his posterior, too. As his body changed, it clearly grew in size. In fact, the lines of his body had become curved. All of this brought about an indescribable shock and terror to the other 3 cultivators, and even Su Ming felt his eyelids twitch. His heart thumped rapidly a few times in his chest, and when he looked towards Su Hui after that, a hint of wariness appeared in his eyes. The bald crane also widened its eyes. This scene caused it to shudder, and even the abyss dragon by its side instinctively moved back. When it looked at Su Hui, its gaze was filled with terror. A cultivator prefers death to humiliation. Nian Yin's expression was filled with bitterness. He was the one who knew all the changes in his body the clearest. At that moment, he could no longer describe the complicated feelings in his heart. There was grief and indignation within him as he shouted at Su Hui. Su Ming frowned. He could kill a person without hesitation, but he would not be able to humiliate someone like this. But just as he was about to speak, the cultivator whose physical characteristics had been changed shouted again. "I have no grudge or enmity with you, and we only ran into each other due to coincidence. If you do this, aren't you afraid of being punished by heaven? Aren't you afraid of receiving retribution? Come, if you want to kill me, then kill me." Su Hui chuckled softly. "You make yourself sound really reasonable. When my husband met you the first time, he did not attack you. It's normal for you to want to run, since you harbor secrets within you, but not being able to escape means that you are simply not good enough. We caught up to you, and my husband was not even thinking of punishing you too greatly. He just intended to question you a little. If you answered frankly, with my understanding towards him, you would have parted ways peacefully. Besides, you are in divine essence star ocean. Your power is not sufficient for you to dig out any sort of secrets. If my husband joined you, the possibility of you becoming successful would increase by several fold. What's not good about it? But I only coughed once and you ran. You didn't manage to escape in the end, but now you're shouting with righteous indignation. Su Hui said with a smile. Xianxia and the other two fell silent, and a contemplative look appeared on their faces. Su Hui's words were not domineering in their ears, and the truth was just as she said. So the trio could not help but start to think about it. However, Nianyan's heart was in turmoil due to his physical characteristics having been changed. He refused to register even a single word from Su Hui's speech and let out a cold snort. Yet the moment he did that, Su Hui's next sentence immediately caused his expression to change drastically. The art you practice should be the great annual wheel Dharma art. I only noticed it just now, and judging from this, your family name is Nian, and you came from True Morning Dao World. Let me think. The Nianhua family from True Morning Dao World is a family built by a sect that dissociated themselves from the Immortals in the past. 3,000-something years ago, a family member killed another member of his family, and when he was captured, his cultivation base was destroyed and he was sent into the barren lands of divine essence as a punishment. That person is you, right? But your cultivation base is still around. Looks like the Nianhua family is behind you in this operation of yours. Who are you? As Nianyan's expression changed, Xianxia and the other two cultivators' pupils shrank in fear. They looked towards Su Hui simultaneously. Me? My name is Su Hui, and I'm from Phoenix Sect. Su Hui smiled faintly and looked at Su Ming, who was frowning, clearly slightly displeased in his heart. Phoenix Sect. Su Hui, you are Phoenix Sect's sacred lady. Nian Yin was momentarily stunned. Then all his anger drained away from him. He became dispirited, and in his anguish, he gave up on all forms of resistance. In fact, from the changes of his expression, it was clear that he was filled with alarm and fear towards Phoenix Sect. That's right. It is the Phoenix Sect which all cultivators secretly refer to as the sinister sect in True Morning Dao World, and I am the Scorpion Lady Su Hui, one of the two you secretly refer to as the Snake and Scorpion Ladies. Su Hui said with a grin. This was the first time Su Ming heard this, and he was stunned. These things did not exist in Dao Kong's memories, which was perhaps related to Dao Kong's status and experiences. In fact, Su Ming had always been slightly puzzled as to why Dao Kong had so few memories. After all, the more memories a living creature had, the more difficult it would be to possess that person, and Dao Kong's memories were only the basics of what a person would have. Scorpion Lady Su Hui. This was how the cultivators in True Morning Dao Sect secretly referred to one of the two great sacred ladies in Phoenix Sect. Based on the title itself, there was definitely a reason behind why Phoenix Sect was privately known as the Sinister Sect. Su Ming was silent. He suddenly understood why Su Hui had no qualms whatsoever when she did something. If she had such a great reputation in the world outside, then it was surely related to her actions when she was in True Morning Dao Sect. Scorpions were venomous, but the venom did not lie in their mouths, and neither was it in their claws. Instead, it was contained in their tails. They were incredibly quick and small, which would mean that they would not bring about too much attention from others. However, at a critical moment, just the slightest mistake on their enemy's part would mean death-form venom. This was the terrifying aspect of scorpions. Snakes were skilled in hiding and waiting. Usually, they would hide their venomous fangs and would not casually reveal them. They would lie still without moving for long periods of time, but once they moved, they would kill. This comparison reminded Su Ming of another girl, which was related to a pain-filled first love. He had known a long time ago that there were two sacred ladies in Phoenix Sect. One of them was Su Hui and the other was the Snake Lady Bai Ling. This was something he knew from Dao Kong's memories. In fact, Su Ming knew that there was a high possibility that Su Hui had known about his name since a long time ago, whether it would be because Bai Ling had told her or because Su Hui would have secretly investigated him. Either way, there was a high chance that she knew about him. That was why Su Hui had been able to say right from the get-go that Su Ming was thinking about a woman when they were in the mountain of the 9th tribe. It was also that one sentence of her that had sunk him into a dream that should not have been seen by cultivators, but had been seen by him. It was at that time that Su Ming came to know that he was obsessed with the promise itself, and not Bai Ling. He had then put an end to that burden in his heart and walked through a change of heart. Su Ming did not believe that this was a coincidence, but no matter what, he could tell that Su Hui's actions were mostly filled with good intentions in regards to that matter. That was why he had never pointed it out. Everyone has their own secrets, and there is no need for anyone to forcibly obtain them. Even if the 4 cultivators had a secret, if they insisted on not telling it, Su Ming would not force them. In truth, the thing he saw as the most important was the fact that the 4 of them were heading to dust burners, and he too wanted to go to them. A person's age would not show whether they had truly become mature, and neither would their maturity show in the wrinkles that appeared on their bodies as time passed. It would instead show in whether a person learned how to tolerate another. There were some things that did not need to be spoken. As long as people were willing to tolerate it, then everything would be fine. Su Ming did not know how to be tolerant towards others in the past, but after going through so many things, he had learned how to be tolerant in certain areas. If you do not want to tell, then I won't ask. In truth, the difference between knowing about something then keeping it a secret and knowing about something then talking incessantly about it lay between whether a person was mature or immature. Su Ming sat down cross-legged on the void beast and said faintly, "All right, Su Hui, turn him back." Su Hui turned her head around to cast Su Ming a glance. A smile appeared on her face. How could she not know about the things Su Ming knew? But there was only happiness in this mode of communication. There were no schemes, and neither were there any other sort of thought contained within it. Such moments were rarely found in her life. That was why Su Hui wanted to treasure this. She did not want to lose this atmosphere of their communication after the truth had been brought out. They were foolish. They were being rarely foolish. She nodded obediently, then raised her right hand which she swung at Nian Yin. 2 wisps of smoke that were purple and blue landed on the cultivator, causing his Adam's apple to appear, the bumps on his chest to become flat, his posterior to shrink, and his skin to become rough once again from its formerly smooth state. Once Su Hui finished doing all this, she returned to Su Ming's side. "If the 4 of you feel like telling me your secret, you can say it. If you don't want to, I won't make things difficult for you. But I want to know how to get to dust burners. I've been watching the path you took. You should have a map with you. Tell me the route and I will immediately leave," Su Ming said calmly. The markers regarding dust burners on the map Dijo Emosha had given him were incredibly fuzzy. After all, this tribe was not like heaven traversers who were located in the outer layer of the inner part of Divine Essence Star Ocean. Dust burners were located in a region close to the core of the Star Ocean. It was a place where 9th Tribe had never gone before, which was why their markings regarding dust burners only provided Su Ming with a general outline but not the specifics. If he was to search for them blindly, the difficulty would be incredibly great, and the dangers in it would also be very high. Once Nian Yin's body returned to normal, his face turned pale and he immediately returned to his group's side. He did not dare look at Su Hui. Perhaps the other True Worlds did not know the details of this woman's reputation, but as someone from True Morning Dao World, he knew well that this woman could be said to be an existence that would cause others' faces to change color when they spoke about her. She killed others as if she was swatting flies, and the level of malice as well as viciousness within her heart was enough to cause others to tremble in fear. However, while being wary of Su Hui, he was shocked by Su Ming. Su Hui, who was known as the Scorpion Lady, was a merciless and heartless person. The open strife and veiled fights between her and the Snake Lady were never-ending. Besides their own masters, it was unheard of that anyone else could make them be obedient. Yet with one sentence, Su Ming had actually made Su Hui turn him back. If he told others about this, no one would believe him. When Nian Yin lowered his head, Xianxia and the others exchanged glances with each other. They remained silent for a moment before Xianxia patted his storage bag and brought out a jade slip. Once he focused his attention and branded it, he threw the slip towards Su Ming. "This is the map that will lead you to dust burners. Senior, the spot next to you is a relocation vortex. When you walk out of the other end, there will be detailed marks on the map leading you to the place." Su Ming took the jade slip. Once he scanned it with his Atman, he looked at the 4 people in close scrutiny. Then, the void beast beneath him slowly turned around and floated towards the relocation vortex. When they were beside the relocation vortex, the void beast came to a halt and Su Ming said softly, "All of you, you should go in first." Xianxia nodded. He could guess that Su Ming would definitely not believe in him so easily. After all, if he was in Su Ming's place, he would do the same thing. He was not against it since he did not do anything to the map. At that moment, he looked at the trio beside him, completely unperturbed, and once they exchanged glances with each other, they chose to obey. The four of them turned into long arcs and charged at the relocation vortex. When they closed in, they did not hesitate. Xianxia was the first to step in while Nianyin came right after. The other two stepped in moments later. After they disappeared, the void beast beneath Su Ming looked as if it sucked in a deep breath. Its body shrank, and when it became only about hundreds of feet in size, it crawled into the relocation vortex. Its body instantly fused inside before disappearing without a trace. Within the vortex was the colorful world. In a gigantic, semi-transparent tunnel were Xianxia and the other three, and all of them had their eyes closed while allowing their bodies to glide through as they were pulled forward. Behind them was the void beast that was now hundreds of feet in size. Standing on its back was Su Hui, who had her eyes wide open while she observed her surroundings. As for the bald crane, it naturally did not close its eyes due to its personality. Instead, it stared at its surroundings. The abyss dragon did not know about the necessity of closing its eyes, and also looked around. Su Ming had never taken to the habit of closing his eyes in the place. At the instant he entered the world in the vortex, he immediately looked into the distance, at the dark depths where the familiar ripples of power lay. The corners of Su Ming's lips curled up slightly. He sensed the dragon-headed black horse's presence. That black horse clearly remembered Su Ming very deeply. This time, right when Su Ming entered the vortex, it immediately charged forth from the distance at full speed. "It's coming again." Su Hui's voice was calm, but a hint of anxiety flashed briefly in her eyes. She remembered clearly that when the black horse had caught up to Su Ming the last time, he had nearly been unable to leave this world. Who's coming?" The bald crane widened its eyes and looked around continuously. While it was searching, a roar that stirred up a large number of ripples echoed in the world. This roar shocked and terrified the people's hearts, causing the tunnel to tremble and made the colorful jellyfish-like existences around them to quickly retreat. It also caused Xianxia and the other three's expressions to change, but they kept their eyes firmly shut. Su Ming directed his attention towards the noise, and a smile appeared at the corners of his lips. The more he saw the black horse, the fonder he grew of it. The desire to tame it also grew stronger in his heart. If it was not because the black horse possessed power equivalent to masters of fate, Su Ming would have taken forceful actions a long time ago. "Sooner or later, you will be mine." Su Ming stood up. He could sense that as the black horse roared from the distance, the void beast beneath him started trembling violently, conveying just how terrified it was. Clearly, the shock and fear brought by the roar was even greater for a beast. "Don't provoke it. The last time you—" Su Hui could not help but worry, which was evident on her face. And it was not fake, but a true manifestation of what she was feeling in her heart. "You don't have to bother." Resolve appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He stared at the darkness in the distance, vaguely able to tell that there was a long arc there charging towards him at an indescribable speed. There were 6 dim balls of light in the long arc. Those were the horse's 6 eyes. The arrogance within them were the source of Su Ming's resolve. This time, the horse had been clearly farther away from Su Ming. That was why, based on his experience, he knew that it would be difficult for the horse to reveal itself before they left the vortex. After all, the distance between them was simply too great. Su Ming wanted to see the horse, and he also wanted the black horse to see him. He wanted that prideful black horse to remember his provocation. He wanted the horse to immediately appear when he stepped into the vortex. To do this, he needed the black horse to have an incredibly deep impression of him, and for this prideful existence, provocation would become the source of an obsession it would never be able to ignore. Su Ming moved swiftly. Once he walked off the void beast, he threw his head back and let out a long roar. That roar shook the entire world. It continued reverberating in the void, stirring up an endless amount of echoes. This immediately caused the 4 cultivators' expressions to change. They could not help but start cursing in their hearts. This was the world in the vortex. It was a place where they were not allowed to open their eyes and let out a single sound, or else they would run into incredible danger. This was something they learned a long time ago in incredible detail when they were just introduced to relocation vortices. Yet now, Su Ming's long roar behind them completely broke the silence within this quiet world in the vortex. That long roar was also filled with a thick air of provocation, which penetrated through the endless depths and landed in the black horse's ears as it charged forward. Boundless anger appeared in its eyes, and it responded to Su Ming with a roar as well as a speed that increased by almost 100 times. Su Ming smiled. This was the black horse's true speed. Time trickled by. One breath passed, then another and another. When everyone was near the relocation vortex's exit, Su Ming saw a long arc at the corner of his vision, and it was coming at them with an indescribable speed. Along with that long arc was a sea of fire that surged into the sky, as well as a black horse with 2 dragon heads. This horse was several thousands of feet tall. It stood on fire, and black smoke as well as flames escaped its nostrils when it breathed. A fierce light shone in its eyes. When it lifted its head, it let out its third roar, and galloped on flames while charging towards Su Ming. From the distance, it looked as if the world in the vortex was burning. When the flames crackled, they swept in all directions. You. When the black horse's body was completely revealed, the bald crane shuddered violently. It flapped its wings, widened its eyes, put on a face full of disbelief, and pointed at the black horse. Damn it all, that's a resentful way. There are still resentful Weiss in the world. 2 dragon heads. This means it's still a baby. Damn it! How can this be possible? The bald crane cried out in a shrill voice, yelling out the things it remembered as some fragmented memories appeared in its head at the instant it saw the black horse. What's a resentful way? Su Ming asked while staring at the black horse. He knew that the bald crane had a mysterious past and at that its memories were fragmented. It would only occasionally remember certain things. Beyond the 4 great true worlds and even past the 5th true world were 3 great ancient kingdoms. One of them was Wei. This kingdom had countless cultivators, but in a single night, all of them died. Once the entire ancient kingdom was reduced to ashes, all the cultivators' souls gathered together to turn into resentment. This resentment lay in silence for several centuries until eventually forming into resentful Weiss. Su Ming's pupils swiftly contracted. The resentful Weiss are not accepted by the universe, because it was heaven's will that ancient Wei was destroyed. Yet the souls of Wei did not perish but gathered together to become resentment. This meant that they were standing up against the universe, and so had to be destroyed. Those who kill a resentful Wei can obtain the universe's kismet. No matter what they do, everything will go according to their plan. It was also why the 2 other ancient kingdoms had surrounded and exterminated them in the past. This race was then completely destroyed, and not a single resentful Wei was left. But there's a resentful Wei in here. Kill it. If you manage to kill it, then no matter how many years pass, you will have the universe's kismet on you. It'll be especially helpful since people who have the universe's kismet are incredibly rare in the years after the Great Destruction. Su Ming, your cultivation-based clone, was born with a kismet. Since that's the case, if you kill this creature, you will get even more of it. This kismet thing might be insubstantial, but it'll guarantee you success in everything that you want to do for 10,000 years. There was a solemn, never-seen-before expression on the bald crane's face. The sleaziness that always existed when it spoke was no longer present in its words. Instead, there was an upright and dignified presence within them. However, that presence was swiftly dissipating. The bald crane shuddered, and confusion appeared in its eyes. It was as if the one who had said those words just then had not been the bald crane itself. What is the relationship between the 3 great ancient kingdoms and 5 great true worlds? Su Ming immediately asked. The 9 great true worlds are the earth of the lower realm, and the 3 great ancient kingdoms are the sky of the higher realm. Only when they are joined together do they form the additional expanse cosmos. Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos, the one that is beyond Dark Dawn's 180 expanse cosmoses, and Saint Defire's 180 expanse cosmoses. No matter whether it is Saint Defire who loses one cosmos or Dark Dawn obtaining one more cosmos, whoever will obtain 181 cosmoses first will be able to wage war. When the bald crane said these words, its head lolled to the side and it immediately fainted. Its body was caught by the abyss dragon. Su Ming's heart trembled. Su Hui's expression also changed as she stood by the side. Clearly, the bald crane's words were secrets they had never heard before. Those words might seem incredibly ordinary, but if one was to mull over the profound meaning behind them, then it would definitely cause a storm in the person's mind. Dark Dawn's 180 expanse cosmoses, as well as Saint Defire's 180 expanse cosmoses, meant that Su Ming's knowledge had just been endlessly expanded within an instant. It allowed him to learn just how big and vast was the universe. It did not matter whether it was Morning Dao World or Sacredine World. Even if he added in the Emperor of Abyss World, the mysterious fourth true world and the fifth true world that had disappeared, the other four true worlds that had vanished during the Great Destruction, they still did not form the complete arid triad. They needed to add in the three ancient kingdoms to form a complete arid triad expanse cosmos. And there were 360 other cosmoses that were about the size of this complete arid triad expanse cosmos. The universe was infinitely huge. Even for a master of fate, lives, and death, where would this single person's power be ranked among all the other people in the 361 expanse cosmoses? Su Ming and Su Hui were not the only ones who were struck silent by the bald crane's words. Xianxia and the other three in front of them also experienced unprecedented shock. They could not help but open their eyes completely and turn their heads around to look at the bald crane. They had heard its words. Their expressions changed, which was a telling sign that they could not accept this truth for a time being. They thought that the four great true worlds constituted the edge of the universe, and what they were surprised about was the fifth true world which existed as a legend in their minds. Yet at that moment, their beliefs were completely crushed. In truth, besides the five true worlds, there were four other true worlds. Besides them, there were also three great ancient kingdoms. And only when the three great ancient kingdoms and the 9 great true worlds fused together would a complete arid triad expanse cosmos be formed. And even then, besides the arid triad expanse cosmos, there were still Dark Dawn's 180 expanse cosmoses and Saint Defire's 180 expanse cosmoses. There were 360 expanses cosmoses in total. The first thing that rose in the minds of the four people was doubt. However, Su Ming and Su Hui's expressions as well as the ancient air that came with the bald crane's words when it spoke just then told the cultivator's instincts that at least 8/10 of all that was said was real, even though there was no proof to verify whether it was so. In the mid of their silence, the fourth roar from the resentful way echoed in the air. The dragon-headed black horse that was thousands of feet big appeared in everyone's field of vision, swiftly closing in on them. The pride and the air that allowed no provocation in its 6 eyes was incredibly strong. Su Ming quietly watched the black horse getting closer to him. As he stared at it, the bald crane's words echoed in his head. He suddenly felt that there was some degree of similarity between him and the black horse. This creature had been sent away by its kin when it was still a newborn at the time its race was being destroyed. It then became its race's sole survivor, and Su Ming was also the same. Others had worked together to kill its kin, and it was the same case for the Abyss Builders. Both the Black Horse and Su Ming had grown up in places that were not their homelands, and they both had yet to enter them. Su Ming's silence and his thoughts were shown in his eyes. The instant the Black Horse saw this, it came to a halt, but soon, it raised its head up high. It gave off the air of looking down at Su Ming and carried itself with a bearing that it did not ask for pity. It stared at Su Ming coldly, then rushed forward. It had become even faster. However, while the distance between them might have seemed close, they were actually far away from each other. In the world within the vortex, distances that did not seem great were in truth incredibly far apart. The Black Horse's speed might be unparalleled, but since the distance between them was incredibly great, it could not catch up to Su Ming and his group within a dozen-something breaths. Besides, Su Ming could vaguely sense that there seemed to be a certain limit on speed in this world. They could not shift in here. He could see that there seemed to be barriers around the black horse, and it was crashing into them continuously. This was clearly the reason why its speed was limited. As it moved forward, it would be as if it crashed one barrier after another. Su Ming did not choose to provoke it again. Instead, as Xianxia and the other three disappeared, he vanished from the world in the vortex as well. A roar mixed with a note of grief that no one else could hear but Su Ming came from the black horse's mouth and lingered in the air for a long time. The galaxy in the inner parts of Divine Essence Star Ocean appeared like a clear lake. There was not a single speck of dust there. So those who saw could not help but get immersed in this beauty that they would be unable to see in other places. This place was incredibly far away from heaven traversers. If they had flown normally, Su Ming would have needed to press on without stopping for an entire year with his speed. At that moment, once the group appeared, Su Ming quietly looked at the exit of the relocation vortex. The bald crane's words continued echoing in his head and refused to vanish. Su Hui was in a slightly absent-minded state, thinking hard about something. Huh? We're out? Well, damn it all. How did I fall asleep? The bald crane opened its eyes at that moment, but there was a deep fatigue on its face. It jumped around a few times and mumbled under its breath, incredibly puzzled. However, after only mumbling a few sentences, it saw the abyss dragon looking at it with a slightly complicated look on its face. Su Hui, the four cultivators, and even Su Ming were also looking at it. What's wrong? Why are you all staring at me? The bald crane felt slightly scared, and goosebumps appeared all over its skin. It was feeling incredibly nervous, and a wary expression appeared on its face. It took a few steps back and had its claws press firmly on the ground. I don't have crystals. I don't have crystals. The bald crane shouted loudly. Su Ming stared at the bald crane for a moment before averting his gaze and sitting down cross-legged on the void beast. He patted the beast, and it started moving, turned around and glided into the distance. Once they came out, the time for Su Ming to part ways with the four cultivators also arrived. Su Ming might have killed many people in his life, having cut living creatures like swatting flies, and appeared to enjoy killing, but the truth wasn't like that. As long as no one provoked him, directly or indirectly, he would not attack. There were no grudges shared between the four cultivators and Su Ming, so he did not harbor the intention to kill them. Once the void beast left into the distance, layers of ripples gradually appeared in the galaxy. Su Hui hesitated for a moment, but after sneaking a peek at Su Ming, she did not say anything. Instead, she sat down beside him. As for the bald crane, it had currently seized the abyss dragon and was asking it something in a whisper. There was not even the need to hear them to be able to guess that the bald crane was definitely asking about why the group was looking at it so strangely just then. When the four cultivators came out of the vortex, they were filled with a high level of vigilance. The bald crane, rousing from its sleep, might have attracted some of their attention and shocked them with its words, but they were currently facing a matter that concerned their survival, and they did not have the pleasure of thinking about other things. Most of their attention was placed on remaining on guard. They did not know whether Su Ming would keep to his promise, but when they saw him leaving into the distance with his group, the four of them let out sighs of relief in their hearts. Yet at the same time, once they exchanged glances, they saw the hesitation in one another's eyes. One of the sentences Su Hui had said had struck a chord in their hearts. With their power, they did not have too much confidence in succeeding with their plan. In truth, they needed to rely on luck. However, if Su Ming and Su Hui joined them, then the chances of them succeeding would be much higher. This was a choice. On one side, they would suffer no loss, but the chances of them succeeding would not be great. On the other hand, while they would have to suffer some loss in terms of profit, the chances of them succeeding would be greater. When they saw that Su Ming and the others had left into the distance, the four of them exchanged glances one more time, and three faces turned to Xianxia. After all, the leader of this operation was him, and it would be best that he made the choice. Xianxia's expression changed several times. If Su Ming had forced them into an interrogation, then even if he had said it, he would have definitely searched for a chance to counterattack during their journey in the future. However, Su Ming did not force them. This caused Xianxia to fall into uncertainty before he quickly weighed the pros and cons. Then, he gritted his teeth with force, took a few steps forward, and wrapped his fist in his palm towards Su Ming, who had already left into the distance. "Senior, please wait. I am willing to tell you our secret in exchange for you joining our operation. If we work together, we will definitely succeed." "Not interested," Su Ming said, his voice traveling behind him and echoing in the galaxy. The void beast beneath him did not stop and went farther away. "This concerns the activation of the fifth kiln," Xianxia immediately said. The most important things to Su Ming in Divine Essence Star Ocean were all related to the fifth true world, and if he wanted to go to there, he needed the fifth stone. However, this fifth stone was incredibly rare. All everyone knew was that it was produced in the fifth kiln, but not who had it. However, there was no regular pattern in the activation of the fifth kiln. Sometimes it would activate after a few decades. At other times it would take several centuries, and occasionally several thousands of years. The longest recorded interval was 20,000 years. As one of the most mysterious places in Divine Essence Star Ocean, no one except the people who went into the fifth kiln before knew what was inside, and even if someone managed to return alive, they would naturally not tell the others much about it. The information they obtained would become the greatest secrets of their race, so that it would be easier for the members of their race to head into the fifth kiln when it appeared again. The fifth kiln's location had always been a secret. Unless someone searched through the entire Divine Essence Star Ocean with the flames as their guide when it was activated, then the people who wanted to find it could only look to the east of their cultivation planet. There, they would see the strange sun, which was the fifth kiln. Yet, if they were to look for it, then even if they walked to the ends of the universe, they would find that they were still unable to reach the fifth kiln. This was like a mirage. A person could see it, could stretch their hand towards it, but what they would obtain in exchange would be just ripples. They would be unable to take anything. Su Ming was not putting on airs when Xianxia invited him the first time. He was truly not interested in it. There were countless wastelands in Divine Essence Star Ocean, as well as countless places where gods fell asleep. It could be said that there was a possibility that any of these places could contain a serendipity and treasures that would cause people to fight over them. He could search for these serendipities alone if he wanted, not taking other people. However, Su Ming's main focus was not on those serendipities. He wanted to go according to his plan and take revenge on the other three venerated races while waiting for the activation of the fifth kiln. If it would happen, it would be good, but if he could not wait for long enough, then he could only return to true Morning Dao world with regrets in his heart. That was why. The instant Xianxia's second sentence landed in Su Ming's ears, his eyes flew open. He raised his right hand and patted the void beast, which instantly stopped. When Xianxia saw the void beast stopping, he knew that the fifth kiln had brought about the expected effect. Su Ming stood up, and when he turned his head around, he looked at Xianxia and his group in the distance. He lifted his foot and took a step forward. At the instant his foot landed, he had already moved through space and appeared in front of Xianxia. "Continue," he said faintly. Xianxia remained silent for a moment before saying decisively, "I am a true guard from true sacred world stationed in the barren lands of divine essence. Or rather, there have been generations of members from the Shen family who have served as true guards. We trace back to 10,000-something years ago. At that time, my ancestor coincidentally found a plate. It was a strange, with an everlasting flame on it. Generations of my family researched the plate and found that the flames on it weren't normal flames, but they were never able to figure out just what type of flames they were. You saw the color of the flames back then. This sort of flame will not extinguish for nearly 10,000 years, and it is stored in the plate. No one knows how it appeared or how it came to be, but no matter where it is, as long as we swing that plate, the flames will immediately appear and burn everything. 7,000 years ago, a progenitor from the Shen family used some unknown method to ascertain the plate's identity in an auction held in Black Ink Planet. It showed up to be a relic left behind by the previous tribe leader of Dust Burners. Before the auction in Black Ink Planet ended, the progenitor went through a monstrous sea of fire that appears once the fifth kiln is activated. The sea of fire might not have swept up Black Ink Planet, but he could see it on Black Ink Planet. That indescribable flame and the dark color of the flame was the fire on the plate. Xianxia said calmly, "Is the fifth kiln connected to dust burners?" A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes as he looked at Xianxia. "They are definitely connected." Xianxia nodded. "That is why, over the years, the true guards from Xian family would secretly search for the path leading to dust burners. We spent several thousands of years, and we finally found an incomplete map. On it are some clues regarding the inner parts of Divine Essence Star Ocean. There are also some marks about dust burners," Xianxia explained while looking at Su Ming. "As one of the 4 venerated races, dust burners have a master of fate, lives, and death among them. On what basis are you going there?" Su Ming asked flatly. "Based on the first progenitor of Xian family being friends with a person in true sacred Yin world in the past. That person gifted my family's progenitor with a supreme treasure. Even a masters of fate, lives, and death will not be able to see any clues when this supreme treasure provides us with a cover. The meaning behind this treasure is greater than its effect. With this treasure around, Xian family can exist eternally in true sacred Yin world, and no one will easily dare to snatch this treasure. More importantly, besides the treasure being connected to the blood of the Xian family, the person who gave us this treasure is the current sublime paragon of true sacred Yin world." Once Xianxia finished saying these words, his eyes bore into Su Ming. "We are also heading there based on our confidence with fellow Taoist Hua's soul-sealing art, fellow Taoist Yun's aura-devouring and transformation art, as well as fellow Taoist Nian's great annual wheel Dharma art, which is an art passed down through generations of their family. It is a pity that 3 more of our friends died, or else with the 7 of us together and the supreme treasure running through our bodies, we could have all turned into one." Xianxia sighed. A brilliant sparkle shone in Su Ming's eyes. He smiled. "You're intending to disguise yourselves as a dust burner and blend among them, right? And you should be thinking about using the status of a lost son of the previous dust burners tribe leader. If I'm not wrong, your family's progenitor did not just obtain a plate in the past. He also obtained a corpse." Su Ming's voice was calm, but once he said it, a huge storm stirred up in Xianxia's heart, even though his expression remained the same. He cast a deep look at Su Ming. This was the first time he met someone like him, who could discover the truth based on the few clues in his words. It was just as Su Ming said. His family's progenitor had discovered a corpse in the past, but it was not the whole corpse, only half of it. Based on this, that supreme treasure of your family can not only hide your presences, but also transform them. Only then would no one be able to see through anything in your plan," Su Ming said calmly. Xianxia smiled wryly, then wrapped his fist in his palm towards Su Ming. He might not have said it out loud, but the 2 of them already knew what was going on. As for the 3 cultivators by the side, there was now wariness in their eyes when they looked at Su Ming. They were not just wary of his level of cultivation and his great power. They were also wary of how meticulous he was in his thoughts. "I would not dare to hide from you, I had indeed thought of this. This was also what the members of the Xian family have concluded. This is the only way that we would be able to blend into the dust burners. After all, the Xian family does not have a master of fate, lives, and death. That is why we contacted our other old acquaintances in the other true worlds and gathered a total of 7 people. 3,000 years ago, we stepped into the barren lands of divine essence, and we have been preparing for this for a long time. Once we perfected our coordination, we entered the inner parts of Divine Essence Star Ocean. But it's a pity. On our way here, we ran into danger that we could not avoid, and 3 of our friends died." Xianxia's expression filled with grief as he spoke slowly. "But since we ran into you, Senior, it means that we have gained a greater chance in success. With you around, we will definitely be able to come into contact with the 5th kiln's secret. In fact, there is even a possibility that we will enter the 5th kiln." A hint of resolve and hope appeared in Xianxia's eyes. Su Ming stared at Xianxia. He could tell that this person was telling him partial truths, and there were things he did not say. This was understandable. After all, if he told everyone everything, then he would not have survived till now. It would also have been impossible for him to get to the later stage of World Plane Realm. How are you dividing the spoils? Su Ming asked faintly. He was throwing this question out with the intention to test waters and learn just what sort of treasures were in the fifth kiln. After all, besides the fifth stone, Su Ming did not know the details of what else was in there. However, based on the resolve he saw on these four, it was clearly that they had a certain item that they were determined to get no matter what. Senior, do you have anything that you absolutely intend to obtain? Xianxia immediately asked, avoiding Su Ming's question. Clearly, he did not want to say what they wanted. Su Ming smiled and did not continue with his question. Instead, he answered firmly and decisively. I only want the fifth stone. Xianxia immediately nodded. The other three people beside him also let out sighs of relief. They might not have had much dealings with Su Ming, but their instincts told them that he was not a person who would go back on his promises. As for the fifth stone, even though they also wanted to obtain it, compared to their true goal, this item could be ignored. Then, a faint smile appeared on Xianxia's face. He quelled the excitement in his heart. He knew that the chances of success in this operation would soon become greater. Just as he was about to say something, Su Hui suddenly chuckled lightly beside Su Ming. I want a rouge jade. When she said this, Xianxia and his group's expressions immediately changed slightly. Could it be that me joining you is not valuable, even with my level of cultivation? Su Hui asked with a smile. Xianxia smiled wryly. He looked at Nian Yin, who remained silent for some time before gritting his teeth and nodding. The rouge jade was one of the two objects that he wanted in the fifth kiln. Your grandpa Crane too. I want crystals. Loads and loads of crystals. When the bald crane saw that Su Ming and Su Hui had obtained benefits out of this, its spirits were immediately lifted and it shouted loudly. Once it finished speaking, to make itself seem more convincing, it swayed its body and turned into Su Ming. Then it moved again. Judging by its actions, it looked like it wanted to transform into Su Hui as well, but when she looked towards it with a grin, and the bald crane's heart let out a loud thump against its chest. It then forced itself to stop after it had transformed halfway. The bald crane then quickly turned into Xianxiang, then Yun Yu, Hua Yu, and Nian Yin's appearances. It even took the form of a heaven traverser after that. How is it? Heh, if I join you, I should be worth several hundreds of millions of crystals, right? In the end, the bald crane looked at the flabbergasted quartet with a smug look. All the crystals in the fifth kiln will belong to you. Excitement appeared on Xianxiang's face. The bald crane's transformations perfected the final step of his plan of blending into the dust burners. The core of the inner part of Divine Essence Star Ocean was quiet. From the distance, the place looked empty, but there was dazzling light spilling out in all directions, filling the place with an unequaled beauty. Rarely would cultivators come here, or rather, there were very few cultivators who could manage to come to this place. Even for Su Ming and Su Hui, if they did not have Ninth Tribe's map, it would have been very difficult to arrive here. As for Xianxiang and his group, they had also only reached this region after going through plenty of hardships. They had prepared for this for thousands of years, yet they had still been reduced to the current 4 from their initial 7. Based on the incomplete map I have with me, if we move forward for a month, we will reach Dust Burner's territory. That's why we should make some preparations here. Xianxiang looked at Su Ming. Xian family's supreme treasure can contain several people within it, and it can change its external appearance at will. With the Paragon Crane's transformations, there will not be a single flaw in our presence and external appearance. As Xianxiang spoke, he raised his right hand, placed his finger in his mouth, and bit down on it. Immediately, blood seeped out, and Xianxiang formed a seal with his right hand. After a moment, he pushed his hand forward. The blood on his fingertips started changing rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it turned gold. The now gold blood flew out and shone with a golden light in front of the group, then swiftly expanded to the size of a fist. My fellow Taoists and 2 seniors, please offer up your fresh blood so that my family's supreme treasure can remember your presence. With it, it will accommodate all of you in it. There is no danger in this, and while I might not dare to call myself an honest and forthright person, I am definitely not a despicable person either, so you don't have to worry, Xianxia said in a low voice. Nian was the first to bite his fingertip and fling out his blood. It charged at the gold blood and came into contact with it, fusing with it in the blink of an eye. Immediately, the black blood looked as if it was boiling and swelled up again. This time it swelled up to the size of a head. It was still gold inside, and it could be clearly seen that a faint golden light had appeared around Nian's body, as if there was some form of connection between him and the ball of blood. It was the same for Xianxia. Yunyu hesitated for a moment before he gritted his teeth and bit his fingertip. Then he too offered up his blood. After a moment, the golden blood became bigger once more, and the golden light also appeared around Yunyu. Huayu was the last among the four to offer up his blood. His blood was different from the others. There was a hint of blue within red, making it seem as if it was nearly purple. When his blood fused into the golden ball, it immediately started tumbling about furiously. Once it swelled up to the size of an average man's height, it stopped growing. "Seniors, please." Xianxia looked towards Su Ming and Su Hui. "I'll do it first." Su Hui smiled. Right before Su Ming, she swung her hand, and the blood from her fingertip fused into the golden ball. She was already in Lunar Culpa realm, so the moment her blood touched the golden ball of blood, it started to boil with an unprecedented intensity. This scene caused Xianxia and his group to focus their attention on the ball, but they were not too surprised by it. Clearly, the levels of cultivation from the people offering their blood would determine the size of the ball of blood. The golden ball swelled up rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it grew to become 100-something feet tall from its previous height of an average man. It floated in front of the group with golden light shining from it, causing all the people besides Su Ming to look as if they were wearing a golden cloak. Su Hui closed her eyes. After a moment, when she opened them, she looked towards Su Ming. "This is a form of acknowledgement. Once your blood fuses with it, you will obtain the Supreme Treasure's protection. There is no problem with it." Su Ming stared at the ball of blood, which had now grown to 100-something feet. After remaining silent for some time, he bit his fingertip and offered up his own blood. This was the blood of his cultivation-based clone, but that blood contained the presences of his clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole and his Ikang clone. His blood might have seemed incredibly normal, but the instant it appeared, the golden ball that was 100-something feet started shuddering fiercely. It was not doing so due to excitement. All the people in the area could sense that it was shuddering from fear. This stunned Xianxia and the other four. Su Ming swung his blood forward and had it rush into the golden ball. The golden ball immediately moved back, but as if it was sentient and attracted to it, Su Ming's blood increased its speed, and before the group could react, it touched the golden ball. A shrill scream of pain tumbled out of Xianxia's lips, and Yunyu, Nian, and Huayu followed suit. Even Su Hui's face instantly turned pale, and pain appeared on her face. At that instant, they felt a powerful impact coming from their souls. This was a form of decentralization from the golden ball of blood once it sensed danger. Xianxia's face turned pale, and he immediately asked in a piercing voice, "Senior, what are you doing?" Su Ming frowned. He not done anything, only delivered his blood. He did not think that the golden ball of blood would react this way. The moment his blood fused into the golden ball, a powerful rejection came from inside it. This form of rejection was due to the golden ball of blood trying its hardest to push out Su Ming's blood. But as if there was an incredibly powerful devouring ability within Su Ming's blood, the more the golden ball of blood rejected it, the more it seeped into the core. "I didn't do anything. This supreme treasure of yours refuses to have my blood fuse into it," Su Ming said faintly. He could sense something from it. This was connected to his inborn ability as an abyss builder, so even a drop of his blood contained a powerful possessive power. Also, this was probably connected to his Ikang clone as well. After all, if even a sublime paragon of true sacredine world might not be able to be on par with Ikang in terms of status as a life form, then it would be even more so for an enchanted treasure he created. Xianxia's expression changed continuously. His family had used this supreme treasure many times, but they had never run into something like this before. He gritted his teeth. From what he could sense from the treasure, he could tell that what Su Ming said was true. It was indeed the supreme treasure rejecting him, and in a very powerful manner. Damn it! Xianxia immediately used a unique mind art to control the supreme treasure so that it would not reject Su Ming but would absorb his blood. Even a supreme treasure was still an enchanted treasure. As long as they were treasures, then even if they possessed spirits, they would still have masters. That was why Xian family's supreme treasure gradually stopped rejecting Su Ming's blood and fiercely fighting against the possessive power contained in it, but allowed them to fuse together. When they did so, a powerful roar erupted in Xianxia's ears and echoed in Su Hui's heart. The golden ball of blood expanded at that moment. In the blink of an eye, it turned several thousands of feet all, and its color changed from gold to black. The dark shade was similar to the galaxy's color, as if they could fuse together and disappear. Xianxia's face was pale, and there was disbelief as well as incomprehension on his face. The Xian family had used this supreme treasure many times, but this was the first time its color had been changed to a shade of black. For some unknown reason, at the instant he looked over, a sinister feeling that spread with no end entered his heart. It was the exact same feeling he got when he saw Su Ming the first time. Compared to the other's stupefaction and astonishment, Xianxia's heart let out a loud thump. After all, this was Xian family's enchanted treasure, so his understanding towards this treasure was incredibly deep, and he knew clearly that the color of the blood would determine who would own the ball of blood after it accommodated them. He was originally confident that even if it was Su Ming and Su Hui, they would assimilate with the supreme treasure. They might not be controlled by him, but they could only provide power, and the core person who would determine how the supreme treasure would transform would be him. However, the moment the golden blood turned black, even though he could still sense the connection of blood between him and the treasure, he had a feeling as if his own belongings had decided to listen to another person's commands. In anguish, his gaze when he looked towards Su Ming contained an even deeper wariness and fear compared to the past. Su Ming looked at the black ball of blood. Then after a period of silence, he smiled. Me too. When the bald crane saw the other people doing things, it immediately shouted loudly to prevent them from casting it aside and making it lose its chance to obtain crystals. It was illusory body, but no one except Su Ming knew about this. Without even batting an eyelid, the bald crane bit the tip of its wing, and blood flew out to fuse into the ball of blood before it disappeared without a trace. It might have seemed like fusion, but all of this was fake. There was a connection between the bald crane and Su Ming's souls, which was why even if it did not offer up its blood, the effect would still be the same. I think I understand the basic principles of this supreme treasure, but I will still need your help with it, fellow Taoist Xian. Su Ming looked towards Xianxia. Xianxia smiled wryly. This feeling of having his control snatched from his hands in the open caused him to be unable to find a way to resolve his frustrations even if he was feeling indignant. Please use your hands to touch the ball of blood. It will suck you in, and then the ball will transform. Xianxia put away his gloomy feelings. Since this was the road he'd chosen, he could only continue treading it. Once he finished speaking, he became the first to walk next to the ball of blood. He pressed his right hand on it, and immediately fused into it. Then Yunyu, Huayu, and Nianyin did the same. Su Hui turned her head around to look at Su Ming. Then with a gentle expression, she too fused into the ball of blood. The last were the bald crane and Su Ming. As for the abyss dragon, Su Ming had already put it away. Su Ming also sent away the void beast to wait for his call. When Su Ming fused into the black ball of blood, he sensed that his body was enveloped by liquid. A strange connection rose swiftly in his heart. He could sense Xianxiang and his group's presences as well as that Su Hui was right by his side. He could also sense that all of their power would gather together with just a single thought from him, and that power would be shown outside. In fact, they only needed to communicate with divine thoughts for all of them to know what the others were thinking. If Su Ming was to compare this black ball of blood to a single person's body, Then at that moment, he and the others were 6 different souls within that one body. One body, 6 souls. Not every soul could control this body. Even though they were all inside it, only one soul could control it. This soul was the main soul, while the other 5 acted as assistants. Originally, the position of the main soul belonged to Xianxia due to his natural advantage, but due to the transformation brought by Su Ming's blood, the main soul became Su Ming. If a normal person had 6 souls in his body, then when the main soul controlled the body, the other 5 would be in deep sleep. Yet now, the black blood which they had entered was formed by a supreme treasure. Because of it, even if Su Ming acted as the main soul, the other 5 were awake. They could see and sense everything around him. Besides being unable to control the body, they didn't suffer in any other way. Xianxia might have lost his ability to control the supreme treasure, but he was not too worried about being under someone else's control. Forget the fact that he was not Su Ming's opponent with his level of cultivation. If Su Ming wanted to kill them, he had plenty of methods to do so. Besides, he was not worried that Su Ming would harbor covetous thoughts for this supreme treasure either. In true sacredine world, there were too many people who lusted after this treasure, but no one dared to fight for it. This was a treasure that belonged to their sublime paragon. Without sufficient power, touching it would mean causing trouble to themselves. Besides, even if he was unable to control this supreme treasure now, this treasure still belonged to the Xian family, and it was connected to them by blood. Because of it, as long as he wanted to, he could make the supreme treasure instantly dissolve, causing the people to immediately separate from each other. Due to all this, Xianxia felt at ease. When he sent his divine thought to Su Ming, he also formed a picture in everyone's heads. Senior, please think of this picture in your heart. My fellow Taoists, we have to join in as well. Let us fall into a trance with this picture in mind. Do not be distracted and don't add in other things as you wish. By doing so, the ball of blood will turn into the shape I just sent you. Xianxia's voice echoed in the people's hearts, and soon a person's image appeared in their heads. It was a thin, middle-aged man. He was fair, and his hair was a flaming shade of red, while his pupils were blue. At the center of his brows was a ring-shaped mark formed by 9 balls of flame. He was dressed in a long hide robe. His face was pale, and there were 9 blue lines on his right arm. They were branded deep into his flesh, and they flickered as if there were flames contained within them. On his chest was a huge gash. That wound had already rotated slightly, which was a telling sign that he had been injured badly and unable to heal himself. This is a dust burner we formed based on the body of the dust burner's previous tribe leader, as well as the near 10,000 years of understanding we have on them. We set this person's identity as a descendant of dust burner's previous tribe leader. When he was born, his father died. He drifted about with the relics from his father while searching for him. At one point, he was injured badly and swept into a relocation vortex. When he came here, he fell unconscious. The wound is too fake. Su Ming sent his thoughts to the others. There are also far too many coincidences with him being relocated here. Senior, what do you mean? Xianxia immediately sent his thoughts over. He should have your map in his hands and have come to this place based on it. His injuries should not be on his chest, but on his entire body. All of you, imitate the wounds you see based on my imagination. As Su Ming spoke, his divine thought changed, and the injuries on the middle-aged man's chest immediately healed in their heads. There was a faint scar there. However, his whole body now wore countless wounds that were healing. They seemed to have been left behind by claws that had ripped through his skin. Aside from these, there were also endless small dots on his body. They were small holes that could not close up and heal, and everyone could imagine that the ones who had caused them had been thin and long worms. There was also a long scar on the man's face. The appearance of that scar not only made the person look slightly more ferocious, but also made him exude a thick, ancient air. This person cannot be unconscious. He has to be awake to find his people, Su Ming said faintly. If that is the case, we will have many things that we will have to take into account. Xianxia hesitated for a moment. He knew that having the person they were about to change into fall into a state of unconsciousness was also slightly inappropriate, but if he was not unconscious, then they might reveal themselves right from the start. "I will control him," Su Ming said calmly. Xianxia thought about it for a moment before he gritted his teeth and chose to agree. Gradually, as the same image appeared in the other's head, the black ball of blood standing thousands of feet tall in the galaxy boiled, tumbled about and shrank swiftly. The bald crane's transformation art fused together with Supreme Treasure's transformation. They complemented each other, causing the transformation to be even more perfect. As the black blood shrank, the silhouette of a person was gradually formed. After around the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, what appeared in the galaxy was no longer black blood, but a middle-aged man covered in wounds and a scar on his face. His expression exuded an ancient air. There were 9 balls of flames that formed a ring at the center of the man's brows, while 9 blue lines on his right arm looked as if they contained flames. He stood in the galaxy with his eyes closed. Several breaths later, his eyes flew open. His blue eyes were originally blank, but they soon gained a sparkle of intelligence and perplexity. He looked like a wanderer who had lost his home and was no longer able to find his way back. That perplexity was not shown obviously but was hidden deep in his heart. He stood quietly in the galaxy and looked at his surroundings silently, as if he could find a hint of familiarity in all the unfamiliar sights around him. After a long while, he dipped his head down and looked at his body, at the countless wounds on it. Some of them were healing and some were not. The claws marks were left behind by waves of tears, while the small holes were left behind by some creatures he fought against that were incredibly difficult to deal with on his way to the inner part of Divine Essence Star Ocean. There were plenty of other wounds on his body as well. Some of them were external and some were internal. However, the wounds that covered his body did not seem important to him. The fatigue in his heart was born from the insistence to search for his people despite crying silently because he had no parents, no family, and no kin since young. This emotion had accompanied him for his whole life, turning into fatigue deep in his heart, and it would never melt away. "Home," Su Ming mumbled softly, as if he was truly an orphan of dust burners who finally found his homeland after going through far too many things. There was not just perplexity in his gaze, but also hesitation, along with an incredibly powerful grudge. It was as if he was resenting the universe's injustice and his people for forgetting him. At that moment, the other 5 souls in his body turned dead silent. They could sense Su Ming's current state and the transformations that occurred on the body under his control. The more it went on, the more shocked they became. "It's too alike. This feeling. It's precisely this feeling we want. It was the most correct decision to let you control this body, Senior. If it was me, it would have been difficult for me to execute it so perfectly." Xianxia was incredibly excited as he watched Su Ming control the body and sensed the emotions on it. It was difficult to imagine how anyone who had never gone through this personally would be able to bring out this authentic feeling. Su Ming watched the galaxy in the distance, and the perplexity in his eyes slowly disappeared. The hesitation in his heart was also forced down. As a hint of resentment appeared in his eyes, he took a step forward. He was so quick that, in the blink of an eye, he had already went extremely far. A blue sea of fire spread from the 9 blue lines. As they surrounded his body, they also went under his feet, causing him to become so quick that he disappeared without a trace. Su Ming maintained this high speed. He was not the sole person providing the energy necessary for it, since it was split by all 6 people. Because of that, Su Ming could sense that even the offensive power erupting from this body had become incredibly shocking as the 6 of them were combined together. Could bring forth power that surpassed solar Culpa realm. In fact, this body was already infinitesimally close to becoming a master of fate, and this was before Su Ming even fused his Akang clone, or else he could make this body possess power that surpassed what Su Ming could bring forth at his strongest, even if it would still be unable to obtain power equivalent to a master of fate, lives, and death. Yet, he could certainly make masters of fate who had yet to master fate frown and think that it would be incredibly difficult to fight against that body. Su Ming was so quick that he surpassed his original speed by a lot. This was the speed the body had obtained after the 6 of them had fused together. And it was not a normal fusion, but summation. The terrifying aspect of this summation was the important feature in the supreme treasure that allowed the Xian family to become successful. Su Ming's speed instantly reached a state where he was moving at a speed equivalent to shifting. In fact, as he moved forward, for the first time ever he didn't notify the Duke of Crimson Flame before shifting. All he needed to do it himself was to think about it. This outburst of speed surpassed Xianxia and the other people's expectations. The trip that was previously estimated to require 1 month would now only need half a month based on the speed at which they were traveling. Time trickled by and days went by. As Su Ming moved forward at his extreme speed, he looked like a shooting star in the galaxy. As loud bangs shot up in the air, he sliced through endless ripples. In the blink of an eye, half a month was over. On the 16th day, an endless amount of fog that filled the entire area appeared before him. The fog might have seemed as such at first glance, but if anyone took a closer look, they would find that it was a sea of fire in the form of fog. Before the body even closed in, a wave of hot air that could burn a person into a crisp came crashing into their faces. But Su Ming did not stop moving. He charged towards the fog with resentment hidden in his eyes, as well as murderous aura. Looking like that, he took a step forward. He was so quick that, in the blink of an eye, he turned into a long arc that charged into the distance. Xianxia and the others immediately sensed the murderous aura. After being momentarily stunned, they immediately sent their thoughts to Su Ming. Only Su Hui looked as if she was absorbed in her own thoughts. "Senior, quick, put away that murderous aura of yours. This is... What does he want to do? Noisy." Su Ming's divine thought echoed calmly in the body. Not only did he not stop, but he became even faster. With a bang, he rushed into the fog that was a sea of fire. At the instant he stepped there, he felt the space around him distort. This was the dimension itself distorting under the extreme heat. "Dust burners, come out." Su Ming threw his head back and roared when he was in the fog. In that roar was resentment, readiness to risk everything, desolation, and an ancient air. Besides Su Hui remaining calm, the 4 cultivators' expressions changed. They were feeling rather anxious and were unable to tell what Su Ming was thinking. In truth, this was a manifestation of an insider being too concerned with someone else's matter, or else they would not feel so perturbed with their intelligence. Xianxia hesitated for a moment before laughing wryly. It was impossible for him to deactivate the supreme treasure at this moment without everything coming to naught. As he sighed, he calmed his heart and mulled over Su Ming's actions. Gradually, a hint of understanding appeared on his face. The other 3 also forced themselves to calm down in this state where they could do nothing. As they pondered over it, they came up with a few reasons for Su Ming's behavior. He was mixing the truth with falsehood. They were intending to pass themselves as the real son of the tribe leader. But under Su Ming's control, this deception got infinitesimally close to the truth. In fact, it would soon no longer be a falsehood mixed in truth, but be turned into the truth from a lie by him. This was the true epitome of passing off a deception as the truth, without causing chaos. In the sea of fire that had turned into fog, Su Ming controlled the body as he charged forward. Mixed in with the sadness and anger on his face, there were a lot more complicated emotions. As he roared in a hoarse voice, it seemed as if he was venting his frustrations. "Dust burners, get out here." Su Ming's words were deep and sonorous. It spread out and reverberated in the fog brought by the sea of fire before going in all directions and lingering for a long time without disappearing. As time trickled by, Su Ming controlled the body to travel even faster through the fog. His grudge-filled roars continued echoing in space, but the dust burners had yet to appear. However, the fog created by the sea of fire around him seemed to be guided forward as he charged ahead. A form of friction seemed to be created due to that. This friction caused the fog around Su Ming to become hotter. Eventually, blue flames rose with a bang from the fog. Those flames were initially just sparks, but in an instant, they grew larger and surrounded the area around the body Su Ming controlled. Then they turned into thick, furious flames. They were formed from the fog, but the fog also came from them, making it seem that the distortion of the dimension was the flame's limit. At that moment, the fog returned once again into a sea of fire, and with an incredibly high temperature as well as a presence that could burn everything, it charged towards Su Ming from all directions with a loud bang. The sea of fire submerged his body in the blink of an eye, but the instant it did so, Su Ming let out a cold chuckle. "You are just mortal fire, and your only function is to guard the entrance to the dust burner's territory. How dare you come and block my path?" Su Ming controlled the body so it raised its right hand to swing its arm forward. Immediately, blue light rose from the 9 blue lines of fire. 2 of them shone, and as they waved about in the air, the booming sounds in the area surged into heaven. The sea of fire that filled the area and charged towards Su Ming rushed into his right arm. In the blink of an eye, all of it was absorbed by the blue lines. Almost at the instant Su Ming did so, a cold and sinister snort came from the fog and echoed through the area. Along with the voice came a figure that charged towards him from the distance. Su Ming's footsteps came to a halt. When he looked over coldly, he saw a young man. There was pride on his face, and there were 6 marks of flames at the center of his brows. He was dressed in a fire-red long robe. As he strode forward, he instantly appeared in front of Su Ming. At the instant he looked towards him, his expression changed, and the sound of his snort died off. In fact, he even took a few steps backwards on instinct. With an expression of disbelief, he stared at Su Ming, at the face of the body he controlled, and the 9 marks of flames on him. The more he looked at them, the more familiar became the appearance of the body that Su Ming controlled, especially the 9 marks of flames at the center of his brows. It instantly caused him to remember something. The young man's expression changed drastically, and he cried out in surprise, "Tribe! Tribe leader!" The body Su Ming controlled was formed based on the corpse Shen family obtained in the past. However, some changes had been made, making it appear younger, and it only looked similar to the corpse instead of being identical to him. After all, they were forging a father-son relationship, not imitating the tribe leader himself. However, to increase the persuasiveness of the similarity between this father-son pair, the body had gone through a lot of modifications, which was why a person who saw it at first glance would have the feeling as if they were looking at the old tribe leader. The young man had never seen the previous tribe leader in person before, which was why he had not immediately recognized him. However, due to the annual ceremony to worship their ancestors, the portraits of the 40-something generations of tribe leaders they worshipped since he was young were etched into his memory, and one of the old tribe leaders looked just like the person he saw right then. The 9 marks of flames between the brows of the body Su Ming controlled acted as the key to guide the young man's thoughts. Yet soon, once he cried out in surprise, this young man noticed that something was wrong. This person only looked similar to the person in the portrait, but he was not that person. Because of it, when he connected the stories regarding the previous tribe leader to the status of the person in front of him, the answer to his identity arrived at the tip of his tongue. "Know who I am now." Resentment appeared in the eyes of the body Su Ming controlled. He took a step forward, raised his right hand, and seized the air in the direction of the young man. Shock had already filled the young man's heart. At that moment, he could not bring himself to give raise to any will to fight. As he retreated, he lifted his right hand, placed it by his mouth, and quickly blew a whistle. The whistle echoed with piercing tone in space. At the instant it spread out, the fog around the area started tumbling. A ball of flame manifested and charged towards the center of the young man's brows. It spun once there and turned into a firebird before rushing out towards the depths of the fog at an incredibly fast speed. Once he finished doing all this, the young man retreated once more. Su Ming cast a glance at the firebird. With his power, he could make it stop, but that firebird was clearly used to pass a message. A glint appeared in his eyes. He felt that there was something off about this. After a moment of contemplative silence, he went to chase after the young man. When the young man retreated, his expression was one of incredible nervousness. Once he saw that Su Ming was chasing after him, he muttered a curse, and fog instantly rose around him. It turned into an image of flames in front of him and charged behind him. Su Ming did not say a single word. He did not even spare a single glance at the incoming image of fire and just rushed forward, crashing straight through it. As a loud bang reverberated, a deafening sound of something shattering spread through space. The fire image shuddered, and Su Ming went straight through it. He raised his right hand and quickly seized the air in the direction of the young man. With it, the fog around him looked as if it was ordered around and turned into a gigantic fire hand to grab its prey. The young man's expression changed. When he saw that the hand was about to catch up to him, he gritted his teeth with vicious intensity, wrapped his arms around his chest, bent his body, and curled himself into a ball. Once he did so, he stretched his limbs outwards, and the 6 marks of flames at the center of his brows started flashing intensely, looking as if they were melting each other. Moments after, they formed a single, huge mark of flames. At the same time, a thick wave of fierce, crimson flames spread out from that mark. In the blink of an eye, it filled the young man's body. As it burned, it changed, and from a human, the young man turned into a flame giant of several dozens of feet. His clothes could not be seen, and neither could his appearance. The only thing Su Ming saw was a giant formed by flames. There was an incredibly large mark of flames at the center of his brows. He threw his head back and roared, then ran towards the palm from Su Ming, rushing over to him. Booming sounds instantly echoed in space. At that instant, Su Ming's eyes focused. He could tell that this transformation art was an inborn ability among dust burners. It was the same as heaven traversers possessing wings. Dust burners had been able to become one of the 4 venerated races and exist at the edge of divine essence star Ocean's core because they had this inborn ability to transform. The young man had originally been only in the middle stage of world plane realm, but when he transformed, his level of cultivation instantly increased exponentially and reached the later stage of world plane realm. Yet even so, before Su Ming, he was still so weak that he could not withstand even a single blow. If it was not because he wanted to observe the dust burners, he could have killed him instantly. Su Ming's eyes flashed, and he changed the direction of his right hand. Instead of seizing the young man, it turned to slap him. The two crashed into each other. Booming sounds echoed in the air, and the young man let out a shrill scream of pain. As he coughed up fresh blood, his body was sent flying backwards by the slap from the giant flame hand Su Ming had formed in space. When the transformation due to his innate ability fell apart, the flames scattered, and the young man returned to his original appearance. His face was pale and he coughed up blood again. Without even having time to wipe away the blood at the corners of his mouth, he used the force of the strike to help him retreat. Su Ming chased after him. Yet, at that moment, the expression of the young man fleeing in the distance relaxed. Dozens of whistles came from within the fog, and it was a sign that a dozen-something long arcs were closing in on the area. Su Ming stopped moving and looked coldly at the source of that sound. Immediately, he saw a dozen-something dust burners within the long arcs. Most of them were middle-aged men, with only the person in the lead being an ancient old man. Their expressions were incredibly solemn, and there was disbelief and deep doubt contained within them. When they arrived, the old man took hold of the injured young man. Once he saw his wounds, he frowned. When he raised his head, he looked towards the body Su Ming controlled. When he saw him, his expression changed drastically. Shock appeared on the faces of those behind him. "You are." The old man stared at the face of the body Su Ming controlled. That face was incredibly familiar to him, and what especially gained his attention were the 9 marks of flames at the center of the body's brows. All of these caused the old man's expression to become complicated. "Well, who do you think I am?" In the face of the old man's query, Su Ming threw his head back and laughed. There was enmity in that laughter, along with forlornness, as well as an ancient and anguished air that seemed as if it had been accumulated throughout thousands of years. The old man fell silent, but in the blink of an eye, a hint of resolution appeared in his eyes. "Seize him." Once he said these words, the dozen-something people behind him stopped moving for a while, as if they were hesitant. "Seize him!" the old man shouted out again. The dozen-something people behind him then gritted their teeth and flew out together to charge towards Su Ming. "Don't threaten his life," the old man said with complicated emotions. The dozen-something people charged forward. When they closed in on Su Ming, his shrill laughter echoed in space. With great anger and sadness, he raised his right hand and threw a punch towards the dozen-something people before him. With it, he executed the most powerful force he could bring out in this body, the offensive power of those in Solar Culpa realm. Loud booms sounds surged into the sky. As it grew so loud that it was deafening to the ears, the dozen-something people's bodies stopped altogether. In fact, even the old man's pupils shrank. The power that erupted from Su Ming's body caused him to be apprehensive. So this is my people. Su Ming spoke with a bark of laughter filled with anger and sadness. However, the anguish in his laughter was an emotion that only those who had lived through his experiences could sense. This is the people I never forgot and insisted on searching while living a life of trials and hardships, going through dangers that almost cost me my life. Su Ming raised his right hand and threw a punch forward again. I did not come here today for you dust burners. I will take the things my father left here, and with just you will not be able to stop me. Su Ming took a step forward and threw a punch again. The full power of Solar Culpa realm erupted from his body at that moment. Booming sounds reverberated in the air, and by himself, he forced the dozen-something dust burners to continuously retreat. Su Ming's punches did not land on anyone's bod, but struck the area in front of them. Because of that, it formed a powerful impact. It swept up the dozen-something people, preventing them from getting close to him. They could only move back continuously. The old man's expression changed. His pupils shrank, and a strange light appeared in his eyes as he stared at the body Su Ming controlled. The previous tribe leader left this place 10,000 years ago. This child's appearance is practically the same as his, and he has the presence of us, dust burners. There is no possibility that we could be wrong in this. I might not know with what woman and from what race the previous tribe leader had this child, but the 9 marks of the flames at the center of his brows clearly show the purity of his blood. He does indeed belong to the main bloodline of dust burners. If we judge based on this, then he should only be some thousands of years old, but with just thousands of years he has already reached this realm. His potential, even if he doesn't have the main bloodline, he would still become a presence that surpasses all of the others in our tribe. It's a pity. If progenitor could egress, then we might still be able to change things. As the old man shook his head, he fell into contemplative silence. Suddenly, his eyes shone, as if he had come to some sort of decision, and he spoke swiftly. All of you, turn into the burning spirit. As the old man spoke, the dozen-something dust burners stopped and wrapped themselves into a ball together. The marks of the flames at the center of their brows fused together, and suddenly, booming sounds reverberated in space. The dozen-something people turned into a dozen-something large flame giants in the blink of an eye, and as they roared, they charged towards the stranger. Su Ming saw the old man's expression change, and a thought formed in his heart. He did not believe that this had not caught the attention of Dust Burner's master of fate, lives, and death, not when this happened right at the tribe's doorstep. However, that person had still not appeared. There had to be a reason behind it. Su Ming had a few ideas why that might be so. There was a large floating continent at the core of the fog. That continent was not too large, but it was big enough for 100,000-something Dust Burners to live for countless years. This was where the Dust Burners tribe was stationed. There was a desert on the continent, and not a single plant could be seen there. Hot air filled the entire area, and there were hot gusts of wind occasionally blowing through the place. There were towers on the ground. Their heights were different, but even the shortest tower was thousand-something feet tall. As for the tall ones, they were several hundreds of thousands of feet tall. If a person cast their gaze across the land, they would find that there were hundreds of thousands of these towers around. They were scattered all over the place, and there were flames burning around them. The most important ones were located at the top of the towers. As for those around the buildings themselves, they were formed by the sea of fire spilling down from the top like flowing streams of water. The flames at the tops of the towers did not seem too strange at first sight, but if anyone looked carefully, they would find that each of them formed eyes. Because of it, the continent gave off a feeling that it had hundreds of thousands of eyes that seemed to be looking at all the secrets in the universe for all eternity. At that moment, at the top of the tallest tower, which stood at 100,000 something feet tall, was a middle-aged man sitting under the eye of the flame. His face was blackish red, and his expression gave off an awe-inspiring air. There were 9 marks of flames at the center of his brows. He watched the gigantic eye in front of him, not doing anything. Standing beside him were 9 old men. None of them were speaking at that moment. They only looked at the eye of the flame. Within it was the image of Su Ming fighting against the dozen-something dust burners in the fog beyond the continent. After a long while, the middle-aged man asked faintly while remaining seated, "Has progenitor shown signs of egression?" "There's no signs whatsoever," one of the old men behind him answered in a low voice. "No signs, Then it means that the old man has already egressed." The middle-aged man smiled faintly, but there was a dark and sinister aura to it. This was due to the presence of the body Su Ming controlled in the eye of the flame. This person is not old, but he has already reached this realm. It's clear that he has run into plenty of dangers and difficulties in the years he has wandered outside. The middle-aged man said softly, "I have never showed any care towards him over the years as his uncle. I feel slightly ashamed to face my older brother." The middle-aged man sighed softly. "Oh well, just kill him. The 9 of you go personally. Use the fastest speed you can muster to wipe out all his traces. I feel incredibly uncomfortable just looking at the 9 marks of flames at the center of his brows." The middle-aged man's voice remained calm. The 9 old men by his side hesitated for a moment before lowering their heads and voicing their obedience. In the span of a breath, all 9 of them disappeared without a trace. How can the old man not feel tempted by the presence of such a prodigy? "But why have you still not said anything? Could it be that there is something wrong with this person?" "Oh well, I'll help you solve this," the middle-aged man mumbled and closed his eyes. In the endless expanse above the fog formed by the sea of fire was a spot far away from the battlefield. It was quiet there, and even the rumbles from the fright could not reach this place. In the fog was a blurry figure sitting cross-legged. He was not tall and appeared very thin and small, having the appearance of a boy. He was currently staring at the area beneath him, as if his gaze could penetrate all the fog and see Su Ming on the battlefield. The blurry figure shook its head and said softly to itself, "There's nothing wrong with his presence. There's nothing wrong with the mark of his flame. The feeling of his blood is also correct, and his expression seems incredibly real as well. But why do I constantly sense an unfamiliar presence about him? When Zhe Rong and his brother had a falling out in the past, it was a pity that I had something to attend to outside. When I returned, he had already left the tribe. I predicted that he would run into a disaster that would cause his death, and it was of a kind that could not be resolved, which was why I did not chase after him and search for him. The tribe then obtained a new tribe leader. But in my predictions, Zhe Rong did not have children." The eyes of the blurry figure sparkled, and a piercingly cold look appeared within them, but there was still hesitation within them. "Whether or not you are a dust burner and Zhe Rong's descendant will depend on whether you have awakened our people's inborn ability, burning spirit. If you can transform into a burning spirit, then I will appear and recognize you as well as let you return to us. If you can't, then I'd like to see just who is scheming against us dust burners." The blurry figure laughed coldly and no longer spoke. Booming sounds surged into the heavens from the battlefield and reverberated in space. In the face of the dozen-something dust burners who had turned into burning spirits, which were the flame giants, Su Ming kept going forward and did not stop. Even if these people's level of cultivation increased exponentially once they transformed, the highest among them was just in lunar Kulpa realm. Compared to his current body, which could bring forth the power of solar Kulpa realm, the difference was too great. And this was before Su Ming even activated the power of his Ikang clone. If he did, then he could let this body fight against an almighty who had reached mastery realm, just like Heaven Traverser's progenitor. If Su Ming had been in possession of this body created by the supreme treasure at that time, then he was confident that he could have engaged Heaven Traverser's progenitor in an intense fight, and even made him frown. The anger and sadness on Su Ming's face did not falter. With a cold harumph and a step forward, he threw 3 consecutive punches. Boom! 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 The 3 punches landed in space and stirred up a powerful impact that turned into loud bangs that traveled in all directions, causing the dozen-something dust burners who had turned into burning spirits to look as if they were being blown by violent gusts of wind. They immediately fell back, and with a single move, Su Ming rushed out of their encirclement. Yet at the moment he rushed out, a sense of danger rose in Su Ming's mind. Xianxia, Huayu, Yunyu, Nianin, and Su Hui's hearts felt it as well. Careful! Powerful warriors are coming. It's not just one. There are 9 of them. The group's voices all reached Su Ming. At the same time, the expression of the old man who had appeared the earliest changed. 9 powerful vortices appeared in the space around Su Ming. Then 9 people walked out from them. They were 9 old men, and they were 9 almighties in Solar Culpa realm. Their appearance immediately caused the fog that was the sea of fire to surge like waves, and loud bangs rang out. As the fog fell backwards, a hot wave that could burn everything erupted from the bodies of the 9 people. At the same time, a piercing light spread out. It came from the 9 suns behind the newcomers. Once the 9 people appeared, killing intent radiated off their faces. A solemn look appeared on Su Ming's face, but he did not forget to throw his head back and laugh. Its sound betrayed that Su Ming intended to bid farewell to the world, but it also contained intense anger. This fitted his status. It also caused conflict to appear on the face of the old man who had appeared the earliest. Then it turned into resolve. The previous tribe leader did a favor to me in the past, and I have never been able to repay him. Today his son came here. Why should I hesitate any longer? The old man gritted his teeth. He did not attack, but instead immediately sent word to Su Ming. Young tribe leader, hurry up and transform into a burning spirit. With your current level of cultivation, you must have definitely awakened your inborn ability. Transform into a burning spirit, then all will be resolved. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. When he saw dust burners transforming, he had already recorded the process in his head. He had also seen some clues regarding that transformation. Once the old man spoke, Su Ming took a few swift steps back. He was already certain in his heart that the reason why Dust Burner's progenitor had not appeared was because he had not transformed into a burning spirit. This was definitely because he was uncertain of Su Ming's status. Transform into a burning spirit. The moment Su Ming sent this thought to the bald crane, he also sent it to Xianxia and the others. He prepared himself to curl into a ball, but then a thought appeared in his heart. He gave up on that action and instead stood there and executed the transformation into a burning spirit in a completely different manner. As he did so, he began activating Ikang's presence in his soul and dispersing it. Su Ming had decided to disperse Ikang's presence because his so-called burning spirit transformation was fake. For him, it was just an external transformation, but the other dust burners' level of cultivation would increase exponentially once they turned into burning spirits. Since that was the case, then if Su Ming transformed and retained his current level of cultivation, everyone would be able to tell with one glance that he was a fake. Once he fused with Ikang's presence, his power would increase. Because of that, the body he controlled would also have its power increase by leaps and bounds. The quick rise in power and presence would be almost the same as when a dust burner transformed into a burning spirit. Once Su Ming sent his divine thought outwards, Xianxia and the others immediately focused. The image of dust burners transforming appeared in their heads. The bald crane also used every ounce of its strength, while yelling for crystals in its heart, to transform with Xian family's supreme treasure, while Su Ming acted as its main soul. Su Ming did not know what form he should take as the son of the tribe leader and a dust burner who had 9 marks of flames. Thus, he could only act according to his own judgment. As he transformed, the marks of flames at the center of his brows fused together and his body was enveloped by a sea of fire. With a bang, Flames that were the exact same as the ones the burning spirits had let out appeared distinctly in the fog. Su Ming intentionally made the transformation slow. His eyes were hidden in the flames, and as he transformed, he observed the changes in expressions of the people around him, especially the 9 old men in Solar Culpa realm and the old man who had previously given him a reminder. These 10 were the ones Su Ming prioritized in his observations. As he watched them, he noticed that when he began transforming, the 9 old men in Solar Culpa realm stopped and did not attack anymore. Instead, they focused their attention on him, but when they noticed that he was changing into the same form as the other dust burners, 7 of them appeared as calm as they did before, but there were 2 who looked as if they were sighing in relief. This scene caused Su Ming to focus. When he looked towards the old man who had given him the reminder just then, he saw a hint of disappointment in the old man's expression. Su Ming thought quickly. At the instant his body was about to complete the transformation, he lifted his right foot, stomped on the galaxy, and let out a low growl. Blue flames swiftly appeared with a bang from the marks of flames that had fused together into one at the center of his brows. The blue flames were formed from the blue lines on the right arm of the body Su Ming controlled. When they appeared, they instantly enveloped his body, causing the flame giant that was Su Ming to turn into a blue flame giant. When he brought forth this transformation, Su Ming's eyes, which were still hidden in the flames, did not show a single hint of inattentiveness. Instead, with bright, sparkling eyes, he saw the expressions of the 9 old man in Solar Culpa realm change at once. In fact, a hint of nervousness as well as shock appeared on their faces. The disappointed look on the old man who had reminded him earlier turned into excitement in the blink of an eye. When Su Ming saw this, he no longer hesitated. He might still have been a little uncertain, but there was no longer time for him to think too much about this. With gritted his teeth, he finished his transformation in the blink of an eye. What appeared before the people was a flame giant several hundreds of feet tall. The flames on its body were azure blue. While surrounded by other dust burners, Su Ming's flames became the most brilliant flames in this galaxy. If it was just his body that had transformed, it would not have been enough to shock these people. Yet right then, power erupted from Su Ming's body. While it might still be power equivalent to those in Solar Culpa realm, it was a presence that was much stronger than that of a normal cultivator in Solar Culpa realm. It gave rise to a loud bang and formed a mighty pressure that forced the 9 old men to retreat as their expressions changed. And this was just Su Ming fusing Ikang's presence into his body, and not him truly having his Ikang clone descend into this place. If that happened, he could fight against an almighty in Mastery Realm with the Supreme Treasure around. With the bald crane around, the Supreme Treasure formed a perfect layer of protection, preventing the presence of Su Ming's Ikang clone from spreading outwards. Because of it, his transformation had no flaws. Almost at the instant the body Su Ming controlled turned into a blue flame giant. The eyes of the middle-aged man sitting and meditating at the top of the 100,000 feet tower in the Dust Burners continent located in the depths of the fog flew open. He stared at the eye of the flame in front of him, and as his expression changed, he stood up. He reached blue flame transformation? At the same time, the blurry figure who seemed like a boy in the area above the fog curled his lips into a faint smile. At the instant he saw the body Su Ming controlled turn into a blue flame giant. All his doubts were dispelled. In truth, even if this person had just turned into a normal crimson flame giant, he would not have suspected him anymore. He would have been just slightly disappointed. After all, crimson flames were something all of them could do once they awakened, but the level of difficulty for blue flames was far greater. This required a second awakening, and it had nothing to do with level of cultivation. The key to it was in the blood. With just a few thousand years, he reached Solar Culpa realm, and his blood reached blue flame transformation. Zhe Rong, you delivered a great gift to our race. The blurry figure stood up with a bark of laughter, then took a step downwards, towards the battlefield. This child has reached Solar Culpa realm, but a son formed by his cultivation base did not manifest. This can only mean that he has not truly reached Solar Culpa realm, but attained it due to some sort of serendipity. If that's the case, then it explains why he obtained such offensive power within thousands of years. Not bad. Not bad at all. The blurry figure was indeed a boy. He had a head full of white hair but appeared only to be about 7 or 8 years old. He strode forward with a smile, and the expression of praise as well as joy spread through his face. On the battlefield, once Su Ming transformed, he looked at the 9 old men in Solar Culpa realm whose expressions had changed by then. At that moment, everything around him was in dead silence. The dust burners' gazes when they looked at Su Ming were no longer the same as before. There was respect contained in their eyes, along with zealousness. Su Ming looked towards the 9 old men in Solar Culpa realm and asked in a ghastly voice, "Do the 9 of you want to kill me?" A vast, mighty presence spread out as he spoke, sweeping up the fog around him while his voice echoed in the area in loud booms. The 9 people's expressions changed, and anguish appeared in their hearts. They knew that there were plenty of rules in the tribe, and one of them was that those who had more marks of flames were to be regarded with respect. These 9 old men had only 8 marks of flames, and when they attacked just then, they could be seen as going against the rules of their tribe. However, this person had not been considered a member of their race moments ago, so it did not bring about too much of an effect. Yet at that moment, once he transformed, revealing blue flame transformation, they knew that there was absolutely no need for anyone to verify his identity to make sure that he was a dust burner. When they added this fact to the one that he possessed 9 marks of flames, a mighty pressure greater than his power was formed. Even the tribe leader did not have the right to kill one of their own who possessed 9 marks of flames and the blue flame transformation. As the 9 old men in Solar Culpa realm hesitated, a long string of laughter broke the silence. The fog tumbled backwards as the laughter echoed in space, and a blurry figure walked out of thin air. With one step forward, his body gained corporeal form, and eventually, a boy with white hair walked out. The boy's appearance immediately caused the expressions of the 9 old men in Solar Culpa realm to change. Without any hesitation, they knelt down and worshipped him. "Greetings, progenitor." The dust burners around the area and the old man who had given Su Ming a reminder also knelt down together to worship him with zealousness and reverence. Su Ming's pupils contracted as he stared at the boy walking towards him. He could sense the mighty pressure spreading out from the person's body incredibly clearly. This was a master of fate, lives, and death. The feeling that the other's entire body was filled with supreme power allowed Su Ming to know that this person had already perfected Mastery Realm. His power was almost the exact same as that of the one he had met in the territory where the 4 great true worlds were stationed. "What is your name?" A smile appeared on the boy's face when he looked at Su Ming. "M.O.?" Su Ming replied faintly. At that moment, Xianxia, Yunyu, Nianyin, and Huayu immediately became nervous in the body he controlled. Su Ming's answer was not the name they had set previously, but Su Ming had been the one taking the lead all this while. During the course of their journey here, the decisions he made brought about a crucial effect, so his choices were clearly much better than the original plan, which was why even though they were nervous, they did not send out any thoughts to him. "Oh? Why did you name yourself this way?" A light crease appeared between the boy's brows. This was not a dust burner's name. "Because ever since I can remember myself, I had an important person in the place where I lived. His family name was M.O." Su Ming replied calmly. There was a hint of obstinacy in his voice. "Who is your father?" the boy asked again. Su Ming stared at the boy in front of him coldly and did not speak. The boy was also staring at him, but as he observed Su Ming, he heaved a sigh in his heart. He could see the resentment, anger, and sadness in this person's heart, and there was no longer any need for an answer as to why those emotions were in him. When this child was born, his father should have died soon after, and he was brought up by a person whose family name was M.O. He must have been able to come to this place because Zhe Rong had entrusted him with an authentication token and some pointers to this place before he died and left him an orphan. "I don't have a father." Su Ming let out a cold snort. "What are you saying?" the boy shouted out. There was a hint of solemnness in his voice as he continued speaking. "Your father's name is Zhe Rong. He is the previous tribe leader of Dust Burners. I watched him grow up into an adult, and you are a dust burner as well as the young tribe leader of our people. Oh well, I will tell you about your father later. Now, child, you are home." The boy looked at Su Ming, and a kindly expression appeared on his face. "I am not a dust burner. I came here to take that Zhe Rong's belongings. Since you dust burners could cast my father and me aside for thousands of years, The obstinacy in Su Ming's voice became even stronger, but before he could even finish speaking, the boy swung his arm forward, and all the fog in the area let out a loud bang before swiftly turning into a gigantic hand. That hand occupied most of the galaxy. It was made of fog, and no end to it could be seen. Once it appeared, it swiftly clenched into a fist. What it grasped was not just Su Ming, but all the dust burners in the area. Booming sounds reverberated in the air. Su Ming could fight against it, but he did not attack. If anyone looked at the fog in dust burners' territory from the distance, they would find that they could see a hand formed by fog dissipating the moment it clenched into a fist. The fog spread out once more then, but all the dust burners present moments ago had disappeared. In the depths of the fog was the continent where dust burners lived. On it was a tower several thousands of feet tall, and hovering over it was a ball of flames resembling an eye. In that eye was Su Ming, and he was sitting cross-legged in there without moving. There was an endless sea of fire around him, making it seem as if he was in another world. Beyond the eye of the flame where he sat was Dust Burner's progenitor, who was sitting cross-legged. It was the 9th day since Su Ming was brought back to Dust Burner's continent from the battlefield of fog. How very impervious to reason. You are just like your father in the past. I've told you plenty of times that when your father and your uncle had a falling out and left in the past, I was outside and could not rush back. As for you, I told your father's fortune years ago, and in that prediction, I saw that he would never have children in his life. That is why I never had anyone venture out to search for you. But I'll admit that there are times when predictions do not end up true. This was caused by your father meeting someone who changed his fate when he was outside. That is why your existence was not part of my predictions. And it is also why your power reached this state within just thousands of years and even awakened to blue flames. The boy said with a frown while staring at Su Ming sitting in the flames. He had detained him for 9 days. Since the first day, the man did not acknowledge Dust Burners and did not want to become a part of their people. On the 9th day, it was still the same. In fact, he no longer spoke and was fighting back with silence. This vexed Dust Burner's progenitor. If it had been any other member of his race, he would have killed them with a smack and not have bothered wasting his breath on them. Even if they were members of his race, he would not have paid any attention to them if they only had normal potential. Since they did not want to become Dust Burners, then they might as well get lost and live on their own in the world outside. Yet he was incredibly happy with this MO before his eyes. He was already this powerful at such a young age and had awakened to the blue flames. Even Zhe Rong and his brother could not do this at his age. In fact, in progenitor's eyes, if he educated this child well, there was a high possibility that a second master of fate, lives, and death would appear in the tribe. At that time, if he didn't begin failing in health, they could bring about a time of glory for Dust Burners and fight against Rongwu race. Son, I can understand your resentment and will make up for the lack of concern from your people in the past. But you've already returned to the tribe, and I've already made an announcement that you are the young tribe leader. While you're here, no one will be able to harm you. Even your uncle, who is the current tribe leader, won't be able to do it. As soon as you form your own solar culpa instead of reaching that realm with your offensive power, I will immediately invalidate the current tribe leader and make you the new tribe leader. By doing so, you can also make your father rest in peace. Besides, I can guide you in your training. I already look forward to you becoming a master of fate, lives, and death and making Dust Burners return to their former glory. The progenitor, who looked like a child, continued advising Su Ming earnestly and patiently with good intentions. Su Ming sat in the flames with obstinacy on his face, but Xianxia and his group were in a state of excitement and were itching to make Su Ming immediately agree to it. But he was the leader and had even helped them obtain success that they would not have been able to obtain with their own plan. Because of that, They did not dare to advise him though, and only watched helplessly as he sat without saying a single word. After several days of silence, Su Ming opened his eyes and asked, "How can you make me a master of fate, lives, and death?" Dust Burner's progenitor immediately smiled. As long as Su Ming spoke, it was fine. The thing he worried about the most was him having made up his mind to not speak again. But since he spoke, everything could be settled through discussion. "Even if you don't become a master of fate, lives, and death, when my health starts failing, I will turn all the epiphany I have gained into the 10th flame and fuse it into your body so that you can become an almighty in mastery realm. However, that will cause your level of cultivation to come to a halt, and you will never be able to gain an epiphany of fate realm." Dust Burner's progenitor looked at Su Ming and smiled with kindness. When Su Ming saw that smile, he fell silent, feeling rather complicated inside. That smile was real, and everything the other had done during the past 9 days were also true. He truly treated him as Zhe Rong's child and a Dust Burner. Su Ming had only seen this smile scant few times. The first to show it to him was his elder, next was his master, and the third was Dust Burner's progenitor. "Mo, don't worry. I promise. I will make up for all the grievances you suffered over these years." Dust Burner's progenitor looked at Su Ming, and his smile filled with even more kindness. The praise on his face grew stronger as days went by, and as he communicated with Su Ming, he truly grew fond of the child before his eyes. He was smart but also loyal, stubborn but also impulsive. Thousands of years of loneliness might have made him slightly extreme, but it also gave him a trough of experience that other people could not obtain. Dust Burner's progenitor could see all of this. The youth must have gone through plenty of trials and tribulations as well as countless life and death situations to be able to reach this state, obtain such power, and find where Dust Burners were located. Dust Burner's progenitor saw all the scars and wounds on the body Su Ming controlled. Some of them had already healed, but some were still closing up. Progenitor could even tell which beast left behind which marks on his body. Fate realm is after mastery realm. So life realm is after fate realm? Su Ming raised his head and looked at Dust Burner's progenitor. He did not have an in-depth understanding of masters of fate, lives, and death. Even a Kang had only a vague notion of it in its memories. Since it did not train in the path of cultivation, it had no details. Master of fate, lives, and death, rise and fall of fate, reincarnation of life, death of the universe. These are the 4 great realms. Dust Burner's progenitors said with a smile and explained in detail for Su Ming. He was very eager to explain this to make Su Ming excited and become hung up about this so that he would stay among Dust Burners. The people in the 4 great realms can all be known as masters of fate, lives, and death, but in truth, that title signifies 4 realms, and mastery realm is the limit of physical power. The second is fate realm. With the limit of power, you will control the fate of the things around you, and from it, you will come to understand your own fate. Once your fate fuses with the fate around you, you will gain completion and be able to control the rise and fall of fate. The third is reincarnation of life. This is a realm where it can be said that you have obtained eternal life, but there are simply far too few who have reached this state. I am not too certain on the details on how to get to that realm either. The fourth is death of the universe. This is the final realm for masters of fate, lives, and death. Progenitor's voice was ancient at this moment and gave off a feeling of time. It reverberated in the area, and there was a hint of yearning on his face. However, a stage of decline will exist for all within each realm. This is a disaster, but once we get through it, we will have a chance to reach a new realm. Yet it is just a chance. If we don't manage to get through it, our forms and spirits will be destroyed. When he said these words, he sighed. Su Ming remained silent for a moment. Then a hint of resolve appeared on his face when he looked at Dust Burner's progenitor. What comes after the masters of fate, lives, and death? Is there anything else after that? There is. Progenitor nodded. After the masters of fate, lives, and death is the sublime realm. This is a realm that I do not know the details of as well. Rumors have it that those in the sublime realm are known as sublime paragons and can replace an entire galaxy. However, these were sublime paragons of the ancient era. They have all perished in the Rho Leonis disaster. As of now, there are 4 great true worlds beyond divine essence star ocean. There are sublime paragons in them, but there should not be anyone who has become a true sublime paragon. They are only inferior sublime paragons. Dust Burner's progenitor said calmly, but the impact brought to Su Ming by these words was incredibly great. It also caused Xianxia, Nianyin, Huayu, Yunyu, and Su Hui's hearts to tremble as well while they were in the body Su Ming controlled. They realized that when they were with Su Ming, they seemed to be able to learn some things that they would have otherwise remained oblivious to their entire lives, such as the 3 great ancient kingdoms, the resentful Weiss, and the 361 expanse cosmoses. And just moments ago, they learned of the categorizations of masters of fate, lives, and realms, as well as rumors about sublime paragons. What is after that? The resolution on Su Ming's face grew greater. After that is Avicania. Dust Burner's progenitor looked at Su Ming and shook his head. Avicania is a realm, and just like the meaning of the word Avicania itself, unless you have reached this realm, you are not allowed to speak of it, or else you will bring great disaster on yourself. That is, a realm that has surpassed the imagination of all the living. Su Ming fell silent. This was the first time he had heard of such a circumstantial realm. At that moment, he might have seemed calm, but a huge storm had already stirred in his heart. All the realms were like ravines that were placed in front of him, but they stimulated the resolve in his heart. He longed for the day that he would cross these ravines and reach a realm about which all the living could not speak of, or rather, did not speak of. Perhaps this is the true meaning of Avicania. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. There are plenty of lives in the universe, and a long period of time has already passed. Countless races have risen and fallen. Some of them remain to this date, albeit as remnants. Some have been destroyed, their bloodlines having disappeared. Some have become greater. The way to make a race strong is to have powerful warriors, to find people who can take over the tasks of these powerful warriors, and whether there is anyone who can become a master of fate, lives, and death. Mo, you are a dust burner. Dust Burner's progenitor said sincerely and earnestly. I am not. Su Ming felt slightly complicated in his heart as he looked at Dust Burner's progenitor in front of him. You! Progenitor, who had the appearance of a child, stared at Su Ming, and after a long while he sighed. Since you are not willing to become a dust burner, then why did you come here? I do not believe in the things you said about wanting to take the things your father left behind. Tell me, what is your goal? Dust Burner's progenitor asked while shaking his head. Su Ming remained silent for a moment before his gaze landed on progenitor. I want to go to the 5th true world. When Su Ming said these words, the boy's eyes suddenly focused. Dust Burner's progenitor cast a few scrutinizing glances at Su Ming before he asked calmly, what is the reason? Su Ming met progenitor's gaze and answered softly, to return a debt of gratitude. Dust Burner's progenitor fell silent. He did not ask for details, but instead stood up. Once he cast a profound look at Su Ming. He no longer spoke, but swung his arm and walked away. He then disappeared into space. He left behind Su Ming, who closed his eyes in the flames on the 1,000-feet-tall tower. Xianxia and his clique had incredibly mixed feelings in their hearts. On one hand, they felt excited over the success they obtained after Su Ming changed their plan, but on the other hand, they were filled with surprise and a hint of uneasiness when Su Ming spoke about the 5th true world to Dust Burner's progenitor. After all, this was where Dust Burner's tribe was located. Once their identity was exposed, it would be impossible for them to escape, and what would await them would be certain death. While their hearts were filled with nervousness, Xianxia, Yunyu, Nianyin, and Huiyu did not send thoughts to each other, but instead thought by themselves. Su Hui had always acknowledged Su Ming's decisions. Even at that moment it was the same. The bald crane was a simple-minded creature. No matter what Su Ming did, the main thing it would focus on would only be crystals. Su Ming sat cross-legged in the fire with closed his eyes. His expression was calm, and not a hint of emotion could be seen on him. He did not want to deceive Dust Burner's progenitor too much, even if he had harbored the desire to kill this race before he came here. However, the kindly and amiable expression on Progenitor's face had turned into a sigh in the end in Su Ming's heart. Humans were complicated creatures. They would be moved by certain things, and as their hearts were touched, their thoughts would also change. This was common sense. Others would be affected in this manner, and it was the same for Su Ming. If Dust Burner's progenitor had been half-hearted towards him, then he would not have moved Su Ming's heart, but the more amiable he was to Su Ming and the more he looked at him with a kindly face, the more complicated Su Ming's emotions became. He was not a dust burner. He also came to this place with a motive. With those thoughts in his head, Su Ming had replied that he was not when Dust Burner's progenitor said he was a dust burner. To Dust Burner's progenitor, this was brought about by Su Ming's obstinance and resentment. But in truth, Su Ming was telling him the truth. That was also why he had told the true reason why he came to this place. But clearly, it had been misunderstood by progenitor as Su Ming making a request to him. If he fulfilled this request, then he would choose to become a dust burner. This misunderstanding came about not because Dust Burner's progenitor did not have enough experience, and neither was it because he was dumb. Instead, it was because there was simply no flaw in Su Ming's transformation due to the supreme treasure, coupled with some changes the bald crane had made on some details. There was not a single flaw in Su Ming's story, his expressions, his gaze, and all his words. It could be said that if anyone among the supreme treasure, the bald crane, and Su Ming was missing, they would have never reached this point. Days went by with Su Ming continuing to sit in the flames and waiting. When 1 month went by, Dust Burner's progenitor appeared beside the 1,000 feet tall tower, right beside the flames. There was a hint of fatigue on his face when he looked at Su Ming in the ball of flames. Su Ming opened his eyes and saw the fatigue on him. "Are you certain you want to go to the fifth true world?" Dust Burner's progenitor asked calmly. Su Ming nodded. "If you want to go to the fifth true world, you will need the fifth stone to go to the fifth ocean. Over there, the fifth stone will be attracted by the fifth true world in the void and with rush there at an extreme speed. You must remember to hold onto the stone tightly, for only then will it be able to lead you through time and space. When you go there, you must keep the fifth stone close to you at all times. It is the only way for you to come back." Dust Burner's progenitor remained silent for a moment after that. He then swung his right arm in space, and 2 jade slips immediately charged towards Su Ming. They seeped into the flames and floated in front of him. When Su Ming raised his hand to receive them, he scanned them with his Atman. His heart shuddered. The first jade slip was divided into 2 parts. The first one was a detailed map of the inner part of Divine Essence Star Ocean, with the fifth ocean clearly marked in there. The second part was a gigantic outline. 3 words were written on it: Fifth True World. This was a general map of the fifth true world. Even if it was just a small part of it, it was enough to stun everyone. After all, this was the fifth true world that had disappeared countless years ago. There was only a small part in the second jade slip that was an unknown region. Beseeched, the place was divided into 9 layers, and each layer was incredibly detailed. In the 9th one, which was the deepest layer, was a flaming red region. There were 3 words marked on it: the fifth stone. The second jade slip is a map of the fifth kiln. If you want to go to the fifth true world, you will need the fifth stone, and it is only produced by the fifth kiln. Dust Burner's progenitor saw shock on Su Ming's face and explained the reason why he gave the second jade slip to him. Su Ming fell silent, the shock in his heart becoming even greater. Besides the 3 maps, there was another reason why he was stunned. On the first jade slip, he had sensed a bloody presence. That bloody presence did not seem ancient, but was fresh. "Progenitor, how did you obtain this jade slip?" Su Ming hesitated for a moment before he looked at Dust Burner's progenitor. When he once more saw the fatigue on his face, he gradually came to an understanding. "It's nothing. I already had the map on the second jade slip, but the first part wasn't complete, and while I might know the way to the fifth true world through the fifth ocean, I've never went there myself. I didn't know how to come back either. Besides, if you truly reached the fifth true world, you would need a map. That is why I went to the fifth ocean to search for a few old friends and got myself a map. He might have described it with a casual air, but Su Ming could hear the bloody slaughter behind his words. During the last month, Dustburner's progenitor had to have stirred up a storm in the fifth ocean, and only after a great battle would he have managed to snatch the first jade slip. The fatigue on his face was the proof of that great battle. This was an important map, especially the parts regarding to the fifth true world. Those in possession of such a map were definitely not weaklings, or else it would not have taken Dustburner's progenitor a month to obtain it, and he would also not have returned this tired. By the way, if you truly obtain the fifth stone, then once you reach the fifth ocean, remember to make a copy of the map and throw the first jade slip into the ocean. At that time, someone will come get it, and once they get the jade slip, they will not make things hard for you, Dustburner's progenitor said calmly. Su Ming fell silent. He could already imagine that there were alien races in the fifth ocean, and they would not let just anyone enter their home ground. Then the jade slip in his hands was an authentication token, one that could allow him to enter and exit the fifth ocean at will. And him coming to possess this authentication token was related to Dustburner's progenitor venturing out this time. It was certain that besides fighting against them, Dustburner's progenitor had also paid some kind of price. Oh, come now, don't act like a child. I admit that I have been unjust to your father in the past and didn't search for him, making him wander outside for so many years. I said that I will make up to you. Since you brought up the request to head to the fifth true world, I naturally had to help you with all that I could. As for me, I'm fine. Dustburner's progenitor smiled kindly as he looked at Su Ming. His expression was that of a senior member of a family looking at a promising junior member of the family. Su Ming stayed silent. He had incredibly mixed feelings in his heart, along with a hint of regret. Now let's talk about the main point, the fifth kiln. The progenitor's expression became serious. Very few people know where the fifth kiln is located in Divine Essence Star Ocean. However, most of the ancient existences still know about the connection between the fifth kiln and Dustburners. The fifth kiln is the supreme treasure we Dustburners protect, progenitor explained while looking at Su Ming. However, there is one thing that most people do not know. If you could come here, then you must certainly know about the 4 venerated races in the inner parts of Divine Essence Star Ocean. Heaven Traversers have wings, Virtue Rooters have snake bodies, and Rung Wu race. It is a group that is completely isolated from us. They live with ferocious beasts, and they have completely turned into them. In fact, I suspect that Rung Wu race has evolved from a group of beasts. Only Dustburners look somewhat normal, if you ignore our inborn ability to transform. Do you know the reason why? Dustburner's progenitor looked at Su Ming with a smile. Su Ming hesitated for a moment before he looked back. Suddenly, an inconceivable idea formed in his mind. Once it took root, it continued growing, until it occupied all of Su Ming's head. His eyes focused. You came from the fifth true world, from inside the fifth kiln. He only said these 2 sentences, but once they reached the child-looking progenitor's ears, he laughed loudly. The praise on his face grew even stronger. As expected of a dust burner who possesses the greatest amount of potential since a long time ago. That's right, accurately speaking, we dust burners do not belong to Divine Essence Star Ocean. We belong to the fifth true world. In fact, we are not even a race within the fifth true world, but are a race formed after the vessel spirit in the fifth kiln was dispersed. Our original appearance is how we appear after we transform with our inborn ability. However, once the fifth kiln reached Divine Essence Star Ocean and we obtained the forms we could manifest, we broke our previous master's seal. Since then, dust burners appeared in the inner parts of Divine Essence Star Ocean. It has been an incredibly long time since that time. I, too, only learned about this through the words passed down the generations. It's a pity that it has been a long time since then. When we were vessel spirits and had not left the fifth kiln, we did not know much about the fifth true world, or else I would not have needed to go to such trouble to search for a map, Dust Burner's progenitor said faintly. Su Ming might have guessed a part of it, but he was still incredibly shocked by progenitor's words. In his shock, another vague guess formed in his head. This guess made him unable to keep calm. In fact, he thought that this was even crazier and even more inconceivable than his previous deduction. It was highly impossible, but the guess still continued circling in his head, out of his control. Su Ming forced down the guess in his heart and looked at Dustburner's progenitor before he asked. Then, the master of the fifth kiln was. The young boy raised his head and looked at the sky before he said softly, "Have you ever heard of a race known as abyss builders?" A loud bang went off in Su Ming's head. The fifth true world had disappeared many years ago. No one remembered any longer when it had happened, just that it was in an age-long past. Perhaps the amount of years Dustburners had lived in Divine Essence Star Ocean could be used to calculate how many years the fifth true world had been missing. Then just how many years had it been since progenitor Dao Chun from True Morning Dao World had isolated himself? In fact, how many years had it been since one man brought his pregnant wife to pass by True Morning Dao World and was chased by Morning Dao sect? The wife was injured gravely as she was about to give birth. With a smile, she died. And when the man held her in his arms, he had shouted a sentence in a shrill voice. "This world shall be built for abyss." How many years had it been since then? Su Ming's heart trembled. Various thoughts appeared in his mind, but were immediately sealed up by his power, preventing Xianxia, Yunyu, Nianin, Huayu, and Yuxian from sensing anything. The time isn't right. They should not have left the fifth true world with the fifth kiln. Su Ming mumbled in his heart, but there was uncertainty in his guess, because even he did not know for just how long he had lived. "You are still a child. You wouldn't know about abyss builders." Progenitor's words reached Su Ming's ears, and he forced down the hint of complicated emotions and melancholy in his heart. He had long since been able to ascertain that the man who had wreaked havoc in True Morning Dao World was his father, and the pregnant woman who was about to give birth was his mother. He had seen her in the depths of his memories when he was in Western Ring Nebula's foreign lands. At that time, she had held him in her arms and insisted on protecting him even if she had already died. However, he did not want to think about it, did not want to ponder over it, did not want to let himself sink into a vortex in which he could lose himself. In regards to parents and familial love, perhaps it had once existed when the man looked at the woman with a smile, and she lowered her head to look at her large stomach. The hands that caressed it belonged both a man and a woman. There was anticipation contained within that touch, along with parental love, happiness, and warmth which Su Ming had never experienced in his life. Perhaps it should be said that before that warmth could even get close to him, it had already reached the end of its existence without making a single sound. In the end, it was just a scene akin to mountains and rivers falling to eternal silence and the passage of time reaching its end. It was just the lonely snow. Su Ming was lonely, just like the celestial beings in heaven. Time seeped through the cracks between his fingertips. His memories sank into the depths of his mind as he continued changing. His heart sought for a way to escape reality, and his dreams were laden with grief in the dark. This was Su Ming's emotions towards his parents, and they were mixed with a hint of anguish that he did not want to dwell upon, along with a hint of resentment that suited his current identity. What he resented was not his mother who held him after she died or his father who died after he went mad, but Morning Dao sect who had brought about all of this. That was why he possessed Dao Kong. The simple destruction of Morning Dao sect was not enough for him to vent his resentment and frustrations. He wanted to rain down chaos on the sect and become the sect's master. At that moment, he would smile and lead the entire Morning Dao sect through a windstorm of self-destruction. In fact, if he had children, he would not even choose to destroy Morning Dao sect. Instead, he would turn the entire Morning Dao sect into a pen of livestock for the descendants of the Su family to possess for generations to come. Abyss builders were the strongest race in the fifth true world. Progenitor's voice was slow, and Su Ming's mind, which currently had a storm raging within it, slowly returned to reality. The fifth kiln was created by abyss builders, and dust burners were in truth created by abyss builders as well. There was a slightly complicated look on Progenitor's face as he told Su Ming the story that he knew. The fifth kiln had two masters. The first one was Abyss Builder's progenitor, but he died during the disaster. The second master was his grandson Su Xianyi. He was the second strongest person among Abyss Builders, next only to Abyss Builders' progenitor. There was originally a third master. He was Su Xianyi's son. But this child never appeared, which is why the fifth kiln doesn't have a third master even up to this date. When Su Ming heard this, he could no longer hide the emotions on his face. His body shuddered, and his expression changed continuously. When Dust Burner's progenitor saw this, he did not speak of it, but continued his tale. During the disaster of the fifth true world, Abyss Builders were exterminated. Only Su Xianyi managed to escape and bring his pregnant wife through an all-direction seal which he opened with the fifth kiln. When he escaped from the fifth true world, he appeared in the inner parts of Divine Essence Star Ocean. They lived there for a long time and opened the fifth kiln so that Dust Burners could venture out. We regarded him as our master and lived for generations in Divine Essence Star Ocean. He wanted to break the curse placed on the baby within his wife's body. That curse had been placed by a sublime paragon, and it would result in Abyss Builder's bloodline going extinct. This curse killed the baby, but Su Xianyi used his power and desperately maintained a hint of life force within the baby. A long, long time later, they ventured out once, and never returned. Dust Burner's progenitor finished softly, his voice echoing in space. Su Ming was silent. After a long while, he asked, if they were such a powerful race, how did they disappear? And even the fifth true world disappeared from the universe. This is a story that happened a long time ago. I am not aware of the details. After all, at that time I was just a ball of fire in the kiln and did not have my own consciousness. However, Dust Burner's progenitor looked at Su Ming. Once I gained my consciousness, I heard a few progenitors of the past generations mention some of it. This matter is related to sublime paragons, limits, numbers, and ancient way. Su Ming's pupils contracted. This was an incredibly great question at the bottom of his heart. Why was the fifth true world destroyed by the four great true worlds working together? And Abyss Builders, why were they exterminated? Originally, Su Ming believed that this was somehow related to Abyss Builder's inborn ability. However, when he heard progenitor's words, he suddenly felt that his guesses were wrong. Since this concerned sublime paragons, then there was definitely not just one or two of them. Instead, all of sublime paragons from the four great true worlds had caused this to happen. Then just what reason could push these sublime paragons who had surpassed the masters of fate, lives, and death to the point that they would want to exterminate Abyss Builders to the last person? Numbers, limitations, ancient way, these three words echoed in Su Ming's head, but he could not connect them together. How great was the number and whose limit was it that made it necessary for them to destroy Abyss Builders? Why was it also connected to the already destroyed ancient way? All right, these are all the things regarding Dust Burners that you need to know. Now I will take you to the fifth kiln. As for whether you can find the fifth stone in there will depend on whether you can encounter a serendipitous event. After the changes the fifth kiln went through in the past, plenty of things have transformed in it. The signs of manifestation of other vessel spirits have also appeared. There is a great amount of danger in there, but you are a Dust Burner. You have a natural advantage. But once the kiln is activated, it'll be impossible for you to be the only one who will step in, because a sea of fire that will sweep through the entire Divine Essence Star Ocean will appear. Due to that, some almighties in Divine Essence Star Ocean and cultivators from the galaxy beyond will rush over. Are you certain that you want to go to the fifth kiln? Dust Burner's progenitor looked over. Su Ming remained silent for a moment, then nodded. Dust Burner's progenitor cast Su Ming a profound look. When he raised his right hand and swung it in the air, the flames around Su Ming immediately fell back, and Su Ming's body appeared in the air. Immediately after, Dust Burner's progenitor swung his arm again. The weather instantly changed. Winds rose and clouds surged, as if time and space had changed. Could be said that clouds were charging forward like flowing water in the sky. This scene made it seem as if the heavens and the land were being changed. Su Ming obviously felt that he was not moving. In fact, even Dust Burner's progenitor stood in his place without moving. But when everything about them stopped within a few breaths, Su Ming discovered that they were no longer in Dustburner's continent. They were surrounded by an empty galaxy. Not a single sound could be heard in the dead silence. The only thing present there was a gigantic picture of a flame in front of them. The flame was so big that when other people saw it, the image could reflect in their entire pupil. There was no end to the flame. It made no sound, and there were no hot waves crashing into Su Ming's face. In fact, he felt as if the gigantic flame was fake. It existed between a state of being real and fake. Su Ming's pupils shrank. He was first shocked by the shift Dustburner's progenitor just executed. He had never seen that sort of shifting before. Clearly, this was a divine ability that only masters of fate, lives, and death possessed. Dustburner's progenitor cast Su Ming a look and said faintly, as if he could see the thoughts in Su Ming's heart. That was the position-changing art. If you reach Mastery Realm someday, you will be able to do it as well. This is where the fifth kiln that Dustburners protect lays. It might seem close, but it is in truth very far away. Even if we fly for 10,000 years, we would not be able to get closer. There are two ways of going inside. One of them requires you to be the master of the fifth kiln, and the other needs you to open it and make the outer flames spill out. By doing so, you will be able to enter the fifth kiln. You will need 3 days to activate the kiln. When the outer flames spread out through the entire divine essence star ocean, you will bring about a disaster. You will need half a month. Use that half a month to prepare yourself. When the color of the outer flames changes to purple, you can enter the kiln. Remember this. It will first be crimson, then it will turn blue, and then purple. In the end, it will turn black. When it turns black, all the living beings in the sea of fire will die. Wait here. I will go back and activate the kiln. Dustburner's progenitor cast Su Ming a look again. When he turned around, his body gradually faded away. Su Ming looked at the fifth kiln in the distance. As his pupils shrank, he fell silent and did not speak. But there were hundreds of thoughts spinning in his head as he carefully analyzed progenitor's words and the several profound looks he cast at him. Gradually, a brilliant light flashed in Su Ming's eyes. At that moment, in the core of the fog where Dustburner's continent was, progenitor's body walked out of thin air on the 100,000 feet tall tower in the land. There was a person sitting cross-legged on the tall tower. This person was middle-aged, and he was Dustburner's tribe leader. Once he saw the child-looking progenitor, he immediately stood up and bowed respectfully to him. "Activate the kiln," Dustburner's progenitor said flatly. The middle-aged man was momentarily stunned. When he looked over the boy before him, he hesitated for a moment. Dustburners can never return to the kiln. This is the law set by our ancestors. If you value him so highly, I can give him the position of tribe leader. For if he returns to the kiln, he will immediately return to become a fire spirit. Is he a Dustburner? Dustburner's progenitor was silent for a moment. Then he sighed softly. The meaning behind his words was incredibly shocking, and it caused the middle-aged man's expression to change swiftly. Su Ming and Su Xianyi, both their family names are the same character Thu. Yes, my mind is running wild with theories at this moment. There was no way people who became masters of fate, lives, and death could be easily deceived. Even if not a single flaw could be found once the supreme treasure and the bald crane worked together, and even if not a single mistake in Su Ming's not just similar but extremely alike acting. Even if the power that erupted from him was also the exact same as the blue flames obtained in burning spirit transformation. However, if it could have deceived Dustburner's progenitor, then he would not have survived up till then. Progenitor would also not be worthy of being known as a master of fate, lives, and death. Old men who had lived this long and who had become Almighty's all-possessed monster-like intelligence. The breathing of Dustburner's tribe leader quickened slightly. He cast an eye at the child-looking progenitor and could not keep his heart calm. He had been deceived. He had come to believe that Su Ming was his older brother's orphan son. Yet with a single sentence from progenitor, things turned over their heads. The middle-aged man could not say anything even after a long while had passed. Progenitor, then why do you still want to help him activate the kiln and get close to it? For this person, you even spared no pains in having flames cover the entire divine essence star ocean once the kiln is activated, and are willing for Dust Burners to be sealed for nearly a month. Dust Burner's progenitor was silent while standing at the top of the lofty tower. By his side was the Eye of the Flame. He looked at the sky, and after a long while he sighed softly. I might not know who sent him here, but I admire his courage and resolve. I also admire him for telling the truth. There are only a few people in the world who would still tell the truth when they were in his situation. Dust Burner's progenitor said softly, I can see the complicated emotions within him. Part of them is due to me showing him love as an elder, and the other is due to him lying to me. He did not choose to hide these complicated emotions. Even I was uncertain because of them for a moment, but they also caused my killing intent to dissipate. If not for all this, I would have killed him right away. Dust Burner's progenitor shook his head, and an ancient look appeared on his face. I still don't understand. A freezing glare appeared in the tribe leader's eyes. If it was him, he would have definitely not let Su Ming to just leave like that. How dare he disguise himself as a Dust Burner? This was a taboo. You don't understand, huh? Dust Burner's progenitor averted his gaze from the sky and fixed his eyes on the middle-aged man. Then there is no need for you to continue trying to understand it. Activate the kiln. Dust Burner's progenitor did not say anything anymore. The middle-aged man's mindset might have changed due to Su Ming's matter, but he still bowed his head and voiced his obedience. He took a step forward and stepped straight into the Eye of the Flame. He moved in the flames, and in an instant he turned into a burning spirit. Flames spread out with a bang. From the distance, it seemed as if the tall tower had turned into a gigantic torch. A piercing roar spread out in all directions from the flames. All the Dust Burners who heard it were momentarily stunned, but they soon charged towards the tower that was the closest to them. After a moment, flames spread out from the countless rising and falling towers on the entire continent. They formed torches on the land, and after the time it takes for 2 incense sticks to burn, all the towers turned into burning torches. A vast amount of power erupted from them with a bang. A buzzing sound echoed throughout the area. The entire land of Dust Burners shuddered. Almost all Dust Burners had turned into burning spirits at that moment. This lasted for 3 days. It was an offering. If someone wanted to activate the 5th kiln, then all Dust Burners had to make an offering to do it. 3 days later, all Dust Burners disappeared from the ground. The fog in the area enveloped the whole place. At that moment, a surging sea of fire erupted from the 5th kiln and swept through divine essence star ocean, forcing countless living beings into hiding as they trembled for their lives. If they were exposed outside, they would definitely die. This would last for nearly a month. When it ended, Dust Burners would reappear in the inner part of divine essence star ocean. When all Dust Burners who were qualified to make the offering blended into the fire and transformed into burning torches on the ground, progenitor swayed and disappeared from the tower. When he reappeared, he was at the top of a tall mountain. Over there, he sat down quietly and looked at the sky. Fatigue and something ancient appeared on his face. Why should I help him? Dust Burner's progenitor shook his head. That's because I didn't want to bring a huge problem to Dust Burners. Because the method he chose was within the area I could accept. Because he let me feel as if I had found a truly talented Dust Burner for the past few days. He has a treasure that can turn him into a Dust Burner. It's definitely not something a normal master of fate, lives, and death could create. If he could reach this level of cultivation, then the power of the person supporting him behind his back is even higher. The time for my decline is nigh. The person who can take over my place has already obtained enough power, but to take over the burden of an entire race does not just require power, but also the making of a choice. Oh well, if he wants to go to the 5th true world, why should I stop him and bring unnecessary trouble to my people? However, while I can activate the kiln for you, whether or not you will have the ability to step in will depend entirely on your own luck. Dust Burner's progenitor lowered his head. Everything that he had said to Su Ming was true. The purple flames in the kiln were indeed the weakest flames, but their heat was next to the black flames' heat. Under that high temperature, all those who wanted to get close to the kiln and step in would not only need a sufficient level of cultivation, but also a serendipitous event. If he was truly a dust burner, how great would that be? Dust burner's progenitor mumbled under his breath. As his figure was illuminated by the endless torches on the ground, he was surrounded by an ancient and lonely air, along with worry about his race's future, because he felt as if he had no successor. This was an old man who had already reached the end of his path. He did not want to bring about trouble to his race. If he could pass through this possible disaster and have everything change without a sound, then it would be the best choice. Oh! Su Ming sat in the area where the fifth kiln was located and watched the piercingly bright kiln. He could not see the kiln's appearance, only a ball of strong light. He could also sense a vast and might pressure within that light. The fifth kiln was akin to a sun, making people unable to help themselves as respect formed in their hearts. But Su Ming felt no respect as he remained in his silence. There were only complicated emotion within him. In the past, he came to this place with the kiln, and he brought with him his wife and the cursed baby. Su Ming stared at the kiln, and resolve suddenly appeared in his eyes. Has he truly died, or is he? Uncertainty appeared on Su Ming's face. After a long while he sighed. He did not want to continue thinking about this. If Su Xianyi had truly died, then he would let it slide, but if that person was still around, Su Ming could not help the great resentment that rose in him. The emotion was so great that it caused him to clench his fists. Senior, what happened just now? Xianxia's voice echoed in Su Ming's heart, and it cut off the surging emotions that had risen due to his thoughts about Su Xianyi. We didn't manage to hear anything from the moment Dust Burner's progenitor returned to talk to you. Some form of power cut off our connection with you as well as the body, Su Hui said softly. Su Ming's pupils shrank swiftly. That's right, Senior. What did Dust Burner's progenitor say to you? And this place? This is... Could this place be the fifth kiln? We actually arrived here? Su Ming's connection with Xianxiang, Yunyu, Nianyi, Huayu, and Su Hui had clearly been restored just then, and only at that moment could they sense the body too. They immediately noticed the fifth kiln, which was shining with a bright light. As Su Ming's pupils shrank, he frowned. After a long while, he sighed. If he still did not understand what had happened, then he would not be worthy of having lived through years of hard experiences. He knows that I am not a dust burner. The words he said previously were also aimed solely at me. He did not want anyone else to hear them. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes before he fell into contemplative silence. After a moment, he stopped caring about Xianxiang and the others in his group. He only sent a divine thought to Su Hui to ease her mind before he charging into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the area around the fifth kiln. Oh! On the first day of the kiln being activated, wind rose in the galaxy within the inner part of Divine Essence Star Ocean. This was an incredibly rare thing. There was no wind within the galaxy, so when this wind rose and blew in all directions, the bodies of all living creatures who sensed it shuddered. No matter what they were doing, be it fighting, searching for food, or sleeping, all of them revealed expressions of extreme terror. In the planet serving as a nest for flame fiends, the creatures who had gained human form after they occupied the bodies of cultivators were sleeping, but at that moment, all of them were shocked awake. They looked at the sky and sensed the wind from the galaxy as well as a hint of scorching flames. Immediately, they screamed shrilly. There were many void beasts in the galaxy, but when the wind blew past them, all of them quickly revealed their bodies and headed into the distance with an unprecedented speed. There was terror on their faces, and they roared in voices that echoed in all directions. Things like this happened in all the nests with ferocious beasts once the wind blew past them. The thing that would happen after the wind began to blow was deeply branded in their memories. This was a disaster affecting the entire Divine Essence Star Ocean. Before the brunt of the disaster came, they had to search for a place where they could hide for a month. If they were slow, then what awaited them would only be death. There were numerous planets with green flora on them. When the wind blew past them, they instantly turned black and withered away, reduced to ashes. Soon, all the planets in the inner part of Divine Essence Star Ocean looked as if they had died. Heaven traversers had now migrated to a new place. But when the wind reached them, the expression of their progenitor changed. With his fastest speed, he executed all his divine abilities, and with a bang, turned into a gigantic palm that enveloped all heaven traversers within it. Virtue rooters were a race possessing snake bodies. Once the wind whistled through space, all of them hid themselves deep underground. Similar things happened everywhere within the inner part of Divine Essence Star Ocean. All sorts of living creatures of all shapes and sizes, and even powerful ferocious beasts, reacted in this manner, because they knew that the fifth kiln was about to be activated. On the second day, dust burners were in the process of activating the kiln. The wind in the inner part of Divine Essence Star Ocean became stronger. When hot waves surged into the sky, the wind had already spread through the entire area and were spreading to even farther places. Wherever it passed, all alien races and beasts fled as their expressions changed drastically in the face of the wind. All the beasts Su Ming had met on the way to the inner part of Divine Essence Star Ocean in the past were all fleeing. The threat of death and the deep brand left in their memories caused them to break and cross over the borders set by other races to mark their territories. All kinds of different ferocious beasts could be seen in any place where they could hide. Even if some creatures were mortal enemies, they gave up on any ideas of fighting in this wind and only hid in silence. On the third day, the wind from the inner part of Divine Essence Star Ocean had already disappeared. However, the wind between the inner part and the periphery had reached its strongest. A galactic wind had also stirred in the periphery of Divine Essence Star Ocean. On the ground where Ninth Tribe was located was Dijo Sha, who was sitting there and exercising his breathing. However, his eyes flew open at that moment, and disbelief appeared on his face. He sensed the wind, and his tribe members fell silent. They had also sensed the scorching hot wind, and they too saw all the plants on the land turn black before floating away as ashes. The fifth kiln, Dijo Sha said quickly. There was a valley at the edge of the periphery of Divine Essence Star Ocean, located rather far away from the continent of Ninth Tribe. There were a dozen-something black warships floating in midair at that place, and thousands of cultivators on the ground. They were 9 old frail darknesses and Su Ming's fearless warriors. When the galactic wind blew past them, they noticed it, but they did not pay any attention to it. Only the Catwoman's expression changed the instant she sensed the wind. This is the burning wind before the kiln is activated. There was quite a large number of cultivators who took the risk to come to the edge of the periphery of Divine Essence Star Ocean in hopes of obtaining a serendipity. They were cautious, but there were quite a few of them who turned tail and ran without any hesitation once they sensed the wind. A galaxy away was Black Ink Planet. At that moment, all the people there were looking towards a single direction. It was the direction of Divine Essence Star Ocean. Over there, they could see a weak red light covered a huge area. The fifth kiln has been activated. This was a sentence that echoed in the hearts of all those in Black Ink Planet. 3 days passed quickly. When the third day was over, the wind that filled the entire Divine Essence Star Ocean disappeared in the blink of an eye. It was like the calm before a storm. Those who did not know the details would not pay too much attention to it. They would not be able to sense the bizarre air that existed between the time the wind appeared and disappeared. The fog beyond Dust Burner's continent shrank swiftly. Once it enveloped all Dust Burners, even the land on which they lived disappeared from the galaxy. By then, most of the living beings in Divine Essence Star Ocean had already found a place to hide. As they shuddered, they hoped that they would be able to avoid the kiln's fire. However, there were also some ferocious beasts and madmen whose expressions were filled with greed and madness when the wind from the kiln disappeared. All of these beings were existences who believed that they were worthy of entering the fifth kiln. To them, the activation of the fifth kiln was a disaster, but there was definitely a great serendipity waiting within it. The fifth kiln was a place which caused great fear among a lot of people, but it was also a place which some people desired to enter. There were plenty of rumors regarding the fifth kiln. Even though there were few who could enter and leave it alive, it did not stop plenty of people from trying to enter. The greatest of the desires was to obtain the fifth kiln. The second greatest was to obtain a serendipity in the fifth kiln. However, over the course of numerous years, no one managed to become the master of the fifth kiln, and slowly this became a legend. A piercing light was spreading from the location of the fifth kiln. It was caught in a state of being an illusion and being something real. Once dust burners disappeared, a loud bang erupted from the kiln. A crimson-red flame swept outwards in all directions like a wave. The high temperature from flames was difficult to put to words. Wherever it went, the galaxy would look as if it was about to melt. Booms surged into the air, and the violent sounds rang through the inner part of Divine Essence Star Ocean. As they reverberated in space, a crimson sea of flame erupted violently. The loud booms did not stop then, but instead began to sound like the might of heaven. The sea of fire swept out, and as layers of fire tumbled about, they spilled in all directions. In the blink of an eye, they covered a boundless area. The place where dust burners lived was the closest to the flames and was the first to be affected. It was immediately enveloped by the crimson sea of fire. However, there were already no dust burners there. Once that place was covered by the sea of fire, the flames surged farther away. Their speed was indescribable. In the blink of an eye, a small region within the inner part of Divine Essence Star Ocean turned crimson. The sea of fire continued erupting with flames and spreading outwards until it enveloped the entire core of the inner part of Divine Essence Star Ocean. If it was compared to a circle, then anyone who looked from the distance would find that the center of this circle was where the sea of fire was. It continued spreading outwards and rumbling. Waves of flames continued bursting out from the fifth kiln, which was at the center of the sea of fire, as if there was no end to them. Planets were submerged, and continents were enveloped. Planets shuddered, and continents crumbled. All the living beings hidden within them needed to endure hot waves that would last nearly a month, or they would die. As the sea of fire tumbled about and spread through the galaxy, one void beast had still not been enveloped by the flames. It was howling in terror and charging backwards without regard for anything. It originally did not belong to this place and had only been tamed by Su Hui. It was the void beast that had brought Su Ming and his group to this place. However, at that moment, fear occupied its entire body. It charged forward madly, but it could not escape from death. The sea of fire was already behind it. The flames that enveloped the area there were difficult to describe. In the blink of an eye, they closed in. The hot waves caused the galaxy to distort, and the void beast let out a roar of despair. However, it did not receive any response. The sea of fire behind it did not pity it either. As booming sounds reverberated in space, the sea of fire stirred up a large wave as it tumbled forward. In fact, there were even a large number of struggling ferocious beasts contained in the sea of fire. Their bodies were being burnt to a crisp right before the crocodile beast's eyes, but their shrill screams of pain were drowned out by the loud booms from the sea of fire. When the void beast saw the sea of fire surging towards it, about to devour it, a figure appeared in the galaxy. This figure was incredibly tall. He pressed his palm on the void beast, and it instantly disappeared without a trace. This person turned around and cast a glance at the sea of fire crashing towards him and, without any hesitation, left into the distance. This person was naturally the body of the supreme treasure Su Ming controlled. 3 days ago he had been near the kiln, but he did stay there for long. Instead, he left. At the moment, the sea of fire was pressing on aggressively behind Su Ming, but his expression was incredibly calm. With a step forward, he charged into the distance. He wanted to go to the relocation vortex near Dust Burner's territory. Right then, he possessed the body created by the supreme treasure and could bring forth a power he would never possessed before. He wanted to borrow this current power and tame the resentful way before the purple flames appeared within the sea of fire from the kiln. To Su Ming, that creature was the key to entering the fifth kiln. Based on Dijo Emosha's words, he might still be able to enter, but it would be an extreme challenge. As for Dust Burner's progenitor's words, it was not that Su Ming did not believe him, but he needed to weigh his words. It is clear that he managed to tell that I'm not a Dust Burner, but he still activated the kiln for me. Does he want to have me remember the favor Dust Burners did for me? But if the fifth kiln was so easy to enter, it wouldn't be one of the mysteries of Divine Essence Star Ocean. If I interpret it this way, then the kiln is a test. If I can enter it, then I will have to accept Dust Burner's favor. If I cannot enter and die in the flames, then it has nothing to do with Dust Burners. As Su Ming charged forward, a pensive look appeared in his eyes, but after a long time, resolve began to shine on his expression. Oh well, I won't ask Dust Burners to pay the price for chasing after my master's life in the past. Su Ming shook his head and no longer thought about this. Instead, as the sea of fire behind him became increasingly more violent while surging forward, he shifted to the area beyond Dust Burner's territory, to the place of the relocation vortex. He landed next to it, and a brilliant light shone in his eyes. He hesitated for a moment, which was a rare thing on him. However, in an instant the uncertainty disappeared. If I want to enter the fifth kiln, I need a fire beast like that one. Su Ming took a huge stride forward and stepped into the relocation vortex. In the span of a breath, his figure disappeared without a trace. 5 breaths later, booming sounds echoed in space. The heinous sea of fire instantly covered the vortex, then went past it with a loud bang. On the first day the flames erupted from the kiln, all the regions within the inner part of Divine Essence Star Ocean turned into a sea. However, this sea was not formed by planets or water, but thick waves of fierce fire. The palm that was formed by Heaven Traverser's progenitor protected his people in the sea of fire. Virtue Rooter's tribe was covered by layers of snake fins. They covered all of the tribe's territories and stopped the sea of fire from spreading outwards. When the second day arrived, the region between the inner part and the periphery of Divine Essence Star Ocean turned into a world of flames. The galaxy burned. The distortions formed under the high temperature turned into reality, as if it could distort all dimensions. A disaster that had not been seen for years descended upon Divine Essence Star Ocean once more. Flames continued spreading. While most living beings hid, several long arcs headed towards the inner part of Divine Essence Star Ocean at full speed. With the sea of fire right before them, they charged forward. Their goal was the fifth kiln. The sea of fire continued raging. The crimson flames continued spreading outwards from the core of the inner part of Divine Essence Star Ocean. Soon, it filled up the entire area between the inner part and the periphery of Divine Essence Star Ocean. High temperature covered the entire galaxy. Wherever the sea of fire passed, loud booming sounds would surge up. This would last for nearly a month. During that time, the sea of fire would stretch to the periphery of Divine Essence Star Ocean. It would envelop the entire place, so the cultivators of Black Ink Planet will be able to clearly see the galaxy burning. At that moment, Su Ming was not within the galaxy that belonged to Divine Essence Star Ocean. Through the relocation vortex, he had already stepped into one of the mysteries in Divine Essence Star Ocean, the world in the vortex. No one knew where it led. It was dark down there, as if there was no end to it. If anyone dared to open their eyes to look, they would be unable to help but feel as if they were immersed in eternal darkness. Even Su Ming still had that feeling rise in him after looking at the darkness in the lower part of the world in the vortex. He did not know how many years and secrets were buried down there. He did not know how many spirits and bodies of those who tried to lift the veil of this darkness had fallen. The endless darkness underneath formed a stark contrast with the many colorful, jellyfish-like creatures above. Su Ming remained silent. Within the semi-transparent tunnel of the two connected vortices, he could not keep his body from floating forward. He knew that the sea of fire was raging in the world outside, for the fifth kiln had already been activated. Whether or not he would be able to get the fifth stone and whether or not he would be able to get into the fifth true world would depend entirely on whether he would be able to step into the fifth kiln. Even if, based on the words of Dust Burner's progenitor, there was a high possibility that Su Ming was the new master of the fifth kiln, The prerequisite was that Su Ming was the son of Su Xianyi and his wife. This was something Su Ming did not want to think about. He looked at the semi-transparent tunnel beside him. At that moment, Xianxiang and his group's hearts were incredibly shaken. In fact, Xianxiang was already wondering whether he should forcefully revoke the fusion by the Supreme Treasure. However, right when this thought appeared in his head, Su Ming took a swift step forward. He did not move farther down the tunnel, but instead, with one step, he crashed into the wall of the tunnel. He even raised his hands as if he was seizing the wall and swiftly pulled it in 2 directions. With a bang, the tunnel was instantly torn. Once Su Ming opened it, he took a step forward and stepped out of the semi-transparent tunnel. If you want to dissolve the fusion of the Supreme Treasure, you can do so at any time. With Su Ming's experience, there was no way that he could not tell that there was a huge problem with the Supreme Treasure, and that it was in Xianxiang's hands. He might not be able to become a main soul to control the body formed by the Supreme Treasure, but he could make it disassemble, forcing all the people to walk out. Xianxiang had originally thought to do this, but he had hesitated because he was worried he would provoke Su Ming to anger. However, if they did run into a life-threatening danger, he would naturally attack with everything he had, but Su Ming had acted too quickly. Once he walked out of the semi-transparent tunnel, the tunnel fused together once more. Su Ming had brought the group out of the tunnel's pull and protection, and from then on they were completely situated inside the world of the vortex. If Xianxiang dissolved the transformation at that moment, what would await him would be only even greater danger. In anguish, Xianxiang sighed in his heart and did not speak. He knew that Su Ming was not a fool and would not look for death without reason. If he did not have reason for confidence, he would not have done this sort of thing. Since the start, Su Hui remained silent. She would support all of Su Ming's actions. As for the bald crane, once it stepped into the world in the vortex, it looked to be in a daze again. When Su Ming walked out of the tunnel, he raised his head and let out a long howl that shook the world. As he roared, the colorful, shining jellyfish-like creatures instantly withdrew. At the same time, another roar came from a place that was rather far away. Su Ming stood still as he activated Ikang's presence. It immediately spread from the body formed by the Supreme Treasure, resulting in the offensive power erupting from the body to rise by leaps and bounds again. At the same time, Su Ming summoned the projection of his Ikang clone. A gigantic tree appeared in a flash before disappearing. However, the body Su Ming controlled now exuded an offensive power that was infinitesimally close to those at the peak of Solar Culpa realm. At the same time, a tunnel created with the projection creating a path and his soul acting as a lead was also swiftly forming. Once it was formed, Su Ming's Ikang clone would descend. At that time, he could fight against an almighty in Mastery realm. Time passed breath by breath. Roars traveled forth ceaselessly from the darkness in the distance. From the voice, Su Ming could tell that the black resentful way was using an indescribable speed to rush forth. Gradually, Su Ming saw 6 balls of bright flame shining in the darkness ahead of him. Those were the resentful way's 6 eyes. Come, you are going to be mine. Oh. As days passed, due to the 5th kiln coughing up 4 days' worth of crimson flames, the entire region within the inner part and periphery of Divine Essence Star Ocean had been completely submerged in flames. Countless living beings let out shrill screams of pain as their bodies burned to ashes. Cultivation planets struggled in the sea of fire, all the plants on them long dead. There were continents that slowly reduced in size, crystals appearing on their edges. Even the living creatures who loved fire by nature shuddered in fear when the sea of fire reached them. They did not dare to touch it and could only hide from it. The sea of fire was still spreading. When the 7th day arrived, it finally reached the periphery of Divine Essence Star Ocean and completely enveloped the entire galaxy within it. The disaster of Divine Essence Star Ocean had arrived. The continent where 9th tribe was located was empty at that moment. The sea of fire swept through its sky and burned the ground, crushed the mountains, and melted the living creatures. In the depths of the continent where the core of the land was located was a karst cave. At that moment, all the members of 9th tribe were hiding there, and in terror, They waited quietly for the sea of fire to disappear. Djo Sha sat at the entrance of the tunnel, which was located closest to the ground. Over there, he could sense the great heat and bangs that resounded from the world outside. There was nervousness on his face, but he was also wondering whether the activation of the fifth kiln was related to Su Ming. At the periphery of Divine Essence Star Ocean were the 9 old frail darknesses and the others. They had stepped on the warships under the Catwoman's warnings to leave Divine Essence Star Ocean at the fastest speed they could muster. At that moment, their warships floated in the galaxy between Divine Essence Star Ocean and Black Ink Planet. They looked over from the distance and saw a shocking scene they would never forget in their lives. All of them had anxiety on their faces, because their young master was still in Divine Essence Star Ocean. While the 9 old frail darknesses could fight against the high heat of the flames, searching for a person whose whereabouts were unknown in the vast galaxy was so difficult it was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. That was why they could only wait. As they waited, the 9 old frail darknesses and the cultivators on the warships saw a person who caused their pupils to shrink and left their hearts in shock. He was a slender, middle-aged man dressed in a long purple robe. He stood calmly in the galaxy and looked at Divine Essence Star Ocean from the distance. He looked incredibly normal and there was nothing strange about him. But laying behind him was a ferocious beast that was several tens of thousands of feet tall. That beast was a dragon. It was an entirely crimson dragon with thick flames spreading out from its body. The temperature of the fire caused the galaxy to distort, as if it was slightly difficult for it to bear with it. By the looks of it, those flames from the dragon seemed to be even stronger than the crimson flames that covered the entire Divine Essence Star Ocean. The dragon's mighty pressure was even more shocking. The 9 old frail darknesses had only cast him a look from the distance, but they already felt an oppressive force pressing down on their bodies. This clearly meant that the dragon's power surpassed those who had attained great completion in World Plane Realm, but it was not in Lunar Culpa Realm. It was in Solar Culpa Realm. Even if they were very far away, the 9 old frail darknesses could still feel their skins cracking, and they could sense their cultivation bases becoming chaotic. Their hair turned a burnt yellow, and they were forced to make their warships retreat to a very far-off place. The man in the purple robe was incredibly close to the crimson fire dragon, but not a single change in expression could be detected on his face. By the looks of it, the crimson dragon was clearly incredibly respectful of the man. There was even a slight hint of fear within its eyes. Reverend Zilong, the 9 old frail darknesses' expressions changed. Once they looked at one another, they saw the shock in each other's eyes. This should be Reverend Zilong from the 4th True World. That place has always been incredibly mysterious, and even we do not have much understanding towards it. We only know that the other 3 true worlds send out a person to deliver a large amount of materials to the 4th true world once in a while. We might have never met Reverend Zilong before, but in Divine Essence Star Ocean, the only person wearing a purple robe who is a master of fate, lives, and death and who has a crimson dragon by his side, can only be Reverend Zilong from the forces of power from the 4 great true worlds keeping a lookout over the barren lands of Divine Essence. No one else. The 5th kiln, huh? I didn't expect that the activation of the 5th kiln would actually bring Reverend Zilong to this place. As the 9 old frail darknesses sent their thoughts to each other, their expressions changed suddenly, and they looked towards the galaxy behind them simultaneously. There were intense, loud bangs surging forward from over there. Those sounds spread in all directions, and the hearts of people who heard them shook involuntarily. This trembling even caused their cultivation bases to begin changing and caused the strongest power to erupt from the 9 old frail darknesses because they were unable to control their bodies. It was as if only by doing so could they be able to make their power not spill out and leave their bodies. As for the fearless warriors and the Catwoman, their faces turned pale as their expressions changed. All of them immediately sat down cross-legged and fought back with great difficulty. The booming sounds came even closer, and everyone saw the shape of a huge centipede in the galaxy. It had turned into a long arc while heading over at an incredible speed. That centipede was purplish-black and looked incredibly hideous. There was not a single person on it. This was a ferocious beast moving by itself. It moved incredibly fast and closed in on the place within an instant. Waves of mighty pressure spread out into the area. It caused the crimson dragon beside the purple-robed man to continuously let out low growls. It's been a long while. Zilong looks like this time. You and I are the only ones who did not enter isolation to train. A hoarse voice that sounded like metal chafing against metal echoed in space. As the voice echoed in space, the 9 old frail darknesses immediately saw the 100,000 feet long centipede shrink. Within an instant, a purplish-black light spread out. The centipede then turned into a teenage boy dressed in a white robe. The teenager might have been dressed in a white robe, but the marks of a centipede clearly covered his face, causing him to look incredibly ferocious. Anyone who saw him would be incredibly shocked. Judging by how he acted, he seemed to know Reverend Zilong. Can you even be considered a person? The man in purple robes turned his head around and cast the teenager a flat glance. Reverend Zilong was incredibly handsome, and there was an indescribable temperament contained in his expression. Ha! It doesn't matter whether I am a person, but this time, it's just you and me. I wonder how many among those in the galaxy have awakened. Whether or not we will work together will depend on just one sentence from you. The teenager in white robes was completely unconcerned with Reverend Zilong's words and spoke with a laugh. Naturally, we'll be working together, the purple-robed man replied calmly. All right, let's meet just outside the 5th kiln. The teenager in white smiled faintly. However, that smile seemed like an illusion. His emotions could not be seen in it. He turned around, and when his gaze swept past the 9 old frail darknesses, a smile appeared once more at the corners of his lips, and he even licked them. The 9 old frail darknesses' hearts immediately trembled. Their bodies became limp under his gaze. They were not the only ones affected. The thousands of fearless warriors and the Catwoman around them felt the same way, and the numbness they felt was even stronger. That was due to a mighty pressure that was so strong that they could not resist descending on them, and all of this was due to a single gaze from the teenager in white. A master of fate, lives, and death. This is also an almighty. The 9 old frail darknesses felt their hearts let out a thump. They are servants of Culpa Lord Dao Chun. If you have the guts to eat them, then I am very willing to enjoy your performance, Sir Wu. The purple-robed man said faintly. Dao Chun? That old man who is constantly in isolation. The teenager in white smiled and averted his gaze from the 9 old frail darknesses. Instead, he lifted his right hand, and with a hook, the pale Catwoman was immediately surrounded by a force and shifted in front of the white-robed teenager, in a manner completely out of her control. You look pretty good. I lack a servant girl on my trip here. I'll take you, the teenager said with a smile after sniffing the Catwoman. He had still listened to Reverend Zilong's words, though. Dao Chun might have been in isolation for many years, but he was a Culpa Lord, and he was someone that a person in Mastery Realm like him could not provoke. That was why he treated these people as if they did not exist in his eyes, but Catwoman's presence was somewhat beneficial to him. He turned this matter over in his head and believed that with his status, even if he kidnapped the woman, Dao Chun would not egress and come to him to bring trouble. The Catwoman shuddered. Terror appeared in her eyes and on her face, and she instinctively spoke with a quiver in her voice. My master is. I don't care who your master is. The teenager swung his arm, and impatience appeared on his face. At that moment, a row of sharp teeth was revealed in his mouth. The color of those teeth was black. Then, the teenager rushed into Divine Essence Star Ocean within an instant. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. The purple-robed man did not bother with all this. He had said those words earlier because of the patronage True Morning Dao world provided to the 4th True World over the years. As for the other matters, he would not interfere in them. Zilong did not find anything strange about the white-robed teenager's actions. There was a savageness to this person's origins and status, so he would naturally not control himself like other cultivators. When Zilong saw that the white-robed teenager had stepped into the galaxy, he fell into a period of contemplative silence before he, too, took a step into the galaxy. With just 3 steps, He had already shifted and covered an endless distance, disappearing from the limits of the nine-old frail darkness's vision. Once the entire divine essence star ocean was enveloped by crimson flames and Reverend Zilong, as well as the white-robed teenager appeared beyond the galaxy. Strange changes occurred in 3 spots within the galaxy. The first change came from Flame Fiends' planet. It was the spot where Xianxia and his group had headed by seizing the opportunity caused by the chaos brought by the bald crane and obtained Flame Fiends' blood. At that moment, besides the rumbles of the flames in the planet covered by the sea of fire, not a single sound could be heard. All of the Flame Fiends were cowering underground. They were all kneeling while trembling in fear. Anyone who looked over would find they were in a gigantic karst cave. At the center was dried-up lava ash that had gathered in a lake and solidified. At the center of the lake were numerous flame fiends packed densely together and kowtowing on the ground. Complicated and difficult incantations spread out ceaselessly from the shivering flame fiends' mouths, and it sounded as if there was a certain level of cooperation with the booming sounds from the sea of fire in the world outside. As the incantations reverberated in the air and the sea of fire in the world outside let out loud bangs, the solidified lava ash lake surrounded by numerous flame fiends let out cracking sounds. Cracks appeared on its surface. They spread out and gradually grew denser, causing the solidified surface of the lake to look like a spider's web. The second place where a strange change occurred was on a gigantic meteor floating in the sea of fire in the region between the inner part and the periphery of Divine Essence Star Ocean. It was a meteor that was nearly 10,000 feet tall. It floated in the sea of fire, but if anyone looked closely at it, they would find that this was not a meteor, but a human head. More accurately speaking, it was a caved human head. If Su Ming was there, he would be able to recognize at first glance that this was a god's head he saw when he and Dijo Emosha were flying past the place. At that moment, cracks appeared on the head in the sea of fire. They spread out as if wanting to tear the head into pieces. There was also a third place where an abnormal change occurred. It was a mountain, a gigantic mountain that towered over the clouds and whose summit could not be seen. That mountain stood tall in the galaxy, and it was the one about which Su Ming had heard a beautiful legend who caused grief for the bald crane. Husband-gazing mountain. The legend spoke of a woman who stood eternally at the boundless summit. She looked at the galaxy as if she was watching her deceased husband. The abnormal change that occurred on this mountain did not happen at the distant summit. Instead, it came from a gigantic cave at the mountainside. Low growls were coming out from it. Those roars did not sound as if they came from a human, but from some type of ferocious beast. After a moment, a gigantic ferocious beast that was thousands of feet tall walked out. It was an entirely black boar. Its long fur hung down from its body at first, but once it walked out, all that fur stood up to show off a light that was unparalleled in its sharpness. As the beast stood outside the cave, the sea of fire swept past it, but did not manage to hurt it even a single bit. The boar stood quietly outside the cave, its head raised to look at the misty and barely discernible summit. When it looked over there, pain surfaced its eyes. It threw its head back and let out a loud roar. It reverberated in the galaxy and caused the sea of fire to tumble backwards, clearing the area around the mountain of flame. As the boar roared, several tears fell from the corners of its eyes. However, before the tears fell on the ground, they had already disappeared without a trace. Soon, the creature's body shrank down until it turned into an incredibly plump human. His eyes were crimson red, and he had a set of tusks in his mouth. With pain hidden in his expression, along with a great self-loathing, he charged towards the sea of fire. All of this happened on the 7th day since the 5th kiln started spewing fire. When the 8th day arrived, at the spot where the 5th kiln was in the core of the inner part of Divine Essence Star Ocean, the crimson flames disappeared, and blue flames erupted. The aggressiveness of the blue flames and the high temperature they stirred were several hundreds of times stronger than those of the crimson flames. Almost at the instant they appeared, they melted the galaxy. Layers upon layers of space fell backwards and turned into emptiness. At the same time, it looked as if the blue flames could devour the crimson flames. They spread out swiftly, and wherever the blue flames went, They replaced the red. The sea of fire tumbled about violently. Those who understood the fifth kiln knew that once the blue flames came, the second wave of flames had erupted from the fifth kiln. After that was the third wave, the purple flames, and then would come the final wave, the destructive black flames. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye 3 days were gone. The plump person continued onward in the face of the sea of fire. He was the first to come into contact with the blue flames among the few who had chosen to enter. Within them, even his speed slowed down by quite a considerable margin, but he still charged forward without care. On the 7th day after the blue flames had burst forth, all the flames within Divine Essence Star Ocean became blue. The high temperature spreading out from the blue sea of flame killed many living creatures, and it also caused the 9 old frail darknesses to retreat once again while watching the distance with shock. Black Ink Planet was now swathed in dead silence. Almost all the cultivators there were looking in the same direction from a distance. The blue there was reflected in their eyes as indestructible flames. On the 7th day the blue sea of fire spread out. The lava ash lake in the planet where the flame fiends had been worshipping for many days shattered with a bang. A dried-up arm stretched out from the depths, and slowly, a skeletal existence who was incredibly thin and shriveled up stood up from within. As its body floated up, a complete body was revealed. It was a cultivator's body. He was an old man with a hunched back and thin hair. He was entirely naked, and when he opened his eyes, dark light shone within them. Zealous shouts immediately erupted from the mouths of flame fiends around the area once the old man appeared. All of the flame fiends prostrated themselves on the ground in excitement and kowtowed continuously, causing the ground to shake. The old man lowered his head and looked at the numerous worshippers below him. There was a vacant expression on his face, and a huge tear on his abdomen. It could be seen that there were only black bones within his body, without any organs to be seen. How many years have I slept? Who am I? The old man closed his eyes. After a moment, he opened them, and the vacant look in them was gone. Instead, a strange and enchanting light shone from within them, and the wound on the old man's stomach healed on its own. I am the Emperor of Flame Fiends. I am the Master of Flames. The old man threw his head back and roared. As he did so, he moved and disappeared within an instant. When he reappeared, he was already in the blue sea of fire in the world outside. The 5th kiln. The old man grinned, his expression incredibly hideous. With a sharp intake of breath, some of the blue flames from the blue sea of fire charged into his mouth and he devoured them just like that. The old man's eyes sparkled. Then he turned into a long arc to charge into the depths of the galaxy. Wherever he passed, the blue flames would be reduced, and it was due to him devouring them as he moved past them. However, the blue sea of flame covered the entire Divine Essence Star Ocean. Compared to it, the portion the old man devoured was insignificant. However, the terrifying aspects of the old man could be seen based on this. Oh! On that same 7th day since the blue sea of flames had spread out, more cracks appeared on the head of the statue in blue flames. Eventually, it shattered with a bang. As the numerous shattered stones fell backwards, a huge man carrying a gourd behind his back walked out. He was dressed in hides, and his expression was filled with a stern, awe-inspiring air, especially his brows. They were yellow, giving his entire person a strange air. The ancestral spirit's brain doesn't taste bad at all, but the tasted was somewhat weird once I roasted it well. The temperature of the fire might have been wrong. That's right. I'll go get more fire clay next time. As the man mumbled to himself, he licked his fingers, and as if he felt that the taste was not bad, he decided that he might as well put his whole thumb in his mouth. Looking like he was sucking on it, he cast a glance at the blue flames around him, and then, completely unbothered by them, walked towards the depths of the galaxy. He did not move quickly, but with each step he took, he would make the blue flames seethe. He stepped into the sea of fire while still sucking on his thumb and gradually left into the distance. While all of this was happening, in the inner part of Divine Essence Star Ocean was a place that originally had a relocation vortex but was now submerged in a sea of fire. A roar rang out there, and the blue flames stilled under it. The still blue flames formed a stark contrast with the tumbling sea of fire around them. As the roar echoed, more flames became still, and the area grew quiet. In the blink of an eye, all the flames in a circular area of 100,000 feet in the galaxy became still. As they did so, a black horse with 2 dragon heads rushed out of the relocation vortex covered by flames, while their roars shook the galaxy. That horse was several thousands of feet tall. Once it appeared, the color of the still sea of fire that stretched of 100,000 feet turned entirely black, and the flames surged at the horse to surround it. If anyone saw this from above, this would definitely have a strong premonition regarding this. The 100,000 feet wide area of sea of fire seemed to be rejoicing and worshipping the horse as if it had met its king. The black horse lifted its head and once again let out a shocking roar. There was an incredibly great pride in its roar, along with an indescribable grudge against all the living. Its back was not empty, though. There was a person sitting on it. Naturally, this was the body of the supreme treasure Su Ming controlled. There was fatigue on his face, but his eyes were shining brightly, with great confidence and vigor. Resentful Wei, from now on, I will kill all living beings who want to kill you. This is the promise I made with you, and it is a promise to the entire universe. The black horse fell silent. Then a moment later, resolve appeared in its eyes and it roared again, as if it was responding to Su Ming's oath, but also like it was swearing its own oath. Amid resentful Wei's roars, the 100,000 feet wide sea of fire surrounding the black horse turned into a gigantic vortex that seemed to stir up an unprecedented circle in divine essence star ocean. Su Ming closed his tired eyes. The scenes of the trip to the world in the vortex rose in his head. After some time, when he opened his eyes, a brilliant glint shone in them. We will head to the 5th kiln. Su Ming had the body he controlled raise its right hand and caress resentful Wei's fur as he sent his thought to it. The black horse's 2 dragon heads rose swiftly, and as a roar reverberated in space, resentful Wei charged forward with a dash. It was so quick that within an instant, it already closed a distance of 100,000 feet. As the horse charged forward, the sea of black fire surrounding it was also pushed forward, as if the horse was traveling against the flow of the flames. At that moment, along with Su Ming, there were 6 living beings who were moving towards the 5th kiln in the entire divine essence star ocean. One of them was the handsome Reverend Z Long dressed in a purple robe. There was also the strange, wicked, and overbearing white-robed teenager who was actually a centipede, as well as the human who was the furred boar and had roared below husband-gazing mountain. There was also Flame Fiend's progenitor and the yellow-browed man who had devoured the brains of an ancestral spirit. These 6 people executed their divine abilities and turned into 6 long arcs which charged to the source of the sea of fire through the sea of fire. This was the 7th day since the 5th kiln had sent forth blue flames. Once this day went by, it marked the 15th day since the sea of fire had erupted in the galaxy. At that moment, a hint of purple finally appeared around the 5th kiln. Right when the purple flames appeared, they immediately made it seem like the sea of blue fire was shuddering and showing signs of dying out. It was as if the blue flames were sentient and did not dare to burn before the purple flames. After a moment, the purple flames erupted with a bang and swept out in all directions, intending to cover divine essence star ocean for the 3rd time. Once it did so, it would be followed by the final black flame of destruction. Only when 7 days after that past divine essence star ocean disaster dissipate. On the 3rd day since the purple sea of fire had spread out, a long arc charged past the area beyond the place where purple flames surrounded the 5th kiln with a whistle. Within that long arc was an old man. He was thin and shriveled, but there was a strange and bewitching light in his eyes. He was mostly naked, and there was a huge bump on his back. There was also little hair on his head. Only a few locks hung down and floated in the air as he moved forward. This old man was naturally Flame Fiend's progenitor. He was the closest to this place, which was why he was the first to arrive. On the way, he had devoured all flames around him, and had even tried to devour some of the purple ones. Greed appeared in his eyes as he arrived at his destination. He squatted down halfway to it and stared at the 5th kiln, which was surrounded by flames. The spot in which he stayed might have seemed as if it was incredibly close to the fifth kiln, but in truth, there was still some distance between them. After some time, the old man blew a shrill whistle, and with one move, charged towards the fifth kiln. A loud bang rang out, and a powerful rebound shot out from within the fifth kiln and spread through a circular area of 1,000,000 feet, causing the thin old man to shake so much that he immediately tumbled backwards upon passing 100 feet. Only when he was forced back all that distance did he stop. A ruthless look appeared in his eyes, and as he let out a low growl, his eyes sparkled for a moment before he forced down that ruthlessness in him. It's not time yet. The purple flames in this place are still rife. I'll have to wait for it to dissipate slightly. Only during the instant the black flames of destruction are about to erupt will I have the chance to rush in. A contemplative look appeared in the thin old man's face. After a moment, he let out a few cold chuckles before deciding that he might as well crouch down in the sea of fire and wait for the instant the purple flames dissipated and the black flames were about to erupt forth. The old man's body was thin and shriveled, but his head was not small. His body looked incredibly discordant, and most of his skin was filled with wrinkles. If anyone saw him, they would be unable to help the disgust that would rise within them. The old man crouched there, and perhaps since he had been waiting for quite a long time, he started humming a song that was unique to his people, the Flame Fiends. Ding dong ding. Dong ding dong. Voila. His voice reverberated in the sea of flame, possessing an incredibly bizarre rhythm. As he crouched with his head lowered, he moved his fingers around and swung them continuously. His originally bizarre figure coupled with that strange song caused him to exude a presence that could make a person's skin crawl. He hummed the song filled with a gloomy air, and on the fourth day since the purple sea of fire had spread out, another long arc suddenly charged over from the area beyond the fifth kiln. That long arc was so quick that it was practically shooting through space. After a moment, it closed in and turned into an incredibly plump person. When he approached the area, the sea of fire let out an intense bang. A mighty pressure that could make a person suffocate swiftly spread out of the plump person's body. Even though he was out in the galaxy, he was still panting for breath. As he did so, it sounded like a boar was snorting. He strode forward with large strides. Once he stopped beyond the fifth kiln, he stared at it. A crimson glare shone in his eyes, and as he panted, he revealed a set of tusks. Zhuyukai waha waha. Zhuyukai. A piercing voice reverberated in space. Flame Fiend's progenitor swayed and lifted his head to look at the plump person. Others gaze at their husbands, and you too bring good fortune to your husband. Ding dong ding. Others whine, and you too suffer from the brunt of other people's grudges. When Flame Fiend's progenitor spoke in a piercing voice, there was still that bizarre rhythm to his speech as if he was not speaking, but singing. The plump person looked towards the Flame Fiend's progenitor with a cold stare. You just woke up and haven't eaten to your fill, right? He asked coldly. This question was incredibly abrupt, stunning the thin old man to be momentarily. At the moment he saw that the old man was stunned, the plump person known as Zhuyukai rushed forward towards him. Wherever he went, the sea of fire would surge up and surround him. In an instant, he looked as if he had turned into a gigantic ball of flames. He crashed into the thin and shriveled old man. With it, the galaxy trembled, and the sea of fire tumbled backwards in all directions, as if a huge wave had been stirred up. The thin and shriveled old man tumbled backwards as well. When he was forced 10,000 feet back, he raised his head, opened his mouth, and revealed a mouthful of blackish yellow teeth. As for the plump person, he was also forced back as he stared at Flame Fiend's progenitor. The two of them stared at each other for a moment before killing intent appeared in their eyes. Yet at that moment, the two of them turned their heads at the same time and looked at the galaxy in the distance. Several breaths later, a man hobbled over. He held a gourd in his hand, and as he walked over, he drank from it, occasionally burping. His hair was black, but his brows were yellow. They were so long that they grew past his ears. On his body was a strange, sweet aroma, intoxicating anyone who took a whiff of it. Once he closed in, the yellow-browed man cast a sideways glance at Flame Fiend's progenitor and Zhu Yukai. A faint smile appeared on his face and he chose to sit by the side. Once he drank a mouthful of wine from the gourd. He sighed and said, "The two of you can't fight." Right when he finished saying this sentence, he suddenly let out a faint gasp of surprise, then turned his head to look towards the galaxy behind him. Flame Fiend's progenitor and the plump person also looked over. Right before their eyes, the purple sea of fire began seething intensely. As it tumbled about, a gigantic vortex spread out with a bang. From it, black flames that were starkly different from the purple flames tumbled out. At the instant the trio in the area saw the black flames, their eyes gained a focused glint. The three of them knew each other, and they did not find it odd that they met in this place. Yet now, the black flames spreading out from the vortex in the galaxy gave them an incredibly unfamiliar feeling. After a moment, the black flames from the vortex in the galaxy came charging towards them with a bang. At the same time they closed in, the vortex shrank down. When it appeared in the area beyond the fifth kiln, it completely disappeared to reveal a two-dragon-headed resentful way within it. Su Ming controlled the body formed by the supreme treasure which was sitting cross-legged on resentful Wei's back. At that moment, he opened his eyes and cast a cold glance at the three people whose gazes had fallen on him. Resentful Wei also lifted its head and looked at the trio with an aloof and prideful expression. At the instant Su Ming saw the trio, his expression remained the same, but their wariness rose in his heart. The three people had strange appearances, but the mighty pressure spreading out from their bodies was nothing ordinary. They were clearly almighties who had become masters of fate, lives, and death. However, he did not know whether they were in Mastery Realm or Fate Realm. While Su Ming was sizing up the trio's power, the three of them were also measuring him up. They had been able to tell at first glance that the unfamiliar presence he exuded was slightly mixed. At its weakest, this mixed power reached Lunar Culpa Realm, but at its strongest, it surpassed Solar Culpa Realm and would allow him to fight against those in Mastery Realm. Besides, the black horse under Su Ming's body also caused the three people to focus their gazes. The mighty pressure spreading out from the horse belonged to those in Mastery Realm. Clearly, this creature was incredibly extraordinary. Furthermore, the three of them saw that once the horse appeared, the purple sea of fire around them started changing in color. It looked as if it would no longer remain purple, but would change to black. This phenomenon caused the trio's hearts to still, and all of them gave up on the thought of testing this newcomer. After all, there was not a single weakling who would be able to come here while facing the purple flames. Su Ming averted his gaze and did not say a single word. He continued to sit cross-legged on the resentful Wei, just closed his eyes and began circulating his cultivation base to rest. The three might be almighties, but there was nothing about them that Su Ming should fear. It did not matter whether it was the power of the resentful Wei or the offensive power provided to him by the body formed from the supreme treasure. Su Ming had enough confidence to stand up against them. Besides, he still had 2 times he could tell the sand spirit to attack. All of these were key to Su Ming's confidence in obtaining the 5th stone, which had led to him to this place. Su Ming's arrival might have attracted the trio's attention, but this didn't last for long. For these 3 old monsters with mysterious pasts, the level of threat Su Ming brought to them was not great. However, those who can survive to their age are naturally all farsighted and scheming foxes. The faces might not reveal anything, but they all had different thoughts in their hearts. Yet those who could come to this place with the purple flames charging towards them would never be seeking death. If someone came, they had to have some hidden methods, and because of that, the trio would not provoke Su Ming too much. After all, the group had not entered the 5th kiln, and the instant when the purple flames disappeared and the black flames erupted would only last for the blink of an eye. It was still uncertain whether they could enter the 5th kiln, so there was no need to attack at full strength and instead give others the chance to enter. As for Flame Fiend's progenitor and the plump Zhu Yukai's fight, it had been just a warm-up. It was a form of greeting between the two of them. Based on principle, these two people's relationship shouldn't be too good, but in truth, they were sitting together at that moment. In fact, while the plump Zhu Yukai was sitting in the sea of fire, The thin and shriveled flame fiend's progenitor was crouching on his shoulder. He was also still humming that strange song of his. Zhu Yu had his eyes shut, as if he was listening to it. No one knew what sort of hidden emotions were stirring under that apathetic expression of his. The yellow-browed man, on the other hand, was lying not too far away, snoring. "These are three incredibly strange old monsters," Su Ming said quietly in his heart after sparing them a glance. He closed his eyes after that, but he did not know that if there was a fifth person in the area, then when looking at the four of them, that person would feel that Su Ming was also strange old monster. After all, Su Ming was sitting alone on a two-dragon-headed black horse within a sea of fire. This sight would also give a unique feeling to others. As time passed, the 7th day since the start of the purple flames came, and it marked the final day before they dissipated. The flames beyond the 5th kiln had already reached a certain degree of heat, and the booming from the flames became the only sound in the place. Suddenly, the yellow-browed man yawned and rubbed his eyes, then placed his right thumb into his mouth and began sucking on it. With a sideways glance, he looked at the galaxy in the distance. At the same time, the humming flame fiend's progenitor let his voice die in his throat. A sharp look flashed briefly in his eyes. When he focused his gaze at the distant galaxy, a ghastly, cold smile appeared on the corners of his lips. The plump Zhu Yukai opened his eyes slowly. A ferocious red glint appeared in them as he stared at the galaxy in the distance. After a moment, a piercing whistle spread through the area and drowned out the booming sounds of the sea of fire. When Su Ming opened his eyes to look over, he saw a centipede that was several tens of thousands of feet long moving towards them. The centipede's 1,000 feet moved together, making its speed surpass even that of lighting. At a glance, the creature was still in the distance, but in the blink of an eye, it closed in on the group. The centipede with 1,000 feet stopped abruptly. Its body shrank and turned into a teenager dressed in white. There was a woman beside him, and needless to say, it was the Catwoman. At that moment, her face was pale and her eyes were without focus. There were 2 black holes on her throat, as if she had been bitten by poisonous fangs. "Oh ho, it sure is lively here." The white-robed teenager smiled faintly. His face was beaming. He swept his gaze past the 3 old monsters, then shifted to Su Ming. Stopped on him for a moment. Su Ming also looked at the white-robed teenager, remaining as calm as ever. Not a single hint of emotion could be seen on his face, but the white-robed teenager naturally did not know that when Su Ming saw the Catwoman, a wave of killing intent had already risen in his heart. This killing intent was not targeted towards the Catwoman, but the white-robed teenager. The Catwoman had stayed together with the 9 old frail darknesses. Now that she appeared here, there was a high possibility that a disaster had fallen on the 9 old frail darknesses' heads, and the instigator for all of this was naturally the white-robed teenager before him. Almost the moment the white-robed teenager appeared and spoke, another rumble came from the galaxy. That rumble was actually a ferocious beast's roar, which belonged to a crimson dragon. It was swimming about in the sea of fire, while between its horns a purple-robed man sat cross-legged. This man was incredibly handsome, but he was filled with an indifferent air. Clearly, he was not a person of many words. When the crimson dragon showed up, he reached the group in the span of a few breaths. His arrival caused the eyes of Flame Fiend's progenitor to become strangely bewitching. A frightful expression also appeared on Zhu Yukai's face as he remained seated. Only the yellow-browed man continued sucking on his thumb after he cast a sideways glance at them. Outsiders could not tell that he had already become incredibly wary in his heart. He sensed an incredibly great danger from the purple-robed man, and it was the greatest in this area. As for the second, it did not come from Zhu Yukai or Flame Fiend's progenitor, and neither did it come from the white-robed teenager that was the centipede with 1,000 feet. Instead, it came from Su Ming. While the yellow-browed man felt wary, the crimson dragon the purple-robed man sat upon suddenly raised its head, and an incredibly nervous expression appeared on its face. With an incredibly great hostility, it looked at the resentful Wei Su Ming sat upon. The resentful Wei raised its head coldly and looked towards the crimson dragon. Its expression was one of pride, and a hint of derision also appeared on its face. As if it had been provoked by this derision, the crimson dragon immediately opened its mouth and let out a swift roar, but right when this roar reverberated in the sea of fire, the 4 eyes from resentful Wei's 2 dragon heads shone with a cold glare at the same time, and they let out low growls. The purple-robed man was naturally Reverend Zilong. His gaze fell on the resentful Wei, and then he looked at Su Ming. Without any expression on his face, he patted the crimson dragon's horn. The dragon immediately lowered its head, moved, and brought Reverend Zilong to the side. Once it did so, Zilong closed his eyes and appeared to completely ignore the people around him. The white-robed teenager that was the centipede with 1,000 feet smiled at that moment, then walked towards Zilong. He sat down not too far away, and the Catwoman behind him followed after him with a glazed look. Su Ming swept his gaze across the area, already able to tell quite a number of things. There were 2 or 3 camps. One of them was the purple-robed man and the white-robed teenager. These 2 were the last to arrive, making it clear that they had been quite a long distance away. With the addition of the Catwoman, Su Ming could tell that these 2 should have come from an area beyond Divine Essence Star Ocean. The purple-robed man is Reverend Zilong. He is an almighty master of fate, lives, and death from the forces of power from the 4th true world stationed to keep watch over the barren lands of Divine Essence. As for the white-robed teenager who captured the Catwoman, I've heard a few things about him. He's a rogue cultivator, but is affiliated with the 4 great true worlds. His family name is Wu, and his origins are incredibly mysterious. Su Hui explained in a solemn voice. This proved Su Ming's guess. The second camp was Flame Fiend's progenitor and Zhu Yukai, who had fought against each other just a few days ago. As for the yellow-browed man, he seemed normal, but from his location alone, Su Ming could tell that he did not want to be too close to either side. Yet it could be vaguely seen that both sides did not want to get too close to him either. This relationship was incredibly subtle. Anyone without sufficient experience would find it difficult to notice the details and discover these clues. When Su Ming understood all this, a barely noticeable smile appeared on the corners of his lips. The power between the 3 camps was clearly not balanced, and the strongest camp should be Reverend Zilong and the white-robed teenager. The second strongest should be the camp formed by Flame Fiend's progenitor and Zhu Yukai, whose power should be on equal grounds with that of the yellow-browed man. Because of that, the yellow-browed man naturally became an important point. If he helped Flame Fiend's side, then they would be able to overcome Zilong and the white-robed teenager. And even if he continued working alone, he would still be able to obtain some benefits. After all, both sides would not want to pressure the other too much. Su Ming could also obtain some benefits in this complicated relationship. After all, his existence became another important point in other people's eyes. However, the degree of this importance would depend on Su Ming's offensive ability shown later on. When the 7th day was about to end, no one else came. Su Ming knew that there was a high possibility that along with him, these were the only people who would enter the 5th kiln. As the purple sea of fire vanished, besides the yellow-browed man and Reverend Zilong whose expressions remained the same, all the other people spotted changes. Flame Fiend's progenitor stared in the direction of the 5th kiln, while Zhu Yukai's expression turned grim. The white-robed teenager became fierce. They were all waiting for the instant the purple flames vanished and the black flames erupted. Besides the booming sounds of the flames, the place was quiet. In this comparative silence, Su Ming stared intently at the 5th kiln 100,000 feet away. Even though everything that he saw at that moment were purple flames, they started showing signs of diminishing with the passage of minutes. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Su Ming saw the purple flames beyond the 5th kiln disappear. At the instant this happened, he saw an incomparably large kiln. This kiln was green, and Su Ming did not know what sort of metal had been used to make it. It exuded a mighty pressure that caused people's hearts to shudder. Almost at the instant the purple flames disappeared, the yellow-browed man took a step forward. He was so quick that he charged towards the 5th kiln in an instant. When he moved forward, his brows danced in space. They transformed into 2 yellow dragons and surrounded his body, causing his presence to reach a shocking, monstrous degree. The second to move was Zilong. He patted the crimson dragon with his right hand, and the dragon disappeared. As it moved forward, a strange roar came from its body. It turned into a long arc, changing into a purple dragon. With a presence that caused the galaxy around it to shudder, it rushed forward with a bang. They were followed by the three people, with Su Ming being the last. The resentful Wei beneath him let out a roar. As the sea of fire tumbled around, they turned into a powerful grudge that could not be forced out of existence. The black did not signify destruction, but resentment. Su Ming stared at the fifth kiln 100,000 feet away. At first glance, the kiln seemed like it was made of bronze, and it exuded an ancient and primitive presence. But at the same time, when he looked closely at it, he could see layers of blood. The blood-stained appearance seemed to bear witness to how this item had traveled through space to come to this place from the fifth true world. The process had to have been filled with horrors, and it was likely that Su Xianyi and his wife had forced their way out one encirclement after another. Numerous months had passed since then, and plenty of things had disappeared in the long river of history. However, the blood on the fifth kiln surpassed the power of time and continued telling its tale, causing all those who saw it for the first time to shudder. At that moment, once the purple flames disappeared, a short period of tranquility appeared around the fifth kiln. Su Ming did not know for how long this period of tranquility would last, but based on the others' actions, it would pass in the blink of an eye. The first to cross the 100,000 feet wide galaxy was the yellow-browed man. He was so fast that he closed in on the fifth kiln in the blink of an eye. As the two yellow dragons roared while surrounding him, he did not slow down in the slightest. With a bang, he came into contact with the fifth kiln. He stuck himself tightly onto it, and a rarely seen expression of pain appeared on his face. However, he kept his hands fixed tightly on the kiln, not loosening his grip in the slightest. The fifth kiln was so great that the yellow-browed man looked incredibly insignificant before it. As Su Ming charged forth and approached the kiln, it continued growing bigger and bigger in his field of vision. Right then, he saw that there was a faint crack near the yellow-browed man. The second to approach the kiln was Reverend Zilong. His body turned into a purple long arc, and when he closed in on the kiln with a bang like a purple dragon, he fixed his right hand on the kiln. The spot which he approached was also the edge of the crack. At the instant he touched the kiln, sizzling sounds could be heard. Clearly, the heat of the kiln made even Zilong frown. His expression of pain might not be as evident as that of the yellow-browed man, but it was clear that he was enduring something painful. He knew the level of difficulty in this, and so did the yellow-browed man. They were followed by the white-robed teenager, Zhu Yukai, and Flame Fiend's progenitor. The three of them approached the kiln almost at the same time. The place they approached was similarly part of the crack. When Su Ming looked over, he could see all of them fixing their hands tightly on the kiln, next to the crack, but they did not do much after that, as if waiting. Su Ming was the final person to approach the place. When he closed in on the fifth kiln, he lifted his right hand and seized the crack to the side of the kiln's walls. At the instant he did so, he sensed a powerful wave of heat surge through his right hand into his body with a bang. Once the black horse brought Su Ming to the fifth kiln, the two dragon heads immediately opened their mouths and bit down on the kiln with their teeth. Like human fingers, they took hold of the kiln. Almost at the instant Su Ming arrived, a powerful tremor shook the fifth kiln. Su Ming felt the heat of the kiln rise up. Almost in the blink of an eye, he reached the limit of what his current body could endure, but it was also the moment that the black flames of destruction erupted with loud bangs from within the crack. The flames of destruction spread out from the kiln. At that moment, Su Ming saw endless cracks on the fifth kiln. Those flames came out from them and swept through the entire divine essence star ocean. At the instant the black flames of destruction erupted forth, the yellow-browed man let out a low roar and let go, then lifted his hands to provide protection in front of himself. With large strides, he brought forth a wave of impact that shook the surrounding air, and with a single move, he rushed inside the crack through which the black flames were gushing forth. Once he rushed in, the black flames of destruction instantly submerged him, but it could be seen that there was a gigantic ball of fire that was charging forth with an incredibly speed within them. The yellow-browed man was naturally in that ball of fire. The two yellow dragons around him were rotating swiftly, forming a tight defense and allowing him to rush into the distance. He disappeared without a trace. Reverend Zilong flew up almost at the same time. With an expressionless face, he released his grip on the kiln. He then turned into a dragon to charge forward, allowing himself to be devoured by the black flames. Yet those flames could not make him falter for even a single moment. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the black flames. There was no sky and earth in the fifth kiln. There was only a platform that was about 10,000 feet tall. This platform was made of bronze, and there was an incredibly great heat spreading out from it. Everywhere around the platform was endless space that was filled with a boundless sea of fire tumbling about. It exuded an incredibly dense heat. The flames there would sometimes be red, sometimes blue, at other times purple, and once in a while black. There were even times when these flames mixed together to form a multicolored sea of fire. As it tumbled about, some flames suddenly seethed and let out booming sounds. The yellow-browed man rushed out from the sea of fire. His entire body was like a burning ball of fire. When he landed on the platform, he stomped his feet, and the flames on his body were immediately extinguished. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. He lowered his head and looked at his body, noticing that the corners of his sleeves had turned into ashes. His expression immediately turned slightly sour. When he raised his head, an expression of lingering fear appeared briefly on his face. The flames of destruction are so powerful. I've only been here for a small amount of time, and they've already burned my sleeves. If I remain for a while longer, even my life might be in danger. It's a pity that the period of time when the purple flames disappear and the black flames erupt is the moment when the barrier is at its weakest, or else it would have been great if I could have stepped in when the flames were purple. The man shook his head. When he sighed, the sea of fire above him suddenly tumbled furiously once more, and a purple figure rushed out. That purple figure was so quick that it instantly landed on the platform. When the flames were extinguished, the long arc turned into Reverend Zilong. There were a few strands of his hair that had turned into ashes and scattered into the air the moment he stepped on the platform. The yellow-browed man looked at Zilong, and Zilong looked back at him. Their gazes met for a moment before they both averted them. Yet even so, they had once again made a general guess towards the other's level of cultivation. Fellow Taoist Zilong, I am Huang Mei. I've heard of your great name a long time ago. Now that I met you today, it's just as the rumors say, your power is extraordinary. You are already half a step away from Fate Realm. The yellow-browed man let out a loud bark of laughter, then wrapped his fist in his palm towards Reverend Zilong. Fellow Taoist Huang Mei, you have a similarly great reputation in Divine Essence Star Ocean. Even if I am from the galaxy beyond this place, I've also heard about your liking for the bodies of ancestral spirits. Compared to me, who is half a step away from Fate Realm, you might already be close to attaining completion of Mastery Realm, Zilong said faintly. When he turned his body towards Huang Mei, he swept his gaze across the gourd behind his back in a seemingly casual manner, then wrapped his fist in his palm to return the greeting. Ha ha! Fellow Taoist Zilong, you are too polite. I wonder what sort of treasure are you aiming for by coming here this time? Huang Mei asked while smiling. I don't have anything that I am set on getting. I'll just leave it to chance. I'm more curious at the moment about who will be the third person who will step out of the black flames, Zilong said while lifting his head to look at the sea of fire above him. Huang Mei's expression remained calm. When he looked towards the flames above his head, he asked with a smile, Oh, fellow Taoist Zilong, would you like to make a bet? What's the bet? Zilong averted his gaze and looked at Huang Mei. His previous words were precisely so that he could bring up the issue of a gamble. The both of them were scheming and farsighted people. They were both slightly wary of each other and needed to find a solution to resolve the effect and threat the other would bring. Almighties who had reached their level always found it best to not attack if they could choose to not attack. Let's make the bet on one-time abnegation, Huang Mei immediately said. The person who loses will have to choose to give up on a piece of treasure the winner wants. Very well. Zilong nodded. All right, then I will choose first. I choose Flame Fiend's progenitor. I wonder who you will choose, fellow Taoist Zilong. Is it Sir Wu? A glint appeared in Huang Mei's eyes while he spoke with a smile. Reverend Zilong fell into a period of contemplative silence before he suddenly said, I will choose the cultivator riding that black horse. Huang Mei's gaze focused. He did not expect that he would choose the person on the black horse. In his eyes, that man was the weakest among them. The black horse of his was slightly strange, but from his previous performance, he was still the weakest among them. All right, then let's see who among the people we chose will be the third to show up. Huang Mei pondered it over for a moment, then lifted his head and looked at the sea of fire in space. With a glint in his eyes, he started waiting. Within the sea of fire in the fifth kiln were Zhu Yukai and Flame Fiend's progenitor. At that moment, both of them were charging forward. The power of the black flames was incredibly terrifying. Even if the both of them were almighties and old Flame Fiend identified himself as the Emperor of Flames, he still felt a powerful sense of danger. This pushed them to be even faster. Next to them was the teenager in white. His body had already changed. While he retained the upper half of the human, the lower half of his body had become that of a centipede, and he was so quick that his speed was on equal grounds with that of Zhu Yukai and the Flame Fiend's progenitor. Behind them was Su Ming sitting cross-legged on the resentful Wei's body. With a will screaming to destroy all lives, the black flames burned in all directions. The resentful Wei could withstand it, but Su Ming's heart faced the fear from Xianxia, Yunyu, Nianyin, and Huayu. The black flames would cause people to feel as if they were placed in the kiln of the universe. Their whole bodies would burn in their minds, and in fact, even their cultivation bases would seem to melt in these flames. Su Ming's hair was burning. The brows of the body he controlled had already turned into ashes. In fact, he even had a feeling that the body he controlled was about to melt. Since the four of you dared to place your ambitions on the fifth kiln, then hurry up and bring out the methods you've hidden for this purpose. Su Ming immediately ordered them by sending his thought to their minds. Since Xianxia and his group had been planning for this for years, it was impossible for them to not have prepared anything. Su Ming was naturally not so considerate as to do all the work himself and let others enjoy the benefits. Xianxia and his group might not be the main souls, but under the black flame, all of the pain the body suffered would be divided by everyone inside. Because of that, the four of them would sense the pain incredibly well. That pain of their bodies and cultivation bases burning prevented the four of them from having any room to refuse Su Ming's order. A moment later, Su Ming lifted his right hand while sitting cross-legged on the resentful Wei and struck his own body. With it, a black medicinal core appeared on his palm. This medicinal core was not something to be consumed, but was a fire-warding core. It was made of many precious materials and was something created only after Xianxia and his group had spent many years in collecting the materials required for it. Su Ming immediately crushed the core before flinging it away. With it, the flames before him started letting out loud booms, and during them, the flame's temperature was reduced slightly. At the instant this happened, the resentful Wei let out a roar, and its speed increased exponentially. As Su Ming circulated his cultivation base, he resisted the burns brought by the black flames. His hair and eyebrows had already disappeared, and there were many signs of destruction on his body. Even if it was formed by the supreme treasure, it could not last for long under the destructive flames. Besides, the faster a person traveled through the sea of fire, the worse the burns Wei suffered, but if they did not travel quickly and remained in place for a time, it would also become progressively worse for them. In fact, once the black flames erupted in a greater magnitude, then not only would the person be unable to step into the fifth kiln, even their life would be threatened. As Su Ming moved forward and the body showed even more signs of falling apart, he sent another thought to the group. One isn't enough. Bring them all out. Xianxia hesitated for a moment before saying, But if we use up all of them, how are we supposed to rush out of the sea of fire when we want to go back? If we can't even get in, then why even mention returning? Su Ming did not slow down. Zhu Yukai, Flame Fiend's progenitor, and the white-robed teenager had already widened the distance between him and them. While speaking, Su Ming struck his body with his right hand again. This time, 5 fire warding cores appeared. Once he crushed all of them and swung the powder forward, the temperature of the flames in front of him were instantly reduced for a moment. His speed increased endlessly, and in an instant he covered a lot of ground. Within a moment, he was already side by side with the white-robed teenager, who was the last among the 3. The white-robed teenager looked at Su Ming, and a flash of surprise appeared on his face. He did not expect that Su Ming would be able to catch up. "I don't have any more. There were only 6. Xianxia immediately sent this thought forward with anxiety in his voice. Clearly, even if he did not tell the truth, he would only have at most about 1 or 2 of those cores left. Su Ming did not pressure him too much. He did not speak, but as a brilliant sparkle shone in his eyes, a resolute look appeared on his face. He could not stay for much longer in the sea of fire, or else his body created by the supreme treasure would shatter. Resentful Wei, move at full speed. Don't bother about me. Once he sent this thought to the black horse, all 6 of the resentful Wei's eyes shone at the same time, and they let out a roar together. This roar caused the expression of the white-robed teenager to change, and even Zhu Yukai and Flame Fiend's progenitor were not unaffected. At that instant, the black horse's speed increased without comparison right before their eyes. As it rushed forward, it surpassed the white-robed teenager in the blink of an eye and then passed Zhu Yukai and Flame Fiend's progenitor. As for Su Ming, a feeling of being burned instantly drowned all of his senses. With it, intense pain shot through him. That pain of being burned was immediately split into 6 parts. Once it was shared equally among all, the resentful Wei beneath Su Ming became faster again. Su Ming knew that the others could maintain the average speed to move forward through the black flames. But he could not, because the other people's bodies were real and were formed by their cultivation bases, but his body was formed by a supreme treasure. Since it was bound to be damaged, then between the injuries he would suffer by rushing out of the sea of fire at full strength and the injuries he would have to bear by moving forward at uniform speed, he would choose the former. As he was rushing out, his body burned and dried up, but the resentful Wei beneath him was like a bolt of lightning that surpassed the white-robed teenager, Zhu Yukai, and Flame Fiend's progenitor. Once it did so, the resentful Wei crashed straight into an invisible barrier hidden in the flames. With a bang, a powerful rebound shot out of the invisible barrier. That rebound attacked Su Ming's body and was immediately shared between him and the other 5. At that moment, he activated Akang's presence in his body and even summoned his Akang clone to fuse together with him, making the body's power reach its absolute peak. Once the resentful Wei crashed into the barrier again, a loud bang that shook the sea of fire around them spread out, and the invisible barrier shattered swiftly. The resentful Wei rushed out. Right behind him was Zhu Yukai, Flame Fiend's progenitor, and the white-robed teenager. But they also had to face the invisible barrier. That barrier closed up incredibly quickly, and unless they acted at the same time, then in the span of a few breaths it would close up and heal. Those behind would then still have to face the barrier's obstruction. As booming sounds echoed from the barrier, the resentful Wei jumped out, and Su Ming's body shot out of the sea of fire. He appeared in the area above the platform. He saw Huang Mei and Zilong and noticed that their gazes were focused completely on him at that moment. He also saw a vague smile at the corners of Zilong's lips as well as the crease between Huang Mei's brows. Su Ming did not have time to think about it too much. Once he rushed out, he immediately descended on the platform. The resentful Wei looked the same as usual, but a large amount of burns had appeared on the body Su Ming controlled. He sucked in a deep breath, closed his eyes, and circulated his cultivation base. At the same time, Xianxia, Yunyu, Nianyin, and Huayu sighed and relaxed from the highly strung state they were in previously. They started making the best use of their time by repairing their own bodies. Su Hui might not have said a single word since the start, but in truth, the worry in her heart was naturally much greater than that of Xianxia and his group. When she saw that Su Ming was well, her mind was set at ease, and she started circulating her cultivation base to heal herself. Because of it, the body Su Ming controlled, which was originally in an incredibly pathetic state, started healing rapidly before Huang Mei and Zilong's eyes. The flames on the body disappeared, the burn marks faded away, and with just a few breaths, most of the body was already healed. However, Su Ming knew that this was just what was shown on the surface. In truth, the body formed by the Supreme Treasure had suffered some damage that could not be healed. He did not know for how long it could continue maintaining this form, but clearly, it would not be for too long. This item had been created by a sublime paragon. If it was not for this Supreme Treasure, even with his Akang clone, it would have been difficult for Su Ming to last for so long in the black flames. Besides, he was not fast enough, which would have made it difficult for him to enter the fifth kiln. Unless, of course, his Akang clone had become stronger. Then perhaps he would have been able to do it. He might have taken advantage of his current situation and added the resentful Wei's speed into the mix to be able to enter, but even if he was taking advantage of his circumstances, as long as he could enter the fifth kiln, it was all that mattered. When Su Ming opened his eyes, he saw Reverend Zilong nodding towards him with a faint smile. As for the yellow-browed man, he let out a cold snort, but did not say a single thing. A barely noticeable glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. These two people's attitudes towards him had changed, and it was clearly different from how they regarded him when they were outside. There had to be reasons he did not know behind this. As he thought about it, intense bangs shot out from the sea of fire above him. They rang out one after another, and several bangs later, Flame Fiend's progenitor became the first to rush out. Behind him was Zhu Yukai, and the last was the white-robed teenager. When these three people landed on the platform, they lifted their heads to look at the sea of fire above them. There was lingering fear in their gazes. The three of them looked incredibly pathetic. Clearly, even with their levels of cultivation, the journey through the destructive flames had been incredibly strenuous. Once these three people looked at the sea of fire above them, all of them looked at Su Ming at the same time. There was a grave look on their faces, along with a hint of surprise. This was the first time they truly acknowledged Su Ming's existence. They had previously made a few vague guesses in their heads, but in truth they did not pay too much attention to him. They only thought that all those who could come to this place would not be too weak. Yet once they experienced the trial just then, Su Ming used his actions to show that he had the right to be regarded with importance by these three people. You are a flame fiend, but you didn't manage to arrive before us. Instead, you let a cultivator get ahead of you. Huang Mei cast Flame Fiend's progenitor a look before he sighed. Flame Fiend's progenitor rolled his eyes before narrowing them. A fierce glare shone in them, but he did not say anything. They were gambling just now. Su Ming's expression was calm, but a thought had formed in his mind. Yellow Eyebrows chose Flame Fiend's progenitor, and Reverend Zilong chose me. Su Ming swept his gaze across them. When he looked towards Reverend Zilong, a hint of surprise appeared in the man's eyes. However, it quickly turned into praise and he nodded. Clearly, he had managed to tell what Su Ming was thinking based on his gaze, and he knew that Su Ming had managed to guess what had happened. Su Ming's heart stilled, and he once again felt that while these people's appearances varied, all of them were far-sighted and scheming people. The yellow-browed man's words might have made him seem as if he was grumbling just then, but in truth, it was a form of sowing discord between them. The white-robed teenager cast a profound look at Su Ming before walking next to Reverend Zilong. He lifted his right hand and swung it forward. Immediately, the space distorted, and the Catwoman's figure manifested from within. Her face was still as apathetic as ever. The white-robed teenager moved towards her and bit down on her neck to begin sucking her blood. Several breaths later, he lifted his head. There was still blood at the corners of his lips, but the injuries on his body had healed slightly during that short moment. He then put away the Catwoman. Once he sat down cross-legged, he closed his eyes and began meditating. Zhu Yukai chose to meditate a bit farther away as well. As for Flame Fiend's progenitor, he crouched down on Zhu Yukai's body. Occasionally, he would look towards Su Ming, and a ferocious smile would appear on his lips. "All right, we'll rest here for several days. When the black flames in the world outside have finished erupting and the flames in the kiln disperse, we'll be able to enter the kiln. The yellow-browed man said calmly, sat down by the side, picked up his gourd, and began drinking. Reverend Zilong's expression became indifferent once again. When he sat down, he closed his eyes. The area instantly became quiet, and as the sea of fire tumbled beyond the platform, the lingering echoes of the booming sounds from the flames occasionally reached their ears. Su! At the instant Su Ming closed his eyes, he heard an indistinct voice hidden in the booms ringing in the space around him. That voice drifted about and echoed in the area. At the instant that voice spoke, all the people opened their eyes. What sound is that? The yellow-browed man frowned and stared at the tumbling sea of fire around him coldly. That sound had entered their minds and was reverberating non-stop at the moment. Su! The white-robed man that was the centipede with 1,000 feet said faintly, and a barely noticeable glint shone in his eyes. Flame Fiend's progenitor narrowed his eyes while remaining crouched on Zhu Yukai's body. No one knew what sort of thoughts were in his mind. Zhu Yukai shuddered lightly. He lowered his head and hid away the hint of complicated emotions that appeared on his face when that voice spoke. It is rumored that the master of the fifth kiln is called Su Xianyi. This person came from the fifth true world, and it is said that he ventured out with his wife in the past. From then on, he has never been seen again. Could this voice be the kiln calling out to its master? The yellow-browed wondered aloud after contemplating it for a moment. When he spoke, he looked towards Reverend Zilong. Zilong remained as calm as ever. He looked at the sea of fire in space and did not say a single word. No one in the area noticed that Su Ming had also lowered his head at that moment. His eyes were shut, and he looked as if he was meditating, but in truth, he was hiding the hint of grief in his eyes. Even they know about Su Xianyi. Looks like the words of Dust Burner's progenitor were real. After a moment, the vague voice echoed in the area once more. That single word that the voice spoke lingered for a long time and did not disappear, as if it was truly calling out to its master. There was a deep, ancient air within it, causing those who heard it to be unable to help themselves but to find their hearts growing heavy. Soon after, the people resumed immersing themselves in exercising their breathing and waited for the sea of fire in space to disperse. They simply allowed that indistinct voice to occasionally ring in their minds. Su Ming closed his eyes, but his right hand had moved to his storage bag. There was a jade slip on his palm, and its contents appeared in Su Ming's mind. The resentful Wei stood proudly beside him and looked at the area and the people indifferently. It regarded all manner of lives with hostility, and even if Su Ming had already formed an agreement with it, it still found itself to not really be able to get used to it. However, it could sense that Su Ming truly valued it. Most importantly, it sensed a similar loneliness and grief within Su Ming. With the resentful Wei around, Su Ming could be at ease and immerse himself within observing the map in his mind. It had been given to him by Dust Burner's progenitor, and within it was a rather detailed description of the fifth kiln. Inside it, there were 99 balls of fire, and they were the reason why the fifth kiln was known as a kiln. Each ball of fire contained a supreme treasure, and when all 99 of them were gathered together, they would form the vast power possessed by the fifth kiln. Over the course of countless years of the fifth kiln being activated continuously and an endless stream of people entering it in hopes of obtaining a serendipity, some people managed to truly obtain a supreme treasure. They extinguished the fire and took away the treasure. Because of that, the fifth kiln gradually lost its power to move about and could only stay in a single spot in the galaxy. When all of its supreme treasures were taken away, it would dissolve and disappear. As of then, not even Dust Burners knew how many balls of fire were still within the fifth kiln. How many supreme treasures were yet to be taken away. Su Ming knew that the Almighties beside him were aiming for the supreme treasures contained within the balls of fire that still remained. Besides these 99 balls of fire, there were 999 complementary treasures. They formed the structure connecting the 99 supreme treasures, and not even a single one could be missing. Over the years, these complementary treasures were the ones who were most commonly taken away. The 99 balls of fire formed 99 big dimensions within the kiln. while the 999 complementary treasures formed 999 small dimensions. Even if the balls of fire were extinguished and the supreme treasure within them taken away, their dimensions would still exist. Each dimension was a world, and there were ferocious beasts within them to protect the treasure. These ferocious spirits varied in strength, and it was often based on the might of the treasure itself. A cultivator in Solar Culpa realm might be able to win against the spirit protecting an ordinary complementary treasure and obtain it, but if there was an incredibly powerful complementary treasure, the ferocious spirits within its dimension would also be stronger. If the treasure in the dimension was taken away, the dimension would remain, and so the ferocious spirits within it would also continue to exist. On top of that, because they had lost their treasure, they would become even more ruthless. They would not stop until they killed all life forms that entered their dimension. It was even more so for the beasts defending the supreme treasures. The balls of fire in the dimensions with supreme treasures could not be extinguished by those who were not in Mastery Realm or Fate Realm. Furthermore, these supreme treasures were categorized in different levels. Based on the information Su Ming obtained from Dustburner's progenitor, 9 of the 99 supreme treasures were in the core of the 5th kiln. The level of difficulty in obtaining these 9 supreme treasures surpassed all of the others. It was related to a person's level of cultivation, chance, and also serendipity. Dustburners had a record of them, and they knew through a unique method of theirs that many years ago, when the kiln was activated, there were 9 people who had stepped into a dimension. It was difficult for people to take even an inch forward there, but they saw a sight which drove them mad. There was a prime flame in the sky of the dimension. This meant that this was one of the 99 dimensions with a supreme treasure, but this was just secondary in importance. The most important thing was that there was a blade contained within the ball of fire that the 9 people saw. At the instant they took note of this, the blade's voice reached their minds, telling them that its name was Life-Envying Blade. A supreme treasure that would tell its own name to others was one of the 9 treasures within the core of the 5th kiln. A supreme treasure which would come to them only by luck. It was that blade that caused all of the 9 people to die in the end, and among the 9, 7 of them were masters of fate, lives, and death. These 7 people had come from the forces of power from the 4 great true worlds stationed to keep watch over the barren lands of divine essence. It was also due to the deaths of these 7 people that the 4 great true worlds gave up on their plan to occupy the divine essence star ocean in one go, which they had been preparing for at that time. Instead, they simply decided to keep watch over it. It could be seen from this alone that the 9 supreme treasures in the core contained incredible temptation and power. When Su Ming saw this, questions rose in his heart. Why did Su Xianyi not take the 5th kiln with him when he ventured out in the past? If he had taken it, then perhaps he would not have suffered such a tragic fate in true Morning Dao world. Su Ming could not understand this. It caused him to be momentarily silent before continued to read through the introductions in the map in regards to the 5th kiln. There were life forms existing in the space between the many dimensions in the 5th kiln, and they were known as fire spirits. They were created by abyss builders and given the task of refining the supreme treasures as well as protecting the kiln. Over the course of countless years, intelligence was born within some of them and they chose to leave to become dust burners. However, the price for leaving was the loss of the powerful offensive power they possessed as fire spirits. There were quite a large number of fire spirits who chose freedom despite that, but many chose to stay even if intelligence had been born within them. Instead, they continued carrying out their mission within the 5th kiln. There were also plenty of fire spirits who did not possess intelligence and just drifted in a daze between the dimensions of the 5th kiln. They killed all life forms which did not belong to the place and maintained the normal operations of the 5th kiln. Time slowly passed as Su Ming investigated the information regarding the 5th kiln. When the 7th day of the black flames of destruction erupting passed, the heinous sea of fire that had lasted for nearly a month within Divine Essence Star Ocean disappeared in an instant. Not a single flame could be seen any longer. Only ruins were left behind, as well as worlds that no longer had any traces of green within them. Far too many planets were reduced to ashes by the sea of fire, and far too many floating continents had disappeared along with it. None of them would exist in Divine Essence Star Ocean any longer. There were also far too many ferocious beasts who had died in the Sea of Fire. The ones remaining would exist in a period of emptiness within Divine Essence Star Ocean. But even so, the hidden forces would remain strong. If powerful ferocious beasts and various races could survive here, then they naturally find ways to avoid the Sea of Fire until they even got used to the eruptions from the fifth kiln. Their existences were the foundation of Divine Essence Star Ocean. When the Sea of Fire in the world outside disappeared, the flames that existed in space in the area around the group on the platform started dimming one by one. Yet as they became dimmer, all the people, including Su Ming, instantly saw figures that had their eyes closed and were sleeping in the extinguished flames. They were fire spirits. When the Sea of Fire from the fifth kiln erupted, they fell asleep, but when it disappeared, they would gradually wake up and carry out their mission, to kill all those who did not belong in this place. At the instant Huang Mei and Reverend Zi Long saw the fire spirits, their faces turned grim. They did not say a single word because there were far too many fire spirits around. They were so densely packed together that their numbers could not be counted. They might be sleeping, but the mighty pressure spreading out from their bodies was enough to make all people's skin crawl. These fire spirits' levels of cultivation varied, but even the weakest among them were at Lunar Culpa realm. The strongest among them were existences akin to masters of fate, lives, and death. However, they had not reached that realm and were just exuding the mighty pressure and offensive power that belonged to those in that realm. Thankfully, most of them did not possess intelligence. However, it could be seen that some of their eyelids were shuddering, as if they were about to wake up, and it gave a sense of oppression to people. Fellow Taoists, if you could come to this place, then you must surely have your own understanding regarding the fifth kiln. There are 6 of us here. If all goes well, we can occupy 6 spirit trudging platforms. At that time, the yellow-browed man lifted his head to look at the fire spirits. Right at the instant he finished speaking, 9 huge light screens appeared around the platform on which they stood. At the instant light shone from them, piercing roars reverberated through the kiln. Those shrill cries came from the fire spirits who had opened their eyes from their deep slumber and let out that sound once they saw the 6 intruders. Once the continuous string of shrill sounds traveled outwards, the fire spirits who had awakened rushed towards the platform at an incredible speed. Due to the noise, even more fire spirits woke up, and their piercing screeches shook the entire kiln for a time. It sounded as if it would not stop until all of the intruders were killed. While they rushed to the platform. The hot wave that came with them swiftly rose to an apprehensive degree. At that moment, the yellow-browed man rushed into one of the light screens. He was so quick that he disappeared in an instant. Reverend Zi Long reacted at almost the same time and stepped into another light screen, disappearing. As for the white-robed teenager, Zhu Yukai, and Flame Fiend's progenitor, they spread out and rushed towards different light screens. Flame Fiend's progenitor cast Su Ming a seemingly casual glance on his way. A glint flashed past his eyes, and an unknown thought formed in his heart. However, plenty of fire spirits were coming towards them at that moment, and he did not have much time to think about it. He could only move towards the closest light screen, and in an instant he stepped into it. Su Ming moved swiftly as well. With one step, he landed on the Resentful Way. Its speed surpassed Su Ming's own, which was why borrowing the Resentful Way's power at that moment was the best choice. The Resentful Way could sense the mighty pressure brought by the shrill voices from the space above it. With a single move, it charged towards another light screen like a bolt of lightning. Su Ming did not know whether it was just a figment of his imagination, but before he stepped onto the Resentful Way, the fire spirits seemed to be surging towards them from all directions. Their shrill voices echoed in his ears, but they did not seem to be focusing on him. Yet when he got onto the Resentful Way, they immediately charged towards them. Su Ming did not have time to think too much into it. With its extreme speed, the Resentful Way rushed into the light screen and the 2 of them disappeared. On the platform, a large number of fire spirits rushed into all of the light screens that the intruders had entered. The moment they did so, the 9 light screens around the platform started revolving, and booming sounds rang out in the air. The light shining from them reached 100,000 feet. This sort of revolving motion made it seem as if the fifth kiln was in operation. Oh! The instant Su Ming walked out of the light screen, he had his Atman spread out to sweep the area. The resentful way beneath him did not stop and immediately galloped forward. Above them was a blue sky. The ground was filled with green, and everything seemed to be at peace, as if there was nothing dangerous in the place. Even if Su Ming spread his Atman outwards, he did not notice any dangers. However, he did not relax his guard in the slightest bit. This was one of the many dimensions within the fifth kiln, so it was impossible for there to be no dangers in this place. As he rushed forward, a myriad of thoughts passed through his mind. Su Ming knew what was the spirit trudging platform that the yellow-browed man had mentioned. The platform the group stood upon before was one of those things. There was an introduction to these spirit trudging platforms in the jade slip that Dust Burner's progenitor had given Su Ming. That item was originally not named as such, and it was only coined with this name by those who came to the kiln later on. Gradually, as time passed, most people came to know it by this name. Knowledge about its true use had long disappeared in the passage of history. Perhaps Dust Burners knew about it, but it was not mentioned in the jade slip. As of then, the platforms were useful due to their locations, which was why they were incredibly important to all the people who challenged the fifth kiln. If anyone divided the myriad of dimensions in the fifth kiln into an inner and outer layer, then they could treat the kiln as a gigantic sphere. The countless dimensions were scattered all over the place. There were primary and complementary dimensions, and there were 3 borders dividing the inner and outer layers. These 3 borders were formed by many platforms that formed a ring, and it divided the entire fifth kiln into 4 regions. It did not mean that the dimension with the supreme treasures would definitely be located in the innermost layer, but the innermost regions would definitely have dimensions with supreme treasures. The yellow-browed man was clearly talking about the first border just now. The meaning behind his words was that if all of them were successful in their journey, they would gather there and step into the dimensions of the fifth kiln between the second and third borders. The fifth stone which Su Ming wanted was located in the deepest depths of the kiln, which meant that it would only appear in the inner layer of the third border. This fifth stone's role was to suppress certain things in the fifth kiln. It existed to suppress some powerful supreme treasures. Su Ming's eyes sparkled. As the resentful Wei charged forward, he continued spreading his Atman outwards and searching for the exit. The world's area was not very big, so he could tell that this was one of the dimensions with a complementary treasure, but there was no light from a treasure in the sky. Clearly, the complementary treasure in this place had already been taken away many years ago by someone else. These sorts of places were the most dangerous. It would have been better had the treasure still been around. As long as a person was not dead set on obtaining the treasure, then the ferocious spirits in the place would most often not take the initiative to attack. However, in places where the treasure had been taken away a long time ago, the ferocious beasts would kill all those who came to the dimension. Su Ming was alert. When he moved forward, he did not forget to observe the area behind him. In just about a dozen breaths, his expression changed swiftly. He noticed that 3 fire spirits had rushed into the region he was relocated, and they were chasing after him. He frowned. These 3 fire spirits were not especially powerful. 2 among them possessed offensive power comparable to those in Solar Culpa realm, while the final one was slightly weaker. It only possessed a mighty pressure that was equivalent to those in Lunar Culpa realm. Compared to them, Su Ming was more concerned about what sort of ferocious spirits existed in this seemingly peaceful world. The most important thing for him to do right then was not to chase away the fire spirits behind him, but to leave this dimension as quickly as possible. His eyes sparkled. The resentful Wei beneath Su Ming could notice his thoughts. It became even faster, and Su Ming sent out a divine thought to Xianxia and his group, who were still excited about being able to enter the fifth kiln. He also sent one to Su Hui. Soon, the divine senses from Xianxia, Yunyu, Nianyin, Huayu, and Su Hui gathered on Su Ming's body, and under his control, they spread outwards swiftly. Then in the blink of an eye, the entire land was enveloped in their divine senses. Where is it? Su Ming's eyes focused, and he immediately noticed a faint distortion in the space in a region in the distance. That distortion looked ripples on a calm surface of water. Clearly, there was some form of relocation force there. It's just as Dust Burner's progenitor said. If there is an entrance to a dimension, then there will definitely be an exit. This is an unchanging law that will last forever. The resentful way beneath Su Ming became even faster and turned into a long arc that could not be seen clearly. In an instant, it disappeared. When it reappeared, it was already beside the distorted region. Just as it was about to step in, Su Ming's pupils suddenly shrank. Something's not right. This dimension is a little too simple. Without any hesitation, Su Ming stopped. He lifted his right hand, sending out a wisp of Yun Yu's divine sense. This was his ability as the main soul, and Yun Yu could not refuse it. That divine sense disappeared into the distorted region, but soon, Su Ming's expression changed. He heard a pained scream from Yun Yu echoing in his mind. His divine sense had been devoured. Su Ming immediately moved back, but the instant he did so, he saw violent ripples coming out from the distorted region, and it turned into a gaping mouth. Ghastly black rays of light were revealed within, and the mouth opened wide to devour Su Ming in one gulp. At the same time, about a dozen distortions suddenly appeared in the originally empty space around him. A dozen-something gaping mouths like the first one took shape, and with a foul gust of wind as well as low growls, they charged towards Su Ming. The blue sky became murky in an instant as well. A gigantic crack that was enough to terrify all appeared above. If anyone looked over, they would immediately see that this was not a crack, but an incomparably huge, ghastly, gaping mouth. With the resentful way's speed, it disappeared into the distance in an instant and avoided being devoured by the dozen-something gaping mouths. However, the hose could not avoid the ghastly mouth formed in the sky. It charged towards them from above and below. When Su Ming looked over, it was as if the entire sky was descending on him. It looked as if the mouth wanted to gobble up the land. His expression turned dark. By then, he had already seen the ferocious spirit's appearance. These were semi-transparent, ferocious beasts that looked like tadpoles. They were not big, but their skulls were several hundreds of times bigger than their bodies. When they opened their mouths, it was an alarming sight. There might only be around a dozen of them around, but each of them exuded the offensive power of those in Solar Culpa realm, and a wave of madness and resentment also came from them, especially the ferocious beast which replaced the sky. The mighty pressure spreading out from it was the presence that belonged to Almighties in Mastery Realm. The dozen-something ferocious spirits were in front of Su Ming, while above him was the gaping mouth that filled the sky. Behind him were the three fire spirits, charging swiftly towards him. These three fire spirits did not have intelligence. In their eyes were a great killing intent, so it seemed that only the ground was safe. Su Ming looked at the ground, and a cold sneer appeared on the corners of his lips. The safer a place appeared, the higher the possibility that it was the most dangerous. This was something that could be seen by what had happened moments ago. He stopped in midair, then closed his eyes and soon opened them again. Ikang's presence erupted from him. Once it filled the Supreme Treasure's body, a brilliant light shone in Su Ming's eyes. He did not retreat, but moved forward, and took a step towards the dozen-something ferocious spirits in front of him. He lifted his right hand and swiftly struck the area in front of him. At the instant his palm landed, the sun, moon, and stars shone in Su Ming's eyes. His palm swiftly turned into a gigantic illusion in front of him. That illusion was enlarged rapidly and turned into a palm that was several thousands of feet big. With loud bangs, it collided with the ferocious spirits, and booming sounds surged up into the sky. From the distance, it could be seen that these ferocious spirits were swatted backwards, and a path for Su Ming was cleared. He moved. As the resentful way, Su Ming left its back and rushed towards the incoming gaping mouth, which brought up a torrential wave as it came from the sky. At the same moment, the resentful way lifted its head, stared at the mouth in the sky, and let out a shocking roar. Once it roared, infinite black flames instantly erupted from its hooves. Endless resentment was contained in those flames, and they filled the place in all directions, forming a gigantic black ball of fire that swept up the resentful Wei and charged towards the gaping mouth in the sky. Su Ming and the resentful Wei rushed forward from two directions. In just the span of a few breaths, they crashed into the gaping mouth one after another. Booming sounds and roars reverberated in the air, and the entire sky tumbled backwards. The gigantic ferocious spirit was clearly not an opponent when Su Ming and the resentful Wei worked together. As it retreated continuously, the true sky was revealed. It was fragmented with countless cracks in it. Su Ming's eyes sparkled, and without any hesitation, he charged towards one of the cracks with a long whistle. The resentful Wei was even faster. As it charged forward, it met up with Su Ming. Then, in the blink of an eye, rushed into a crack and disappeared without a trace. The clouds and smoke swam forth swiftly before Su Ming's eyes, as if 1,000 years were going past. It only lasted for an instant, but the length of that instant seemed to be continuously lengthened, which would cause most people to be at a loss at what to do. It lasted only for the blink of an eye, but that action itself seemed to carry fatigue, and it brought with it the powerlessness of struggling against the passage of time. This was what Su Ming felt once he walked out of the crack in the sky from the first dimension. The body of the supreme treasure might seem to not have changed much, but within it, Su Ming, Xianxia, Yunyu, Nianyin Huayu, and even Su Hui found their minds in a state of chaos. Su Hui was in a slightly better condition, but Xianxia and his group were hit by a clear, heavy fatigue. I lost about 100 years of my life. It's the same for me. I lost nearly 150 years. The voices from Xianxia and his group echoed in Su Ming's mind. Su Ming's fatigue was even greater, because he was the main soul. The life force he lost was about 300 years. If he added the years of life they lost together, it would amount to a total of 1,000 years. Every single time they moved through a dimension, 1,000 years of life would be taken away from them. This was something the jade slip from Dustburner's progenitor had not mentioned. Su Ming stayed silent. Xianxia and his group remained silent as well. Thankfully, those 1,000 years of life were divided among us. This is also our strength. We can move even further than others, so why did you fall silent? Su Hui's voice traveled faintly into the group's minds. Since we're already here, there's nothing we can't afford to lose. Now, even more so, we cannot split up, or else each of us will have to bear the burden of having 1,000 years of life flowing out from us. With just a few times, we might end up dying in the fifth kiln. No wonder those old monsters who could clearly withstand fire did not come, and only the Almighties who are masters of fate, lives, and death stepped into the fifth kiln. The main reason might be because the loss of life force every single time they move through dimensions. That's right, even if we are in the later stage of World Plane Realm, fellow Daoist Su is in Lunar Culpa Realm, and even if you are in Solar Culpa Realm, Senior, there is still a limit to our life force. We aren't like the Almighties who are masters of fate, lives, and death and have nearly eternal life. They can afford the loss. Sighs filled with various emotions from the group traveled into Su Ming's mind. A barely noticeable glint shone briefly in his eyes. He knew that even Almighties who were masters of fate, lives, and death would not have eternal lifespans. They would eventually have their health fall into decline, and the loss of life force would cause this period of decline to arrive quicker. A freezing glare shone in Su Ming's eyes as he asked faintly, "Then where did the life force that was absorbed by the fifth kiln go?" After he asked this question, the voices of the people in his mind instantly fell silent. All of them began pondering. We waste our life force when we move through the dimensions here. Do dust burners know about this? Or do they not? Su Ming's eyes shone as he looked at the area around him. He was clearly in another dimension at that moment. The sky in this place was gray and dull, as if there was endless dust in it. The land was not silent, with occasional howls ringing in the air. Those howls were like shrill wails, so anyone who heard them might be shocked, but compared to the tranquility in the previous dimension, Su Ming liked this place more. Being able to see and hear was better than not being able to see and hear. He did not immediately act rashly, but instead started thinking. It's highly impossible that they did not know about this. Only dust burners can activate the fifth kiln, so why do they do it once in a while? A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes again. He had a vague feeling that he caught onto some form of clue. Judging from an analysis based on what I've seen so far, dust burners use the activation of the fifth kiln to help the fire spirits who possess intelligence to choose whether they want to leave or stay. This is method to increase the number of their people besides newborns. Dust burners' progenitor might not have told me this in a straightforward manner, but the underlying meaning is clearly this. It's the first reason a person would think of when they ponder about this. But there might be other reasons behind it. The glare in Su Ming's eyes became sharper. Could it be that the fifth kiln is in truth a trap? Su Ming's pupils shrank when this thought surfaced in his mind. Dust burners intentionally activate the kiln once in a while. With the supreme treasures as well as the complementary treasures, they attract powerful warriors to the fifth kiln. And while the powerful warriors move through the dimensions, they have their life force continuously sucked away. But the temptation of the treasures make them persist in continuing onwards even if their life force continues to flow away. Then, if I am right about this, why do dust burners do this? Where does the life force the people lose go? Su Ming's breathing quickened slightly. There are still two questions to this. Did dust burners set this trap for their own needs? Or did someone else ask them to do it? Su Ming sensed the veils of mystery surrounding the fifth kiln. At that moment, he was peeling off those veils layer by layer, about to reveal the truth. If it is the race's needs, then it's much simpler. It would simply be because they want to become the masters of the fifth kiln and make their own race stronger. But if it isn't because of their personal needs and actually because someone told them to do so, then there is a great secret contained within this. If there is someone controlling them, then besides Su Xianxia, who else could it be? A brilliant light shone in Su Ming's eyes. A thought that even he thought was impossible formed in his head again. Could it be that Su Xianxia hasn't died? Su Ming's expression was incredibly complicated. Once this thought took shape in his head, it refused to leave and disappear. It lingered in his mind until it was deeply ingrained there. If he hasn't died, then where is he? Could he be in the fifth kiln? Su Ming remained silent. After a long while, a lost look appeared in his eyes, and he sighed softly. There was melancholy contained in that sigh, along with an emotion that even he could not identify well. Su Ming sucked in a deep breath, then forced down those complicated feelings in his heart. He looked at the area around him, then sat down on the resentful ways back. The two dragon-headed horse quietly moved forward, then turned into a long arc and galloped into the distance. Su Ming spread his Atman outwards to search for the exit in the area. With that one scan, he saw a mountain in front of him. At the center of that mountain was a cave. The air in the cave distorted, as if there were some cracks in there. Waves of aura that did not belong to this place spread out from those cracks, making it obvious that this was the exit out of this dimension. However, with his experience in the previous dimension, Su Ming did not immediately move there. Instead, he observed the area carefully and saw several living beings that were half the size of an average man. Their appearances were indistinct, for surrounding them, they drifted over the ground in a daze, as if they were searching for something. They did not seem to notice Su Ming's Atman at all, and continued drifting about mindlessly. After observing them for a moment, Su Ming narrowed his eyes. The resentful way beneath him rushed forward and disappeared from the spot to appear beside the mountain. Based on what he did previously, Su Ming sent out one of the divine senses from Xianxia's group. Once it fused into the mountain cave, it did not disappear. In fact, based on what he could sense in his mind, Su Ming saw the exit to the place through the distortions in the mountain cave. The power of time that absorbed life force was also contained there. A resolute look appeared in Su Ming's eyes. The resentful way beneath him rushed forward again. This time, it charged towards the mountain cave, but right at the instant Su Ming entered it, a muffled voice echoed in the world in an indistinct manner. Su! Once it spoke, Su Ming's mind immediately shuddered. This voice might be echoing in the world outside, but it managed to surge up into the depths of his heart. The drifting, indistinct figures stopped at once, lifted their heads to look at the sky collectively, and let out roars that surged into the sky. Their roars connected and turned into waves of sound that resulted in a single word, Su. Soon after, a powerful call rose in Su Ming's mind. He could clearly sense that there seemed to be a will that was unfamiliar yet familiar summoning him through countless dimensions, as if it had noticed him. As this call spread through his body, a shudder ran through the bald crane, while it was within the body of the supreme treasure Su Ming controlled. It was as if that voice had a strange power over it, causing a cold look to immediately appear in its eyes, though there was also a look of struggle within them as well. While that sound spread out, the resentful way beneath Su Ming paused for a moment, then instantly charged forward again. In the blink of an eye, it rushed into the distortions in the mountain cave and disappeared without a trace. Another 1,000 years flowed away from everyone's bodies. Soon after, the third dimension appeared in front of Su Ming's eyes. At that time, an ancient air surrounded the body of the supreme treasure he controlled. The people in the body were swathed in fatigue, once again having felt the terror of having their life force flow away as they moved through the dimensions. Su! Almost the moment Su Ming walked out, the voice that brought an unfamiliar yet familiar feeling to him spoke in his head again. That voice seemed to have traveled through time and was slowly closing in on him at that moment. Before Su Ming could do anything else, Xianxia, Yunyu, Nianin, Huayu, and Su Hui's expressions changed, because at that moment, all of them noticed the drastic change in the bald crane and heard its shrill scream of pain. Go away! Go away! You are you, and I am me! We aren't one. You are me, and I am you. You were created to fulfill the mission. I am not. I am the bald crane. I like crystals, You are not. You are Kong Mo. You are the Kong Mo from St. Defire's camp. You forgot your mission. Wake up, Kong Mo. Kill the person behind that voice who confused your mind. Kill him, use his blood to dye your soul red. Awaken to my existence, which lies in the depths of your memories. Get lost. I'm not Kong Mo. I'm Su Ming's bald crane. I have been injured thrice badly, and your will was split up from mine. You should not exist. You, who exist in the origin of heaven, and within Dark Dawn's ballad, will forever and ever belong to St. Defire's camp. Su! When that unfamiliar yet familiar voice spoke again, it had intended to only call out to Su Ming, and there was a feeling within that call that Su Ming could not describe. He could sense that there was not a single hint of ill will in that voice towards him. Instead, it radiated warmth that caused Su Ming's heart to tremble. That warmth gave him a feeling that he had been searching for it for a long time, and he wanted to keep it forever by his side. However, Su Ming did not expect that the voice would cause such a drastic change in the bald crane, and it was to a degree that Su Ming had never seen before. It had never happened before. The two voices belonged to the bald crane, both of them being spoken by it. Yet while one of them sounded like the bald crane Su Ming was used to, the other had a wild tone and gave off a cold and arrogant feeling of those who considered themselves superior to others. It was completely different from the bald crane Su Ming was familiar with, even though their voices were the same. Kong Mo. This was not the first time Su Ming had heard of this name. He knew that a long time ago the bald crane had been known as Kong Mo. This was before it had lost its memories. When he heard the words the bald crane shouted, which sounded as if there were two wills within the bald crane's body fighting for supremacy, a loud bang suddenly erupted in his mind, especially when he heard the voice mentioning St. Defire's camp. He understood what was going on in an instant, as if a diaphragm had been torn apart. He understood why Kang's will had called the bald crane a traitor in the past with an enraged roar when it saw it. He also understood that Old Man Extermination did not belong to the arid triad expanse cosmos. Instead, he belonged to one of the camps from the 180 expanse cosmoses in Dark Dawn. He could already imagine it. An unknown amount of years ago, Old Man Extermination sat on an ancient ship and came to the arid triad expanse cosmos. Over there, he created a ballad. Within it were 9 living beings and 4 races, to whom he granted eternal life. Within that ballad was a Kang, and also the bald crane. However, perhaps not even Old Man Extermination had managed to see through the bald crane's real identity. It did not belong to the arid triad expanse cosmos. It was Kong Mo, and it belonged to one of the camps in the 180 expanse cosmoses of St. Defier. Hence, Ikang called him a traitor. Perhaps, Old Man Extermination's death and plenty of other deeper secrets came from it being a traitor. Origin of Heaven. Is the arid triad expanse cosmos known as the origin of heaven? Because this is an expanse cosmos, the camps from Dark Dawn and St. Defier were fighting for it. If Dark Dawn had one expanse cosmos less, then St. Defier could launch a preemptive strike or vice versa. Whoever took control of the origin of heaven first could wage war first. That's why to snatch the arid triad expanse cosmos, Dark Dawn and St. Defier both executed their own methods. Dark Dawn's camp sent Old Man Extermination, and St. Defier's camp created Kong Mo. From this, it can be seen that neither Dark Dawn nor St. Defier could take the initiative to attack the arid triad expanse cosmos. There had to be some sort of prohibition behind this. Also, the disappearance of Ancient Wei, one of the three great ancient kingdoms, there has to be some connection between them. Su Ming's heart roared. Everything about this had only existed as scattered hints in his mind. But now, with the bald crane's changes and the two wills fight, Su Ming came to an understanding. Kong Mo became the traitor in Ikang's eyes. Over the course of countless years, Kong Mo was severely injured thrice, to the point it lost its physical body. Even its memories were scattered, but it did not die. It's just as Kong Mo said. The bald crane should not have appeared. It's just that Kong Mo's will had fallen into deep sleep, so the bald crane's will was born. The bald crane doesn't have a mission. It is obsessed over crystals. It is sleazy and shameless, but it's my companion, and I obtained a fragment from the seed of life extermination. I activated its legacy, and based on this, it can be seen that I am Old Man Extermination's substitute. I became part of Dark Dawn's camp, and I became an emissary in the arid triad expanse cosmos. Then, Xiao Hong gave me the seed of life extermination's fragment in the past. Was Xiao Hong truly a fire ape, or? Su Ming's breathing quickened. His trip into the fifth kiln this time gave him too much to think about. There's also Berserker's supreme treasure, the Barren Cauldron. I once suspected that the seed of life extermination's fragment was a fragment from the Barren Cauldron. But now, I'm thrown off again. Just what sort of secret is contained here? What sort of existence is in Death Region? What sort of connection is there between the Barren Cauldron and the seed of life extermination? And what sort of connection does it have with Dao Qin? After all, that Barren Cauldron once belonged to Dao Qin. Various thoughts fleeted instantly past Su Ming's mind. He understood many things, but as he understood them, many other thoughts formed in his head. As they became mixed together, it looked as if they turned into a gigantic net in front of his eyes, woven so tightly that it covered the truth. Su! When that voice spoke again, the struggle on the bald crane's expression became even more prominent. Killing intent and madness appeared in its eyes. A glint shone in Su Ming's eyes. The resentful Wei beneath him rushed forward. Su Ming could not even spare a single glance at the area around him. He knew that Kong Mo's awakening was definitely caused by some connection to the voice that reached their ears. The voice had incited Kong Mo's killing intent in the bald crane's body, and because of the stimulation from it, Kong Mo began to show signs of awakening. It intended to destroy the bald crane and once again become Kong Mo. It was difficult for others to help in this. The key lay in whether the bald crane could fight back. At the moment, the best thing to do was to leave the voice behind so that Kong Mo would fall asleep once more. Su Ming could not make the voice disappear, but after he moved between dimensions, it had clearly become weaker. It could be seen that if they continued moving farther in, the voice would become increasingly weaker, until it disappeared. Perhaps it would reach them again later on, but they would still have bought the bald crane sometime. The resentful Wei was so quick that it covered an incredible distance in an instant. With its natural instinct and Su Ming's Atman, it immediately found the exit and shot through it. They moved between dimensions time and again, rushing through all of them. During this, they ran into several worlds filled with ferocious spirits. However, under Su Ming and the Resentful Way's cooperation, who both did not have the heart to fight against the spirits there, they passed through some 20 dimensions after experiencing several dangerous situations. Only then did the voice completely disappear. At that moment, the bald crane started to slowly calm down. Fatigue appeared on its face, and it fell into unconsciousness. Su Ming let out a sigh of relief in his heart. Not a single treasure could be found in the previous 20-something dimensions. All of them had already been taken away many years ago. Once the bald crane passed out and Su Ming left the dimension to appear in another one, his pupils suddenly shrank. This was a world whose sky was filled with green light and which was clearly a different world from the ones which possessed a blue sky. The ground was filled with plants, and it could be seen that there was a tree that was about several thousands of feet tall in the land in the distance. Above the crown of the tree, a blade of grass floated. It had 3 leaves. They shone with a green light, and because of that, the whole world was dyed green. Complementary treasure. Su Ming's eyes sparkled. This dimension was not big. Based on its area, it could be seen that this was not a land with a supreme treasure. This was still a normal dimension, but the treasure here had yet to be taken away. Xianxia and the others immediately saw the difference in this place and turned solemn. When they looked towards the floating green grass above the tree in the distance, greed appeared in their hearts. Even if it was just a complementary treasure, a treasure that could exist in the 5th kiln definitely had some aspects about it that were extraordinary. Based on the grass ability of changing the sky's color, it was definitely nothing ordinary. Su Ming observed his surroundings carefully and did not act recklessly. Dimensions with treasures would definitely have plenty of ferocious spirits to protect them. But when Su Ming scanned the entire area with his Atman, he did not notice a single shadow. He frowned, then sent a thought to the Resentful Way. The black horse immediately approached the tree. As it continued getting closer to it, Su Ming's heart shuddered when they were around 1,000 feet away from the tree. Xianxia, Yunyu, Nianyin, and Huayu's hearts shuddered as well. Even Su Hui immediately became stern and serious. Su Ming saw 4 people sitting cross-legged under the big tree. They were 4 cultivators, and those Su Ming had never seen before. These 4 people had not died. They sat there, and their chests rose and fell. In fact, their eyes were wide open as they stared at the tree, unmoving. There were dazed expressions on their faces, along with a look of struggle. There was also an indescribable, bizarre air about them. It was unknown how many years they had been sitting there. Their robes were in tatters, and their faces were pale. From the mighty pressure spreading out from their bodies, it was clear that the 3 cultivators were in Solar Culpa realm, while the other one was clearly a master of fate, lives, and death. It was because of this scene that Su Ming stopped moving. Progenitor Long Hai. There was a hint of disbelief contained in Su Hui's voice. That almighty master of fate, lives, and death is Progenitor Long Hai from True Morning Tao World. He was stationed to keep watch over the barren lands of divine essence. 10,000 years ago, he stepped into the 5th kiln and never returned. His soul point shattered, so he was verified to have died. But now, with how he looks, he's actually alive. Su Hui immediately sent her thought to the others, and her voice echoed in everyone's minds. Su Ming's eyes sparkled. When he observed the area again, he became certain that there were no ferocious spirits in the area, besides the tree that was 1,000 feet tall. If there were no ferocious spirits in this place, then based on the statement that there was definitely something protecting the treasures, the tree was the ferocious spirit here. It was also this tree that trapped the 3 old monsters in Solar Culpa realm and Progenitor Long Hai. A tree! The corners of Su Ming's lips suddenly curled up into a cold sneer. The Akang body I possess is also a big tree, and it is the ancestor of all trees. At the instant a brilliant light shone in Su Ming's eyes, he suddenly turned his head to look at the space behind him. Great distortions appeared in the spot from which Su Ming had stepped into the dimension. Finally, someone has stepped into the same dimension as me. Su Ming narrowed his eyes. He moved and landed on the ground. The body of the supreme treasure changed as well, and he had it fuse into the surroundings. When he hid himself, the space in the distance distorted, and a hunchbacked old man walked out. It was Flame Fiend's progenitor. The old man was thin and shriveled. His head was slightly big, and he had several locks of hair trailing down from it. There was red in his eyes, and there was also a fierce glare shining in them. Once he appeared, he sprawled down on the ground and did not move. Only after a moment did he get up and look around himself carefully. He stared at the blade of grass with 3 leaves on the 1,000 feet tall tree, and a brilliant glint shone in his eyes. He moved, and in an instant he appeared nearby. He lifted his right hand, then swiftly seized the ground. Immediately, his fingers sank into the earth. When he closed his eyes, Su Ming felt a light shudder traveling through the ground. Su Ming's eyes sparkled. The supreme body he controlled at that moment had blended with the area around him. He was confident that he would not be found so easily. After all, this treasure was created by a sublime paragon. It was not something that could be seen through by a normal master of fate, lives, and death. After a moment, when the tremors in the ground became weaker then completely subsided, Flame Fiend's progenitor lifted his fingers from the ground. After licking his lips, he moved and instantly appeared beside the 1,000 feet tall tree. He shifted his gaze from the blade of grass with 3 leaves above the tree's crown to the 4 people sitting and meditating below. The spot in which Su Ming hid allowed him to see Flame Fiend's progenitor. He noticed that when the old man swept his gaze past the 4 people, he placed his attention on Long Hai. The old man licked his lips, and a hint of greed appeared in his eyes. What a great body that has been nourished for 10,000 years by the spirit of the tree. The value of this body is even greater than the flower above it. Flame Fiend's progenitor mumbled to himself softly, especially since their souls and their cultivation bases are still around. The eyes of Flame Fiend's progenitor grew brighter. He closed in on the cultivators, but the moment he approached them, the 1,000 feet tall tree suddenly swayed. The world immediately roared. The sky turned from light green to dark green. The change was especially prominent on the ground, which filled with endless blades of grass. At the instant they sprung up, they charged towards Flame Fiend's progenitor, as if they wanted to surround him and wrap him up like strands of hair. Flame Fiend's progenitor grinned. The moment he was surrounded by those blades of grass, he stretched his arms out, and immediately, a purple sea of fire erupted from his thin and shriveled body. The sea of fire instantly spread out, and once it crashed into the incoming blades of grass, violent booms rang out. It stirred up a wave of impact that swept outwards. Su Ming remained still not too far away, watching the actions of Flame Fiend's progenitor. He saw the old man rush to one of the cultivators in Solar Culpa Realm right when the purple flames from his body crashed into the grass. The Solar Culpa Realm cultivator had his shoulder seized by Flame Fiend's progenitor, and in a flash, Flame Fiend's progenitor bit into his neck. With one vicious suck, the cultivator's body started trembling violently, a telling sign that he was in intense pain, but his expression remained numb, and his eyes were still dazed. His body started withering away right before their eyes. After a moment, he was reduced to only skin and bones. A large amount of black spots also appeared on his body. These black spots spread out rapidly, and judging by the looks of it, he was not rotting away. Instead, it seemed like a brand left on him after fire had eroded his body. All of this happened in the span of a few breaths. When Flame Fiend's progenitor lifted his head from the Solar Culpa Realm cultivator's neck, blood still trickled down the corners of his lips, and there was excitement as well as an expression of being revitalized on his face. As for that cultivator in Solar Culpa Realm, his entire body was covered in black spots. It had turned black like charcoal. When Flame Fiend's progenitor swung his right hand, the cultivator turned into powder. At that moment, the 1,000 feet tall tree seemed to have become angry. It swayed again, and quite a large number of tree leaves fell off to turn into talismans. They shone with a dense, green light and charged towards Flame Fiend's progenitor. The eyes of the old man sparkled. He rushed to another cultivator in Solar Culpa Realm, and almost at the same time he closed in on him, the talismans reached him. Flame Fiend's progenitor lifted his right hand and pushed his palm straight at them. Loud bangs shot up in the world. A gigantic palm appeared in front of Flame Fiend's progenitor. It charged towards those talismans, and at the instant they crashed into each other. Booming sounds reverberated in the air. Flame Fiend's progenitor used that time to reach another Solar Culpa Realm cultivator. This time he did not bite down on his neck. Instead, at the instant he closed in, he seized the cultivator's chest with his left hand, and what Su Ming saw caused his pupils to shrink. He saw with his own eyes that the chest of Flame Fiend's progenitor tore itself open. It was like a gaping mouth that was filled with flames. With this appearance, he pounced on that cultivator in Solar Culpa Realm. From the distance, it was as if he was using that mouth on his chest to devour that cultivator. With just one bite, the head was devoured, and with another bite, the whole body disappeared from the spot. The cultivator was completely eaten by Flame Fiend's progenitor. It was difficult to imagine the thin and shriveled Flame Fiend's progenitor to be able to swallow a cultivator whose body was much bigger than his, but it was what had happened. As Su Ming's eyes sparkled, he watched Flame Fiend's progenitor fighting against the tree. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to give up on attacking. If this tree was only this powerful, it'd have been impossible for it to trap an almighty like progenitor Long Hai. Judging by the looks of it, the tree has yet to execute its full strength. Then the reason why it did this. Su Ming's eyes focused and he cast Flame Fiend's progenitor a glance. Clearly, if he could think about this, it was impossible that the old man did not guess it as well. That's why he chose those 3 cultivators in Solar Culpa Realm. The 1,000 feet tall tree swayed furiously. A large amount of leaves fell off, and as they floated down, they turned into talismans to charge towards Flame Fiend's progenitor, who laughed loudly and moved. He did not bother himself with the arrival of those talismans and pounced on the last remaining cultivator in Solar Culpa Realm. The talismans were so quick that they touched the old man's body the moment he pounced on the last Solar Culpa Realm cultivator. As booming sounds rose in the air again, the last of the trio died in Flame Fiend's progenitor's mouth. As for the old man, he swayed and was forced back a few steps, but a cold glare appeared in his eyes. At that moment, a pair of eyes suddenly appeared on the tree's trunk. Those eyes were yellow. They shone with a merciless light and were staring at the Flame Fiend coldly. "Are you done eating them?" A loud, buzzing sound came from the tree and echoed in the world, turning into booms which sounded like thunder. They swept through the land in all directions. "I'd have to thank you for intentionally letting me devour those 3 cultivators. Now I just lack one more," Flame Fiend's progenitor said in a ghastly manner while laughing and licking his lips. His body shook with his mirth, and it filled him with a bizarre air. When Su Ming heard this, he did not move. In fact, even his eyes remained still. Everything was just as he had guessed previously. The tree was the only ferocious spirit in this land. Everything just then might have made the situation seem intense, but in truth it was just for show. The tree had intentionally let Flame Fiend's progenitor devour the 3 cultivators. With it, it could make the blood and essence of Flame Fiend's progenitor become even more robust, and it could turn him into a puppet like Long Hai. "I lack a member of an alien race like you under me. Stay." As the tree spoke with a buzzing sound, progenitor Long Hai's eyes opened. A sharp and fierce glare appeared in his eyes, and at the same time he stood up slowly. His body started floating. It could be seen clearly that branches which had crawled out from the ground had fused into Long Hai's feet, making him look like a puppet which was held up by strings. The moment the tree finished speaking, Long Hai's eyes shone. He lifted his right hand, and the shadow of a green dragon appeared on his palm. That green dragon threw its head back and roared, then rushed towards Flame Fiend's progenitor. At the same time, Long Hai flew forward as well. The 1,000 feet tall tree swayed, and cracking sounds rang out. 1,000 leaves fell off and turned into 1,000 talismans. Then, another 1,000 leaves went down. When they did, they began burning on their own. As they did so, there was no smoke, but a thick wave of resentment rose up. When it spread out, another 1,000 leaves drifted down. They turned into human faces that belonged to all sorts of living beings. Piercing roars reverberated in the air, and the 3,000 leaves rushed towards Flame Fiend's progenitor. I am the ancestor of all trees. I have existed since the world was created. These 3,000 leaves and the 3,000 great Daos in the world. You, how dare you still not submit to me? That buzzing sound was like thunder. The 3,000 leaves turned into a gigantic battle axe in midair and swung down at Flame Fiend's progenitor. When he saw this, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. He sensed the mighty pressure of those in Mastery Realm from the tree, but if it could trap an almighty in Mastery Realm, so it was clearly impossible for it to be weak. When Flame Fiend's progenitor saw the attacks, his pupils contracted, but not a single hint of fear could be detected on him. Instead, he grinned. Without even looking at the incoming long high and the axe formed by the 3,000 tree leaves, he pushed his hands against the ground. After that, he lifted his head and let out a shrill roar towards the sky. A purple sea of fire that surged into the sky instantly erupted from the Flame Fiend's body and rushed down into the ground through his arms. So what if you can trap an almighty in Mastery Realm? If you were a person, I might be wary of you, but you are a tree and trees are dependent on the ground. I will burn the ground which serves as your foundation and turn this world into nothingness. I'd like to see how exactly you will make things hard for me when your foundation is gone. As the Flame Fiend shouted, the ground burned, and a dense sea of fire filled the entire world. While the ground burned, it started disappearing swiftly. The layers in the sky turned into nothingness. Flame Fiend's progenitor's flames were his origin flames. He was a life form different from dust burners, but like them he had emerged from flames as well. In the blink of an eye, the earth turned into ashes and disappeared. The sky was devoured by emptiness. Within an instant, there was no longer a sky or earth in the world, only a tree that was 1,000 feet tall floating around. The tree had countless roots. Due to the lack of soil, they all started twisting. Progenitor Longhigh's green dragon rushed out from the flames and closed in on the Flame Fiend's progenitor in the blink of an eye. As the old man laughed ferociously, he lifted his right hand and struck the center of his brows. When he opened his mouth, he coughed up a mouthful of fresh black blood. It seemed to contain the power of searing heat as well as some sort of strange life. It charged towards the green dragon, and the instant they collided, no bangs shot up. Instead, the black blood seemed to have fused into the green dragon's body. Countless lumps appeared on its skin. Those lumps burst and turned into human faces with black patches. Those faces matched one of the 3 cultivators in Solar Culpa Realm, whom Flame Fiend's progenitor devoured just then. They spread out and filled the entire body of the green dragon, reducing it to ashes. You're just a tree that no longer has a foundation. How dare you fight against me? As the Flame Fiend laughed ferociously, he looked as if he was about to rush over, but right in front of him, the battle axe formed by 3,000 leaves closed in with a bang. Once it swung down, Flame Fiend's progenitor did not bother dodging, but instead opened his mouth wide and coughed up a mouthful of blood again. That black blood burned in midair and turned into another human face. That person was also one of the 3 cultivators in Solar Culpa Realm. At that moment, with a ferocious expression, he charged at the battle axe formed by the 3,000 leaves. With a loud bang, the human face shattered, but the battle axe also shattered with it. For a time, Flame Fiend's progenitor enjoyed unlimited splendor. His tactic was incredibly successful. He first pretended to have fallen for the tree's plan and devoured the 3 cultivators in Solar Culpa Realm, but in truth, he did not fuse with them. Instead, he gathered the power in their bodies and turned it into his own power. Then, he burned the ground and the sky in one go. Su Ming remembered Flame Fiend's progenitor previously seizing the ground with his right hand, and perhaps this was the reason why he could burn the entire world so quickly. Clearly, Flame Fiend's progenitor had started making preparations right from the start, and even Su Ming had to be wary of him. He had not been able to see through the old man's actions. With the act of instantly burning the world, the Flame Fiend destroyed the tree's foundation in one go. Because of it, he seized the upper hand in the battle. Flame Fiend's progenitor had only spent a short amount of time thinking about it and had already brought it to action, causing all of this to happen. Based on this, it could be seen that those who had become almighties were so calculative and intelligent, so quick with their schemes, that it was not something an ordinary person could think match. If things continued progressing in this manner, then there was an incredibly high chance that Flame Fiend's progenitor would obtain the treasure in this place and even devour Long Hai. If that was the case, Su Ming would not choose to walk out. He would choose to wait. If no opportunity presented itself for him to attack, then he would have no problems with giving up on the treasure. As the 3,000 leaves shattered, Flame Fiend's progenitor laughed ferociously and charged towards the tree. He was so quick that he was just about to close in when his pupils suddenly shrank, because he saw no panic or anger in the eyes on the tree's trunk. Instead, there was scorn. It was the contempt of those who regarded others as below them, a derision mocking Flame Fiend's progenitor for overestimating himself. It was the omen that caused the old man's expression to change and his heart to let out a loud thump. You aren't the first person to do this. In the past, the cultivator named Long Hai also wanted to use this method to kill me. He nearly succeeded, but after him, no one can succeed. A buzzing sound reverberated in the air from within the tree. All lives possess fate. This fate is most intriguing and cannot be touched by all except those who have mastered fate. A voice filled with an ancient air came from the tree. At the instant its words echoed in the air, a strange power seemed to have entered the world. That power and the words immediately caused Flame Fiend's progenitor's eyes to go wide. An expression of disbelief appeared on his face, and a wave of terror that he could not hide revealed itself on his face. Fate Realm. You're in Fate Realm. Could this not be a dimension with a complementary treasure, but a dimension with a supreme treasure? The expression of Flame Fiend's progenitor changed drastically. Based on his understanding, even the strongest ferocious spirits in the dimensions with complementary treasures were only in Mastery Realm. Only the ferocious spirits in the dimensions with supreme treasures might be powerful beings in Fate Realm. But everything before his eyes at that moment was something that could not have been known beforehand. Just the difference of one single realm could make all his previous actions turn into a joke. Su Ming's heart also shuddered, but his eyes shone swiftly. The Almighty in Fate Realm, he understood the most, was Heaven Traverser's progenitor. That person relied on a treasure to move himself to half a step away from Fate Realm. As a barely noticeable glint shone in Su Ming's eyes, he cast a glance at the three-leafed grass floating above the tree, and a strong hint of desire appeared on his face. Unless the tree itself reached Fate Realm, then it must be this treasure's effect. As for the tree's real level of cultivation, well, it'll all depend on whether I can cut it with the execution of 3 evils. If I can cut it, then it means that the treasure serves a critical role. Su Ming narrowed his eyes. His gaze landed on the currently rapidly fleeing Flame Fiend's progenitor, waiting for a chance that would benefit him the most if he attacked. Flame Fiend's progenitor retreated swiftly. He knew that he had no chance of striking back with his power when he compared himself to the Almighties in Fate Realm. With his heart in shock, he noticed the strange power contained in the world. This power surrounded him and had already interfered with his perception. From what he knew, this power could only come from one source: fate. The earth possesses fate, as do the heavens. When the ancient voice spoke again, the ground that had vanished due to being burned returned. It buried the roots of the tree, and a green tint reappeared in the formerly empty sky. Everything returned to how it had been before. Thy fate shalt end. At the instant the face on the tree's trunk said those words in a cold voice, Flame Fiend's progenitor let out a shrill scream of pain. A large amount of fire suddenly erupted from his entire body. While purple flames surged and tumbled about in the area, the voice from the tree echoed once more. Fire is thine fate. This fate shalt be thenceforth devoured. Once these words were spoken, the sea of fire immediately stopped spreading outwards. Instead, it tumbled backwards to burn the body of Flame Fiend's progenitor. An incredible expression of terror appeared on the progenitor's face. As he swiftly retreated, He formed a seal with his hands and struck a few parts of his body. With each strike, he would cough up a mouthful of black blood and become faster. Thou shalt be mine second child, so shalt be thine fate. When the voice from the tree reverberated in the air, Flame Fiend's progenitor let out a shrill scream of pain. His whole body shuddered. A power that he found difficult to resist surged at him from all directions in an invisible form, crushed his body, causing him to be unable to move forward. Instead, his body was pulled backwards against his will. He moved closer to the tree, and a blood-red branch crawled out of the trunk. It closed in on the old Flame Fiend as if it wanted to crawl into his body and turn him into a puppet like Long Hai. The latter stood by the side with an apathetic expression. He had only released that green dragon and not done anything else. Clearly, the will of the tree believed that it needed to take action personally to deal with this Flame Fiend. Su Ming was still waiting. He did not believe that Flame Fiend's progenitor only had these methods at his disposal. If this was true, then even if Su Ming did not attack, he would definitely die. But if Flame Fiend's progenitor still had other methods at his disposal, then Su Ming would prepare to deal the finishing blow to him. After all, this person had already showed the intention to kill him due to the yellow-browed man's words. Su Ming could sense the killing intent, and he naturally did not feel any pity for the progenitor. When the time came, Su Ming was quite confident about himself being able to escape. This confidence came from the 1,000 feet tall tree executing its power of controlling fate to create soil and bury its roots instead of killing the Flame Fiend. This matter might seem small, but if the tree could control its own fate, then it would naturally not need its foundation. Just like a Kang, due to its existence as a superior life form, it could move about the galaxy without any need for soil to provide nourishment to it. When Flame Fiend's progenitor was oppressed by the invisible power around him, his body continuously approaching the tree, he saw the red branch close the distance to less than 1,000 feet away from him. A resolute look then appeared on his face. He gritted his teeth and lifted his right hand to strike the center of his brows again. This time, he did not cough up black blood, but a loud bang shot up from his body, and during that instant, he swelled up rapidly. This was not him self-destructing. Instead, once his body swelled up, countless runic symbols appeared on his skin. These runic symbols were like tadpoles. Once they appeared, they started swimming about his body as if they were alive. A powerful presence immediately erupted from the progenitor's body. At the same time, beyond the fifth kiln and in the planet where Flame Fiends lived were an innumerable number of Flame Fiends shuddering. They coughed up blood as their bodies withered, and some of them immediately fell to the ground burning to ashes before leaving a puddle of blood. In a short while, most of the Flame Fiends died. This was Flame Fiend's progenitor activating the divine ability of his race. He had discreetly absorbed his people's lives in exchange for a moment when he could be at his strongest. Boom! 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 Intense bangs shook the world. Even if there was someone several dimensions away from the place, they would still have been able to hear it. At that moment, black blood gushed out of the progenitor's body before everyone's eyes. That blood spread out ceaselessly and turned into a layer of black blood fog. It contained a powerful corrosive power that even corroded space. All forms of power, including the existence of fate, were halted in that blood fog before they were forcefully cut off. The 1,000 feet tall tree let out an enraged roar. The face on the trunk showed a refusal to accept what was going on. But the tree itself could not move. As the blood fog tumbled about, it blocked off its power of fate and even caused its connection with the puppet Long Hai to be cut off for a moment. The tree could only watch helplessly as the Flame Fiend escaped. Once Flame Fiend's progenitor swelled up several hundreds of times his original size, he managed to free himself of the binds created by the power of fate around him. With a shrill scream and a heinous amount of resentment, he rushed forward. His power was falling swiftly. This was the result of him having executed the previous divine ability. However, if he could escape from this place and find a spot where he could isolate himself to heal for a few days, he could recover. However, right at the instant he escaped, killing intent appeared in Su Ming's eyes. Now! Killing intent shone in Su Ming's eyes, and with one swift move, he came out of hiding. His appearance did not cause the 1,000 feet tall tree any surprise. Clearly, it had noticed his presence before. After all, when Su Ming entered the dimension earlier, he had not hidden himself. However, Flame Fiend's progenitor did not expect that Su Ming was hiding in this place. This was what it meant to get out of a frying pan and into the fire. Flame Fiend's progenitor might have escaped, but his power was swiftly falling. At the instant he sensed the killing intent behind him, he saw Su Ming swiftly rushing towards him. In just a flash, Su Ming caught up. This was not his own speed, but the resentful way executing its extreme speed. At the instant they closed in, Su Ming lifted his right hand. The power of Ikang within him gathered, and he also took away Xianxia, Yunyu, Nianyin, and Huayu's power, who could do nothing about it. All these forces of power gathered on his palm, and he pushed it in the direction of Flame Fiend's progenitor through the air. The world roared. Su Ming's strike turned into a whirlwind that charged towards the progenitor with a loud bang, and madness appeared in the old man's eyes. As he shouted, a fierce note manifested in his voice. When he saw that he was about to be swallowed up by the whirlwind, a look as if he was about to risk everything showed up on his face. He pressed his hands on his chest and tore it outwards. With it, he tore his body into half. Half of him continued running, and the other rushed to Su Ming, then chose to self-destruct. Flame Fiend's progenitor was an almighty in Mastery realm, yet he was forced to an extent that he had to self-destruct. If this news went out, Su Ming's name would ring through the universe. In truth, this was not all of his own doing. The main reason behind it was the existence of the 1,000 feet tall tree. It had heavily injured the Flame Fiend beforehand, and with Su Ming's body formed by the Supreme Treasure as well as the resentful way, he was able to do this. However, if he had hidden for so long only to destroy half of Flame Fiend's progenitor's body, then Su Ming would end up with a huge threat to his future. There was no way he would be willing to accept this. Since he had already attacked, he would do his best to kill the other. The self-destruction of half of the progenitor's body caused a loud bang to surge into the sky. At the instant the destructive ripples spread out, a glint appeared in the resentful Wei's eyes. The two dragon heads roared and rushed towards the ripples brought by the progenitor's self-destruction. A black sea of fire formed by resentment swept out in all directions and instantly swallowed up the impact formed by the progenitor's self-destruction, making it so that it could not spread out. At the same time, Su Ming let out a long roar, and the full force of his power erupted from his body. He even called forth his Ikang clone, causing his combat power to reach its peak during that instant. With one step, he disappeared from the spot. During the instant the explosive power was halted, Su Ming's foot landed on air, and he left the area of the explosion to appear behind Flame Fiend's progenitor, who now only had half his body and was already far into the distance. He had already found the exit and was about to enter it. "Stay here." Killing intent shone in Su Ming's eyes. As he spoke, he lifted his right hand, then seized the air in the direction of Flame Fiend's progenitor, who was just about to leave. With it, the body of Flame Fiend's progenitor trembled. When he whipped his head around, strong resentment and wariness appeared in his eyes as he looked at Su Ming. He knew that if he did not discard his body, then it would be impossible for him to leave this place on this day. Compared to his life, everything else was nothing. Without any hesitation, Flame Fiend's progenitor threw his head back and roared. A red spot appeared at the center of his brows. It went backwards and shot through the progenitor's skull, then flew out of the back of his head. It showed up to be a red jade. That jade only appeared for a moment before it turned into a semi-transparent shadow. Naturally, that shadow was in the image of Flame Fiend's progenitor. This was clearly his nascent divinity. His nascent divinity had left his body. At that moment, the remaining half of his body exploded with a bang. This was Flame Fiend's progenitor sparing no pains in having and getting injured to block Su Ming with the power of the self-destruction, and at the same time having his nascent divinity borrow the impact from the explosion to be pushed into the exit. This act of discarding the body and the resolution within caused Su Ming's pupils to shrink. As a booming sound surged into the sky, his right hand crashed into the explosion brought by the remaining half of the progenitor's body. Su Ming staggered a few steps back. When he lifted his head, he saw the nascent divinity's almost crumbling form disappear in the distortions which formed the exit of the dimension. What welcomed him there was the loss of 1,000 years while he was moving through the dimensions. He, who only had his nascent divinity left, would definitely be injured badly when those 1,000 years flowed away. Since he no longer had a body and life force to be absorbed, then what would be absorbed would be the essence in his nascent divinity. If he was lucky enough to survive this encounter, he would no longer be Flame Fiend's progenitor of before, but would be incredibly weakened. The gaps between the dimensions were endless and insubstantial, and they might not even lead into the same region. Because of it, the thought of chasing after the progenitor only appeared briefly in Su Ming's mind before he gave up on it. He swung his arm to wave away the smoke, and only then did he see a red beast skin pouch where the remainder of the progenitor's body had self-destructed. He seized the air with his right hand, and the beast skin pouch immediately flew to him. Once Su Ming caught it, he turned his head around and looked at the tree and the resentful way. The explosion where the resentful way was had already ended. The horse moved and appeared beside Su Ming. It looked slightly tired, but it was not injured. At that moment, Su Ming stood beside the dimension's exit. It could be said that he had seized the initiative in his hand. Even if he wanted to leave with just one step, he could do so. He stared at the 1,000 feet tall tree in the distance, and the tree was also staring at Su Ming through the gradually dissipating blood fog. By its side was progenitor Long Hai. At the instant Su Ming met the tree's stare and then averted his gaze to look at progenitor Long Hai, a faint voice suddenly reaching his heart. That voice drifted about, and there was anxiety as well as a strong wave of desire in it. Fellow Taoist, save me. I am Long Hai, and I come from true morning Tao world. My soul was seized by this devilish tree, and I lost myself. Now, with the blood fog Flame Fiend's progenitor brought forth, the connection between me and the tree has been cut off temporarily, and I was able to regain my mind. Save me. I, Long Hai, swear by my power as a master of fate, lives, and death that no matter whether you choose to save me or not, if I regain my freedom, then I will acknowledge you as my master. If I go against my oath, then my nascent divinity will scatter into the universe, and all generations of the Long family will die. As Long Hai said these words, a strange connection suddenly appeared in the depths of Su Ming's heart. This connection was faint and indistinct, and it drifted about just like the voice. An oath from a person in Mastery Realm. Su Hui immediately said swiftly. Long Hai's voice, which had traveled into Su Ming's mind, had also been heard by Su Hui, Xianxia, Yun Yu, Nian Yin, and Hua Yu. Su Hui clearly became agitated. This oath cannot be made easily. Not only did he swear it, he even activated the indistinct fate lingering all around us. It has already been branded in the universe and has turned into a promise. Progenitor Long Hai, what resolute courage. As Su Hui spoke, Su Ming narrowed his eyes into slits. A brilliant light shone within them. It was just as Su Hui said. This progenitor Long Hai was indeed incredibly courageous. This was clearly a rare moment when he could be conscious, which was why he seized it, and without even waiting to see whether Su Ming would agree to his request, he handed Su Ming everything about himself and swore the oath. This was him using the fastest time and the shortest amount of words necessary to show his greatest sincerity. He was clearly worried that Su Ming would not believe in his words and he would miss this opportunity, which was why he decided to spare no pains and give up everything about himself. Because of it, he could instantly obtain Su Ming's trust, causing his request for help to turn into a temptation. This temptation was the thought of having a master of fate, lives, and death serving as a guard from then on. It also caused the matter of saving Long Hai to turn from being important to only Long Hai to become equally important to Su Ming. The change in his thoughts, the appearance of these words, and the swearing of this oath made it clear that progenitor Long Hai was indeed an almighty in Mastery Realm. If it had been anyone else, They might have spent a long amount of time in obtaining each other's trust, and since this had nothing to do with Su Ming, there was a high possibility that he would have just turned around and left. Even if he attacked, he would feel as if he was doing it for someone else, so once any danger appeared, he would immediately give up. But now it was completely different. Su Ming pondered over it quietly for a moment before a cold sneer appeared on his lips. He swiftly appeared beside the 1,000 feet tall tree and took a step forward. Before he could close in, the 1,000 feet tall tree swayed, and the eyes on the trunk stared at Su Ming with a dark light. "You didn't choose to leave? Then stay." Buzzing sounds reverberated in the air. The 1,000-foot tall tree started swaying intensely, and numerous leaves floated into the air. There were 3,000 of them, and they were gathering together to form a long sword. As they charged forward, they moved away from the disappearing blood fog and straight at Su Ming. These 3,000 leaves signify the 3,000 great Daos. Within them are 3,000 fates. This fate is too intriguing and mysterious for words, and this fate is how I, the ancestor of all trees, will bring about the rise and fall of fate. The buzzing from the 1,000 feet tall tree reverberated in the air, and the long sword formed by the 3,000 leaves immediately appeared in front of Su Ming, as if it had sliced through space. A piercingly cold glare appeared in Su Ming's eyes. "You are just an imposter who pretends to be in Fate Realm. How dare you say you're in the realm of the rise and fall of fate?" Su Ming let out a cold snort. At the instant the long sword formed by leaves closed in on him, he lifted his right hand and slashed down with it. The execution of 3 evils. The entire world looked as if it had been cut by a sharp blade before Su Ming. The slash landed on the incoming sword made of leaves. With a bang, a loud bang surged into the sky, and the sword formed by leaves crumbled. The eyes on the tree focused, and at the same time, with a proud air as if he was looking down at the world, Su Ming's voice echoed in the world. "You puny shoot! How dare you call yourself ancestor before me?" As Su Ming's words echoed in the air, the full force of Akang's presence erupted from the body of the supreme treasure Su Ming controlled, without a single hint of it being held back. The appearance of Akang's presence swept up the sky, the air, and caused the world to look as if it had been overturned. His presence was filled with an untamed, arrogant, domineering air, along with a madness that said he looked down on all lives, as well as an indescribable malice. The tree's expression instantly changed drastically. At that moment, Xianxia, Yunyu, Nianyin, and Huayu, who were in the body of the supreme treasure Su Ming controlled, felt shock in their hearts. They could vaguely sense a presence that suffocated them rising from Su Ming. This presence caused them to feel that their hearts and minds had been greatly limited, as if 10,000 mountains had fallen on their heads, as if it had become difficult for even form any thoughts in their heads. This was not the first time they sensed this. In truth, when the sea of fire had erupted beyond the 5th kiln and Su Ming was in the process of taming the resentful way in the vortex in the world, they had sensed the same thing. However, the feeling at that time was much more inferior to the one they felt now. At this moment, the madness, dominance, wildness, and the endless malice spreading out from Su Ming's body caused Xianxia, Yunyu, Nianyin, and Huayu's minds to tremble. Their souls were greatly suppressed. In fact, they had a feeling in them that refused to disappear. If Su Ming wanted to destroy them, they would have no way of fighting back at all. They would be instantly devoured. This was a form of powerlessness akin to them running into their mortal enemy, as if they had become ants before Su Ming, and he was a universe that devoured ants to live. The feeling Su Hui had was slightly weaker than what Xianxia, Yunyu, Nianyin, and Huayu felt, but she was similarly shocked, but terror did not appear in her heart. Instead, there was only great wave of submission within her. Submitting to a powerful warrior to the point that not a single desire to fight back could rise in her. This was the state of Su Hui's heart at that moment. However, only they who were in the body of the supreme treasure Su Ming controlled could sense it. If there was anyone else in the dimension at that moment, they would see that Su Ming's hair was dancing while he stood in space, the presence and mighty pressure spreading out from his body forming endless distortions around him. Those distortions spread through the sky and earth, filling the entire dimension. When all of this landed in the tree's eyes, it saw a whole different thing. It experienced shock and disbelief that it had never felt before. In its eyes, in the endless distortions surrounding Su Ming, was a gigantic shadow. This shadow was like a tree that brought with it pride, arrogance, and a madness, as if it was proclaiming that it was above all in the universe. As for the malice that filled the dimension, in the tree's eyes, it was endless branches that had no end. And during that moment, it was shocked to see the entire world replaced by that vast tree. All of this caused the tree's body to shudder, all 1,000 feet of it. It swayed about violently. A monstrously huge wave rose in its heart, as if a storm raged there. It caused its mind to almost break down from disbelief. It had always believed that it was the ancestor of all trees in the universe. This was something it believed without a doubt, but in the depths of its heart, it knew that if there was a tree that could surpass it in the universe, it was an existence that it longed to become, and it was the legendary, true ancestor of all trees, and also the only existence that could call it a shoot. Ikang! The shocked voice from the 1,000 feet tall tree instantly reverberated in all directions. Its body swayed, and the leaves on its crown drifted down as it watched the scene before itself in shock. You're just a tiny little shoot. How dare you call yourself the ancestor of trees before me? Killing intent shone in Su Ming's eyes. He took a step forward, and with it, the world roared, and his presence pressed down on the tree with viciousness. It was just a simple step, but to the 1,000 feet tall tree, this was a vast tree that occupied the entire universe, roaring at it. That roar brought forth a suppression to its soul, along with terror. How dare you act presumptuously? Su Ming took another step forward. When he raised his right hand, he slashed at the tree, and with it, the power of the execution of 3 evils filled the air. When he cut down at the tree, the ground beneath the tree crumbled and was disassembled while shuddering, turning into nothingness. This tree was formed by the tree's laws of fate, and if one slash from Su Ming's execution of 3 evils could cut the fate of Heaven Traverser's progenitor, there was no way the ground formed by the laws of fate by the small shoot would not crumble. His strike was the arch-nemesis for all forms of fate that did not originate from a person. How dare you not worship me? Su Ming took his 3rd step forward. When he did so, he executed the 3rd slash of the execution of 3 evils, and the area around the 1,000 feet tall shoot instantly turned into nothing. This was Su Ming cutting away all the laws of fate on the ground, causing it to be segregated from the dimension around it so that it could no longer use its ability that belonged to the fate realm. With a bang, the 1,000 feet tall tree shuddered, and almost all of its leaves fell. It also looked as if its whole body was about to explode. This was because it had its fate cut off when Su Ming forcefully suppressed it. This was not a suppression on its power. This was a suppression on its soul and its presence, based on a suppression from similar life forms, trees. If it was any other cultivator, then only if their power was greater than this tree would they be able to use this method to suppress the tree. If they did not have a greater level of cultivation than the tree, they would definitely be unable to suppress it till it was trembling, even if they were at the same level of cultivation. However, Su Ming was different. He was not suppressing the tree's power, but was using his Ikang clone's presence, life form status, and might as the ancestor of all trees, which would make all trees in the universe shudder and obey him. Compared to Su Ming's Ikang clone, the 100,000 feet tall tree was just a small shoot. As it trembled, Su Ming closed in on it with 3 steps, and the 100,000 feet tall tree gave up on all forms of resistance. It had to give up. All the laws of fate had already been cut off. The suppression on its soul caused it to be unable to struggle and fight back, and the respect it harbored in its heart towards a legendary existence like Ikang caused its mind to almost break down. It did not expect that it would run into the true ancestor of trees, as well as the existence it longed the most to become. Ikang. It was like a cat had thought itself to have become a tiger, but when it ran into a real tiger, it would lose all of its will to fight back due to the great shock. I Trayant Taluo greet, progenitor Ikang. All the leaves from the 1,000 feet tall tree fell off. Only the three-leafed grass remained on the tree's crown. At the same time it shone with a green light. The branches from the 1,000 feet tree twisted about and slanted downwards. A red branch also swiftly crawled out from the trunk. This branch stretched out, and a red leaf quickly grew on it. This could be said to be the highest form of worship for a tree ant. The fall of leaves symbolized the tree prostrating itself and showing complete submission. The trunk bending over symbolized an unparalleled respect, and that red branch that stretched out was the manifestation of the tree's soul. As for the red tree leaf that grew out of the branch, that was the true form of the tree's soul. It brought its soul out, and it even lifted up the red leaf before Su Ming. From the distance, if anyone likened this tree to a person, then it would like a man kneeling down in front of Su Ming respectfully, his right hand lifted while he lowered his head. His palm was facing upwards, as if this was a strange ceremony and he was waiting for something. Su Ming's expression was calm. He could sense the tree's submission. This was the embodiment of being suppressed by a Kang. When he walked closer, the will from his Akang clone and the ancient memories existing in Akang's soul caused him to instantly understand what the 1,000 feet tall tree was waiting for with this ceremony. He lifted his right hand and placed it gently on the red leaf. At the instant he touched it, Su Ming sensed the tree's soul, and the tree's soul also sensed the pure Akang presence from Su Ming. It also sensed a ripple of power hidden under the presence that caused its expression to change drastically. It was this ripple that made the 1,000 feet tree shudder again. It straightened its trunk swiftly, and when it looked at Su Ming, there was a great wave of terror and a shock that surpassed what it had previously revealed in its eyes. You! While the 1,000 feet tall tree shuddered, its trunk quickly twisted and started changing ceaselessly in front of Su Ming. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a man and bowed deeply at Su Ming. He raised his hands and brought up the three-leafed grass to respectfully hand it over to him. I, Treant Taluo, have been protecting this treasure for ages, and I have been waiting for your arrival. You have finally come. I will obey the will of the fifth kiln's previous master, and whatever your will shall be, it will be the driving force for our lives. A glint shone in Su Ming's eyes, and he stared at the man formed by the chute in front of him coldly. What have you noticed? Su Ming asked faintly. You are progenitor Akang, but you are also not progenitor Akang. You are the master of the fifth kiln. Terror appeared on the man's face, but there was also zealousness. His gaze made it seem as if with just one sentence from Su Ming, he could be driven into a frenzy. The words he said caused the brilliant light in Su Ming's eyes to become even brighter. Even though he was already prepared for it, he still lifted his head and looked up. Echoing in his mind were the words from Dust Burner's progenitor. Su Xianyi was the previous master of the fifth kiln, and only his cursed son would have the right to become the new master of the fifth kiln. Su Ming stared at the air in silence for a long time, then sighed in his heart, but soon, once he sighed, his eyes focused. Once he pondered over the man's words carefully, a fierce look appeared in his eyes. Did you just say that you have been waiting for me, and I have finally come? It is not just me. All the living creatures in the fifth kiln have been waiting for you, for the scion of the previous master to become the new master of the fifth kiln. The man lifted his head and looked at Su Ming with fervent zeal. Who told you that I would come? Su Ming asked calmly, but in that calm voice was a thought that had never appeared before in his head. This thought caused his breathing to quicken, and he seemed to have understood everything within an instant. When our old master came to the kiln the final time, fatigued, he delivered his will to all the existences in the kiln and told us to continue waiting. His child will come to the fifth kiln many years later. A loud bang rang out in Su Ming's head. His body trembled faintly, and his eyes sparkled. He isn't dead? That thought that caused his breathing to quicken formed into 3 words when the bang rumbled in his head, and those words echoed ceaselessly in his mind. Su Ming remained silent for a time, then looked at the man in front of him and lifted his right hand to take the 3-leaved grass that was shining with a thick green hue. He did not even have the urge to check the treasure, and with an apathetic expression put it away. "Release Long Hai's soul," Su Ming said faintly. Without any hesitation, the man that was the 1,000 feet tall tree closed his eyes and then reopened them. Immediately, a crack appeared at the center of his brows. Everything within it was dark, before a ball of dark light flew out. That was a nascent divinity. Once it left the crack between the center of the man's brows, it immediately turned into an old man. The old man's face was filled with excitement. His nascent divinity shuddered, and his thoughts surged up in his head like waves. For a moment, all the things it went through for the past 10,000 years flashed through his mind. He once thought that he would live the rest of his life as a puppet. In fact, while he lived without any freedom, he was not even be able to control his own death. He could only wait for a long, long period of time. This pain was enough to make a person break down, and his experience was not like those shared by the people who were in Akang's foreign land. After all, they had their memories accompanying them and had hope placed before them. However, the old man had nothing. If he was not an almighty who was a master of fate, lives, and death and had a willpower that normal people would not possess, then during those 10,000 years, he would have lost himself a long time ago. "Fulfill the promise you have not completed fully." Su Ming's voice interrupted the thoughts in the old man's heart. His nascent divinity floated in front of Su Ming, and when he heard it, he looked over. Then, after remaining silent for about the span of 2 breaths, he wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed deeply to Su Ming. "I, Long Hai, am willing to protect you for 10,000 years to repay you for saving my life. My words are my oath, and now that I have said it, I will definitely fulfill my words." As he bowed, the indistinct connection instantly became clear and fused into his heart. This connection might not allow Su Ming to control progenitor Long Hai, but it was an oath. If progenitor Long Hai did not fulfill it, he would be suppressed by the entire universe. After all, this oath was sworn with his cultivation base. In truth, the main point behind why Su Ming chose to save progenitor Long Hai was because he came from true morning Dao world. After all, Su Ming had possessed Dao Kong and also indirectly received the Kismet from true morning Dao world gathered on Dao Kong. Since he had also ruined the Kismet gathered on Yiwang, he became the one and only person to have this Kismet on him. Because of it, while changes might occur in the oaths from the cultivators who hailed from other true worlds, but if those from true morning Dao world swore to the person who was loved by the entire true world, then the oath would naturally not be so easily changed. Su Ming cast Long Hai a glance, then swung his arm. Immediately, progenitor Long Hai's nascent divinity charged over. Long Hai did not resist, but instead let himself be brought forward. At the instant he touched Su Ming's body, he fused into him, stepped into the supreme treasure, and turned into the 7th soul within it. Xian family's supreme treasure. As progenitor Long Hai's eyes began to shine, he immediately noticed the other souls around him. "You know this item?" Su Ming sent his thought to him. "I went to the Xian family in the past and am on rather familiar terms with their progenitor, which is why I know about this treasure." As progenitor Long Hai spoke, Su Ming controlled the body to cast his eyes at the man that was the 100,000 feet tall tree in front of him. The man remained kneeling in the air respectfully. The zealousness on his expression was as great as ever. Su Ming remained silent for some time before asking calmly, "Can you leave this dimension?" "I can't leave, unless you step into the core of the 5th kiln and truly become the 5th kiln's master, and also repair the 5th kiln. Only then will we be able to venture out," the man immediately replied. Su Ming fell silent again for a moment before he nodded towards the man. Under his respectful gaze, Su Ming turned around and walked into the distance. With one step, he arrived near the exit of the dimension, but then his footsteps came to a halt. However, he did not turn his head around. After a slight pause, he took a step into the exit and walked into the crack in the dimension before he disappeared from the place. This time, Su Ming did not pay any attention to the loss of 1,000 years. Once he stepped into the crack, he closed his eyes. When he did so, the voice from Dust Burner's progenitor echoed in his head again. The baby in his wife's stomach was cursed, Su Xianyi used all his divine abilities, but he could only make it so that the curse would not worsen. He could not dispel it, until one day he took his wife and left the place. We don't know where he went. The fifth kiln has two masters. Su Xianyi is the second one, but in truth there is a third master. That is his son, but that person has still not arrived. Su Ming moved about in the dimension's crack. His expression remained the same as ever, but his shut eyes hid the complicated emotions in his heart which were born from his thoughts. They also hid the words the man that was the 1,000 feet tall tree had said just then. When our old master came to the kiln the final time, fatigued, he delivered his will to all the existences in the kiln and told us to continue waiting. His child will come to the fifth kiln many years later. With a complicated expression on his face, Su Ming opened his eyes and looked at the time flowing away. He did not bother about the loss of years. Understanding appeared in his eyes, but the complicated emotions that accompanied this understanding were filled with grief that no one could understand. He seemed to be able to vaguely envision Su Xianyi taking his wife and borrowing the fifth kiln's power in dismay, then leaving the fifth true world when it was destroyed by the four great true worlds working together. In divine essence star ocean, he saw the baby in his wife's body continuously tortured by the curse and watched his wife gradually becoming thinner and weaker, and his heart was filled with grief, but he could do nothing about it. He had used every method that he could and every divine ability he possessed, but he still could not neutralize the curse from which his child suffered. Many years later, he took his wife and left. He should have found a method that could make the curse on the baby disappear, and with excitement as well as hope, he walked out of divine essence star ocean. However, complications happened during the process. When they were passing by true morning Tao world, a great change occurred. Dao Chen's greed and the chase by the entire morning Tao sect caused him, who had continuously given up his cultivation base and other sort of things over the years for his wife and his son, to be incredibly tired, and to protect his wife and son, he could not bring out his true power. During that battle, his wife died. In extreme grief, he went mad and let out a long string of shrill laughter towards the heavens. In that laughter were tears, along with a madness that longed to destroy the world and shatter the universe. Once he declared that morning Tao world would be made for abyss, he disappeared. Perhaps, at that time, he had also given up on the method that he originally wanted to use to get rid of the curse in the baby's body. Instead, he chose another path. He should have succeeded in his path, or else why would he have returned to the fifth kiln with fatigue in his bones, then said such words to the living beings there? His sentence clearly showed that he had been separated from his son, but he was certain that he would someday come back to the fifth kiln and find traces of his whereabouts in this place. The grief on Su Ming's face was mixed with complicated emotions as well as confusion. He was unfamiliar with the term father. When he was young, he saw that all his companions had fathers when he was in the tribe, but he did not. He had been sad before and once asked his elder about it, but he never obtained his answer. He had always thought that he was a child that was picked up somewhere. This might have been a thought within him when he was a child, but it had accompanied him for thousands of years. When he thought back to it, he could still sense the envy and anguish in his heart at that time. He was envious that other people had mothers and fathers, but he did not. When he fought against Dao Chun in the past, his wife died, and he went mad. But he insisted on returning to the fifth kiln. Did he just come back to say these words? Or did he choose to come here to heal? Su Ming looked at the crack around him, then at the years of his life disappearing from him, and he fell silent. If he is healing here, then could it be that he is currently in the fifth kiln? A strange light rose in Su Ming's eyes. This thought caused him to be unable to control his own emotions. Or perhaps, Su Ming shuddered. He had another guess. This guess was based on the vitality and life force that was absorbed by the cracks in the dimensions. When he returned in the past, he was not alone. Instead, he held onto a corpse, a woman's corpse, which was his wife. He returned to the fifth kiln and placed his wife at the core, then changed the structure inside the fifth kiln. He had dust burners execute a plan that would last for ages, causing the fifth kiln to be activated often, and he used the supreme treasures in this land to attract numerous powerful warriors. He made them fight over the supreme treasures and move through the dimensions while they offered up a large amount of their life, and he used it to revive his wife. Su Ming trembled. This thought continuously spun in his head until it became everything in his mind. Which of these guesses is real? Su Ming closed his eyes. After a long time, when he walked out of the crack and stepped into another dimension, he opened his eyes. The complicated emotions remained on his face, but the lost look in his eyes was now mixed with a nervousness that came from his heart. This nervousness was not due to excitement or fear, but because he had remembered the woman who held him in her arms when he was still an infant. She had appeared in the illusion dug out from the depths of his memories when he was in Western Ring Nebula's foreign land. That unfamiliar but warm feeling, as well as the insistence of protecting the child even in death, was branded into Su Ming's life and became a mark that would not fade away. That unfamiliarity and warmth turned into a faint murmur by Su Ming's ears at that moment. Su Ming shuddered and lifted his head. He did not look at the world in the dimension, but at the universe. "Is it you?" he mumbled. Within the many dimensions in the fifth kiln were 3 borders. They were like boundary lines that divided the fifth kiln into 4 regions. These borders were formed by a ring of floating platforms, and each one of them was known as Spirit Trudging Platform. At that moment, there were 6 platforms shining with a faint light. They were connected together and could be seen from the distance. As for the other platforms, they were shrouded by a layer of fog, making it so people would be unable to see them clearly and tell what precisely was on them. 6 shining spirit trudging platforms meant that there were 6 people who had stepped into the fifth kiln. If more people arrived, then more spirit trudging platforms would be revealed from their indistinct state. This was the curious aspect about the fifth kiln. It seemed to possess life and could sense the number of people who stepped in it, then use spirit trudging platforms by the 3 borders to show their number. If anyone died, their spirit trudging platform would disappear. At that moment, there were 2 people who were sitting and meditating on 2 of the 6 spirit trudging platforms. Needless to say, they were Reverend Zilong and the yellow-browed man. Their levels of cultivation were the highest, which was why they were the faster to move through the dimensions in the outer layer and arrive at the 3rd level's border. They had been waiting in this place for a long time. The 2 of them did not choose to continue moving forward, but chose to wait for the others. To them, the dimensions beyond the 3rd level's border might be mixed up, but as long as their luck was not too bad, then with their power they should not die. At most, they would spend different amounts of time to reach this place. Based on their speculations, with just one more day, the others should be able to arrive one after another. But just then, while the yellow-browed man and Reverend Zilong were meditating with their eyes closed and not speaking to each other, because of which the area was in a state of silence, light started to shine around the 3rd platform. The flashing light instantly caused the space around them to brighten up, and it made Reverend Zilong to open his eyes with a hint of surprise within them. The yellow-browed man on the other platform also opened his eyes. His gaze fell on the flashing platform, and though his expression remained the same, his heart was also filled with curiosity. He wondered who would be the 3rd after him and Zilong to arrive in this place and who was clearly slightly earlier from their estimated time. When the both of them looked over, the flashing light from the 3rd platform instantly reached its brightest. As it flashed rapidly, it looked as if even the platform had descended into a state of chaos, continuously changing from a state of being an illusion to being something real. After a moment, an indistinct figure appeared out of thin air and slowly gained corporeal form. Based on the figure's outline, Zilong and the yellow-browed man could tell that this was not Zhu Yukai or Flame Fiend's progenitor. This could only be the white-robed teenager that was the centipede or Su Ming, who was the weakest among them in terms of their level of cultivation but seemed to possess some sort of mystery. When that figure gained complete physical form several breaths later, Su Ming stood on the platform. His expression was apathetic, and there was not a hint of emotion about him. He looked around him in silence, then sat down cross-legged in silence. Su Ming's appearance immediately caused a sparkle to appear in the yellow-browed man's eyes. This was the second time he paid attention to this person who did not speak much in front of him. The first time was during the previous gamble, but compared to this time, the attention he paid to him during the previous gamble was somewhat insignificant. The yellow-browed man cast Su Ming a deep glance. He knew that if luck could be used to explain why Su Ming arrived earlier during the gamble, then when he became the third person to walk out this time, it was enough to prove his strength. For all people with power, no matter where they were, they could receive respect. The yellow-browed man fell into contemplative silence for a moment before he swept his gaze past Su Ming's body, and some thoughts formed in his head. Once Zilong saw that the person who walked out was Su Ming, his eyes instantly focused, but he did not say anything. Instead, he closed his eyes again and began meditating. It was very quiet. Su Ming and the other two were all sitting cross-legged. None of them spoke. Su Ming lifted his head to look at the air. He watched the fog tumbling about, creating a cloudy look, and he recalled the two guesses he'd made. No matter which one was correct to him this time, his trip to the fifth kiln would no doubt become a brand that would not be destroyed in his life. Su Ming closed his eyes. He still had no answer to this matter, but he knew clearly that as he got closer to the core of the fifth kiln, more and more of his questions would be answered. It would continue becoming clearer until he saw everything distinctly, and he would see which of his two guesses were correct. As Su Ming meditated, time trickled by slowly. When about a day passed, light shone from the fourth platform. Just like when Su Ming appeared previously, when the light from the fourth platform reached its brightest, an indistinct figure appeared inside. Before that figure became clear, the fifth platform started shining as well, and an indistinct figure appeared there too. As the two platforms shone, the area was basked in alternating shades of light and dark. Several breaths later, Zhu Kai stepped onto the fourth platform. His body was incredibly large. When his foot landed on the platform, it shuddered. Once he appeared, he immediately looked towards the shining fifth platform, but surprise soon appeared in his eyes. On the fifth platform, the white-robed teenager who was the centipede took shape. When Zhu Kai looked over, the white-robed teenager also met his gaze. Once the two of them exchanged glances, they did not speak, but looked around them at the same time. The yellow-browed man and Reverend Zilong's figures did not cause much changes in their expressions, but when they saw Su Ming, their pupils contracted. Su Ming was on the third platform and did not open his eyes because of the light flashing from the fourth and the fifth platform. However, when Zhu Kai and the white-robed teenager looked over in his direction, he seemed to have noticed it and opened his eyes, then looked back in a brusque manner. There was an aloof and indifferent look contained in his eyes. Zhu Kai's eyes shone, and he chose to avoid his gaze. He did not look at Su Ming for too long and sat down cross-legged before he trained his eyes towards the empty sixth platform. He was slightly puzzled in his heart. What exactly had happened to Flame Fiend's progenitor that prevented him from rushing over here for so long? As for the white-robed teenager, he flashed Su Ming a well-intentioned smile before wrapping his fist in his palm as a greeting to him. Once he did so, he sat down and seized the air with his right hand. The Catwoman immediately appeared. She looked thin and haggard, and the bite marks on her neck had already turned pitch black, but her eyes remained apathetic, as if she had lost her soul. The white-robed teenager bit down on her neck again. Su Ming watched this scene with a cold gaze. Though his expression did not change, the people in the body formed by the supreme treasure all sensed a killing intent coming from Su Ming's soul. This killing intent caused their souls to chill. Only progenitor Long Hai thought of something when he saw the Catwoman. In truth, when he fused into the body formed by the supreme treasure earlier, he noticed Su Hui, and once he did so, a number of guesses had already formed in his heart. Progenitor Long Hai might not have seen Su Hui before, but her presence and the unique cultivation method that belonged to Phoenix Sect could naturally not be hidden from him. Phoenix Sect's sacred lady, supreme treasure from the Shen family, and this Catwoman who has clearly been struck by Phoenix Sect's transformation curse. And he could even make that damn tree worship him. Just, who is this person? Progenitor Long Hai's expression remained as impassive as ever, but he was already beginning to guess Su Ming's status. Su Ming watched the white-robed teenager absorb the Catwoman's blood and essence. Even though this woman did not have too much of a connection to him, she had called him her master. Since he replaced everything about Dao Kong, then with how protective Su Ming was of his friends and family, this was enough for his killing intent to rise. If it was not because the white-robed teenager was clearly with Reverend Zilong, and Su Ming would not only not be able to achieve his goal but even be in danger if he attacked, he would have struck a long time ago. At that moment, he swept his gaze past the white-robed teenager. His expression remained the same, and no one else could tell that he had the desire to kill him. Since he could scheme against Flame Fiend's progenitor who clearly harbored malicious intent towards him, he could naturally use a similar method to kill another person. So what if he was a master of fate, lives, and death? If Su Ming brought out his full power and had progenitor Long Hai attack at full force, then this would no longer be just the power of masters of fate, lives, and death. Instead, he would truly possess power that belonged to a master of fate, lives, and death. This was also part of the reason why Su Ming had saved progenitor Long Hai. When Su Ming averted his gaze, he closed his eyes and hid away the killing intent that no one could detect under his calm gaze. However, at the instant he closed his eyes, he suddenly opened them again. His gaze landed on the Catwoman, and after a long while, when he closed his eyes to meditate again, a huge wave stirred in his heart. During that instant just then, Su Ming had suddenly thought of something. He had replaced Dao Kong and was in control of everything about him, and the main reason behind it was that he was an abyss builder. He had the innate ability to possess others. Then, with the high level of cultivation Su Xianxia possessed, how powerful would be his innate ability to possess others? If Su Ming could possess a Kang, then could Su Xianxia have, after his fight against Dao Chun? This sudden thought caused Su Ming's breathing to quicken. He remembered Dao Chun entering isolation, remembered how he had met Dao Kong when he came to Divine Essence Star Ocean. If all of this is the embodiment of his will, then could it be his arrangement that Dao Kong appeared here? And Su Hui was also sent here together. As Su Ming's thoughts changed, the sixth spirit trudging platform suddenly shone with a powerful light. The only person who could walk out of the sixth spirit trudging platform was Flame Fiend's progenitor, who lost his physical body and now only had his nascent divinity left. When Su Ming lifted his head to look over, a piercing cold glare shone in his eyes. He wanted to see what Flame Fiend's progenitor would say and what expression he would have once he saw Su Ming after he lost his physical body. Su Ming was not the only one who shifted his gaze to the sixth platform. The other four people also looked over, especially Zhu Yukai. There was even a hint of hesitation on his face. He was incredibly puzzled as to what reason could have made Flame Fiend's progenitor be the last one to arrive. As for the white-robed teenager who was the centipede, a dark light shone in his eyes, and when he looked towards the sixth platform, a speculative look appeared on his face. It could be said that Su Ming's expression was the most normal among the group. He watched the sixth platform shine and waited for Flame Fiend's progenitor to arrive. He wanted to see whether the progenitor would dare tell the truth. The sixth platform shone even brighter, and after a moment, an indistinct figure manifested on the platform. The instant that figure appeared, the yellow-browed man and Reverend Zilong let out faint gasps of surprise. Zilong's eyes focused on the indistinct figure on the sixth platform before he stood up slowly. With surprise in his eyes, he looked towards the white-robed teenager. His act of getting up and his gaze instantly caused the white-robed teenager to be stunned, and the surprise in Zilong's eyes especially puzzled him. He could not understand why Zilong would do such a thing, because to him, the sixth platform did not seem to have anything special. Zilong saw the stunned expression on the white-robed teenager's face, then frowned before looking towards Zhu Yukai, but he soon averted his gaze. His eyes lingered hesitantly on Su Ming for a moment before he looked towards the yellow-browed man. At that moment, the yellow-browed man also rose up. His expression turned incomparably grim while he stared intently at the sixth platform. His eyes shone for a few times, and then he also looked first towards the white-robed teenager who was the centipede before he swept his gaze past Zhu Yukai and Su Ming. In the end, he looked at Zilong, and their gazes met. Su Ming watched all of this from the platform in the distance, and while his expression was calm, his heart had already become wary. He had been able to tell earlier that Zilong and Huang Mei were the strongest. Judging by what happened at that moment, the depth of their power was not in Mastery Realm, but the laws of fate, or else it would have been quite impossible for them to see the change in power in the indistinct Flame Fiend's progenitor, who appeared while the sixth platform shone when the white-robed teenager, Zhu Yukai, and even Su Ming himself were unable to see it. The two of them first suspected the white-robed teenager attacking in the dark, making it clear that he is not as he seems. Perhaps it should be said that this person has a trump card that can make both Zilong and Yellow Brows regard him seriously. Then it was Zhu Yukai, and the last one is me, but it seems that the two of them aren't certain of who it was. In fact, they are even suspecting each other. Su Ming saw all of this clearly. At that moment, his expression was not his usual calm look, but a shocked expression he put on while he looked at the sixth platform. Of course, this shocked expression was an act, or else the perpetrator would be a little too obvious. Zilong and Huang Mei's unusual behavior also caused Zhu Yukai to stand up. He had a vague feeling that something bad had happened. Almost at the instant this feeling appeared, his expression changed drastically, because at that moment, even he had finally sensed that something was wrong about Flame Fiend's progenitor, who had now appeared on the sixth platform. He lost his physical body, Zhu Yukai said in a low tone, his expression changing. The white-robed teenager from the other platform had already noticed this. His expression then changed as well. Clearly, he now knew why Reverend Zilong's expression was so grim, why he looked towards him, and why the yellow-browed man also fixed his gaze on him. After all, even if the fifth kiln was dangerous to them, even though there were things that could endanger their lives in the area beyond the third level's border, these dangers were rare and few in between. The real dangers would usually appear more frequently the closer they got to the core. Even though based on their experiences there were indeed cultivators who disappeared or died in the area beyond the third level's border, there were only one or two who died among those who had truly become almighties in Mastery Realm. No one knew the reason behind why those people had died. There was a possibility that they were ambushed and died, and it was also possible that they ran into the rare, dangerous dimensions and died within them. That was why when they noticed that Flame Fiend's progenitor did not possess a physical body, their first reaction was that he was ambushed, but there was also a possibility that he ran into one of the rare, dangerous dimensions, which was why he was in such a pathetic state. In fact, they could already imagine that if Flame Fiend's progenitor hadn't resolutely given up on his physical body, then he would have definitely ended up having his body and soul destroyed. Was Flame Fiend's progenitor ambushed, or did he run into a dangerous dimension that forced him to become like this? This was the thought that appeared in all the people's hearts except Su Ming's during that moment. Several breaths later, the light around the sixth platform reached its brightest. When it reached a piercing degree, it swiftly darkened, and the exhausted nascent divinity of Flame Fiend's progenitor appeared before the people's eyes. Huang Mei and Zilong stared intently at him with a fierce gaze. As for Zhu Yukai, he sighed in his heart and looked at Flame Fiend's progenitor with an expression full of emotion. The white-robed teenager narrowed his eyes, and a faint glint shone within them. Even though it might seem normal, those who understood him would definitely be able to see the darkness in his eyes, along with the hint of greed within there. It was very quiet in the area. Everyone looked towards Flame Fiend's progenitor. Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, but the calmness and indifference in them didn't allow people to tell what he was thinking. With the dead silence came an indistinct mighty pressure. It enveloped Flame Fiend's progenitor, but it did not cause his expression to change. Clearly, from the moment he decided to walk out, he had already thought of all the things he might encounter. He thought about his companion's greed and the dangers he would have to face after he lost his physical body and his power fell. After all, not only did his power fall, he also only had his nascent divinity left. A nascent divinity that belonged to an almighty in Mastery Realm was a great supplement for some cultivators. They could also turn it into the best vessel spirit for a supreme treasure. In fact, there were other uses as well, such as turning it into a puppet or a medicinal core. There were plenty of uses for him, and the level of misery in it was enough to make people regret why they had not died right away. Everyone was silent. Flame Fiend's progenitor was also silent. While standing on the sixth platform, he lifted his head to look around him coldly. At that moment, under everyone's gazes, the first one he looked towards was not Su Ming, but the white-robed teenager. When he looked towards him, a powerful resentment appeared in his eyes. That resentment was so strong and distinct that it was immediately noticed by the others. The white-robed teenager was first stunned. Then his expression changed drastically, because not only did Reverend Zilong look towards him, even Huang Mei and Zhu Yukai turned their gazes towards him. "It's not me!" The white-robed teenager immediately shouted and glared at Flame Fiend's progenitor. "You old fool! What's the meaning of this? Do you want your entire race to die?" Su Ming saw this, and his eyes flashed slightly. A barely noticeable smile appeared on his lips. "What a diabolical and scheming man you are, Flame Fiend's progenitor." Su Ming's smile gradually grew cold. He knew that he would definitely be targeted by others as a nascent divinity, but he doesn't want to die. If he told the others that he was injured by me, it would bring no benefit to him. It would just make the others wary. After all, it's unlikely for anyone who is wary of me to stand up for him and make things troublesome for me. Besides, he is of the same value as a supreme treasure right now. That's why he forced down his resentment against me and chose not to say it, because he's waiting for others to end up in the same state as he is. He directed the target to the white-robed teenager, making the others suspect him. This should be a part of his plan. If I were him, then my next step would be... When Su Ming looked towards Flame Fiend's progenitor, he saw the progenitor move, and with an incredibly quick speed, he rushed out of the sixth platform as a nascent divinity to instantly appear on Su Ming's platform. This scene drew all the others' attention. "Fellow Taoist, if you ensure my safety, then I am willing to give you the planet my race calls its home as a price, and I have a deep understanding towards the fifth kiln. I can help you avoid detours. I wonder what you think about it." Flame Fiend's progenitor wrapped his fist in his palm towards Su Ming while he stood on his platform. The others might not know about this, but Su Ming knew about it. The bitterness and grievances in Flame Fiend's progenitor's heart had to be monstrous while he bowed to him. "He's shifting the direction of the disaster." Su Ming's expression remained the same, but he started laughing coldly in his heart. Flame Fiend's progenitor had to have a good relationship with Zhu Yukai, which was why he did not want to drag Zhu Yukai into this mess. The one he hated the most was Su Ming, which was why as long as he stayed by his side, the disaster would be brought to him. The progenitor himself would be a bait to draw the other people's greed to him. Before he came over, though, he first provoked the white-robed teenager, and it could be said that the person who would definitely not let him go easily would be the white-robed teenager. The actions might have seemed sudden, but when Su Ming thought about them carefully, this was very logical. After all, Su Ming's power was the lowest among the group, and at that moment, the weakened Flame Fiend's progenitor looked as if he was choosing Su Ming as an equal, and it was something that was fitting in other people's eyes. If he chose other people to protect him, then there was a high possibility that he would be walking straight into his own death. Flame Fiend's progenitor lifted his head. When he looked at Su Ming, there was a madness within them that only Su Ming could notice, and this madness was very easy to understand. If Su Ming refused, then Flame Fiend's progenitor would do everything that he could, even willingly become a vessel spirit for the person who agreed to kill Su Ming. This was him using his death to drag Su Ming down to hell with him. However, he didn't really want to die, so his intentions were very clear. He was betting that Su Ming was unable to kill him instantly and betting that the others would follow after them after they stepped into the next dimension. The progenitor was also betting that he could live through this chaos. Besides, there was nothing left for him to lose. Even if he misjudged the situation and no one would follow him into the next dimension he stepped into, causing him to die in Su Ming's hands, then once he disappeared, everyone would know that Su Ming obtained his nascent divinity, and because of that, he would truly be able to shift the disaster in another direction. This situation made it seem as if no matter what Flame Fiend's progenitor did, Su Ming would still find it hard to not be chased down. If Su Ming could seal him so quickly that Zhu Yukai could not save him in time and cause others to be unable to take action, then he could be considered to have destroyed this trap. But the prerequisite was that he gave the nascent divinity of Flame Fiend's progenitor to someone else. However, Su Ming did not choose to destroy the trap this way, even if he was confident he could do so if he had progenitor Long Hai bring forth all his power and Su Ming fused it with his Ikang clone. A faint smile appeared on his lips. "Very well," he said. Once he said these words, he instantly drew all the people's attention. Under the old monster's gazes, Su Ming sat calmly, without a single change in his expression. His words made even Flame Fiend's progenitor narrow his eyes. The madness in them disappeared, replaced by a hint of uncertainty, but it was soon hidden when he bowed. "Thank you, fellow Taoist." Flame Fiend's progenitor forced down the resentment in his heart and was compelled to say these words. Zhu Yukai frowned and scrutinized the Flame Fiend, then looked at Su Ming before looking away, occupied with his thoughts. As for the others, no one knew what they thought about, but based on their expressions, nothing much seemed to have changed. Only the white-robed teenager who was the centipede cast Flame Fiend's progenitor a sinister look, then frowned and swept his gaze past Su Ming. "Words are all empty promises. If you attack me while I am not on guard, it's difficult for me to make my decision. It'll be best if you swear an oath." Su Ming turned his head around and looked towards Flame Fiend's progenitor. There was a ghost of a smile on his face, along with a calmness within his eyes that no one else could understand. Only Flame Fiend's progenitor did. The Flame Fiend hesitated for a moment, then looked at Su Ming, and their gazes met. "I, Huokue, swear by my nascent divinity, and the universe bears as my witness. If you are truly willing to ensure my safety, then in the fifth kiln, I will definitely not attack you." Similarly, only Su Ming could understand his words. This was him telling Su Ming that he only wanted to survive, and if Su Ming truly wanted to help him, then he would put all their previous enmity in the fifth kiln completely behind him. As Flame Fiend's progenitor swore his oath, an indistinct connection formed in Su Ming's heart, signaling that the oath had taken effect. Su Ming nodded calmly. There were no other words exchanged between them. When he began meditating, not a single hint of what he felt could be seen on his face. Even though he knew giving his promise to Flame Fiend's progenitor was a trap, Su Ming still stepped into it, because he had his own judgments. If Flame Fiend's progenitor had not chosen to provoke the white-robed teenager, he would not have bothered. But he had chosen the person Su Ming wanted to kill the most, and because of it, he could be considered to have fulfilled Su Ming's intentions. "All right, everyone's here now. Then let's move to the subsequent dimensions. The dimensions in this level will be much more dangerous than before. I hope that all of us will appear on the spirit trudging platforms on the second border and not be buried eternally in this place," the yellow-browed man said coldly. When he spoke, he lifted his right hand and pushed down swiftly on the spirit trudging platform beneath him. Immediately, light shone, and a vortex appeared under his feet. It looked like a relocation rune. The others followed his actions, and as the vortexes appeared, light blossomed under Su Ming's feet. Once booming sounds came from the runes on all platforms. Large, tumbling waves immediately rose in the space in the distance. They were the fire spirits rushing over when they heard the noise. Zilong cast a profound look at Su Ming before he disappeared into the rune beneath him. Then, the yellow-browed man looked as if he hesitated for a moment before he disappeared without a trace as well. As for Zhu Yukai, he remained silent for several breaths. When he saw that the space around him was tumbling about even more and shrill roars were coming closer, he cast a glance at Flame Fiend's progenitor before he moved and disappeared into the rune beneath him. At that moment, only Su Ming, Flame Fiend's progenitor, and the white-robed teenager remained on their platforms and did not move. Su Ming's expression remained the same while he looked to his right. The white-robed teenager stared back. After some time, when he saw that the shadows of the fire spirits had already appeared in the space around them, he let out a cold harumph and disappeared without a trace. Once he was gone, Su Ming also stepped into the rune beneath him. Flame Fiend's progenitor's eyes flashed, and while he hesitated, he gritted his teeth and stepped into the rune as well. At the instant the two of them disappeared, The light on platform in which the white-robed teenager had stayed suddenly flowed in reverse, and the youth appeared again. My skills with runes are above those of other people, but how could you peasants know about it? The white-robed teenager took a step forward and charged towards the platform Su Ming had disappeared into, and when he landed, he entered the rune there. Once the people disappeared, a large swarm of fire spirits reached the platforms. In the blink of an eye, they filled the space. Shrill screams rose into the air and traveled faintly into the rune before dissipating. Su Ming appeared in a land filled with flames. The sky was burning, the earth was roaring, and when he looked over, volcanoes were erupting madly on the ground. Black smoke went up to the sky in billows, as if it could cover the sky, but it could not cover the sea of fire above, burning everything in all directions continuously. There were rivers on the ground, but the water within them was red. It was not blood, but lava. Not a single hint of green could be seen on the ground. This was a world of fire. Once Su Ming appeared, Flame Fiend's progenitor also manifested behind him. Almost at the instant he appeared, he moved back and maintained a set amount of distance between himself and Su Ming. There was no one else in this place, and he no longer hid the resentment in his eyes while he glared over. If you kill me, then everyone will know that you have my nascent divinity in your control, and it'll be difficult for you to escape from everyone, Flame Fiend's progenitor said in a dark voice. Why would I want to kill you? Su Ming asked flatly and looked at the wary Flame Fiend's progenitor. How would I know why you ambushed me and forced me to explore my physical body explode? It's because of you that I'm stuck in this predicament. The resentment in Flame Fiend's progenitor swiftly erupted on his face. His hatred towards Su Ming had already reached a heinous extent. I attacked you because you harbored the intent to kill me. If you didn't direct your enmity towards me, then I would have naturally not attacked you. Destroying your physical body was just a warning. I'm warning you again now. Don't provoke me, Su Ming said calmly. As he spoke, a domineering presence spread out from his body. That presence spread in all directions, stirring up the sea of fire to tumble about even more furiously than before. Flame Fiend's progenitor stayed silent and did not speak. Since I already warned you and you chose me to protect you, then I will naturally not kill you. But do you want another physical body? Su Ming asked faintly. The choice of a physical body for us Flame Fiends is extremely important. Unless it's a physical body in Mastery Realm, then the effect will be less than us with just our nascent divinities. That physical body of mine you destroyed was one I obtained after much effort in the past. Now, I have several physical bodies among my people acting as backups, but they are all just in Solar Culpa Realm. They aren't in Mastery Realm. He began explaining in detail when he seemed to have vaguely come to understand Su Ming's thoughts. A glint shone in his eyes. And I am on rather friendly terms with Zhu Yukai, Flame Fiend's progenitor said again. The meaning behind his words might have seemed indistinct, but in truth it was already very clear. You will soon have a new physical body, Su Ming stated slowly. In truth, progenitor Long Hai also needed a physical body, but Su Ming did not fancy giving him the white-robed teenager's physical body. Huang Mei and Zilong are equal in terms of their levels of cultivation, and since they are both wary of each other, they are held back by each other. Neither of them will attack so easily, but the youth also has extraordinary power. He is also a manifestation of the heavenly centipede. I heard that he has the blood of ancient Wu, which hails from the world beyond the four great true worlds. Once he activates his blood, he can activate the channel guiding ancient Wu to him and turn into the ancient power. Once Flame Fiend's progenitor finished saying these words, a powerful, resentful aura instantly rose up with a bang in the originally empty spot beside Su Ming. That resentful aura swept through the entire area and caused the flames in the place to spread outwards. As the resentful aura gathered together, the resentful way manifested. The eyes of the two dragon heads shone with an eerie light as they stared at Flame Fiend's progenitor, who instinctively took a few steps back. If you're added into the mix, will it be enough? Su Ming asked flatly. He is so fast that he can break the universe, Flame Fiend's progenitor said immediately. His eyes had already brightened up. Then let's put up an act so he won't want to run away. As he said these words languidly, killing intent shone in Su Ming's eyes, and he charged towards Flame Fiend's progenitor. The resentful way moved, and the black, resentful fire under its hooves tumbled outwards in all directions, instantly filling the entire area around Flame Fiend's progenitor. Su Ming had already closed in during that time. When he lifted his right hand, he seized the air in the direction of Flame Fiend's progenitor. With it, a myriad of thoughts appeared in the head of the Flame Fiend. He instinctively moved back, then opened his mouth to let out a shrill screech. As he did so, the power of his nascent divinity shone, and an arm bone flew out of his body. It was illusory, but it crashed swiftly against Su Ming's incoming palm. Booming sounds rose into the air, and Su Ming took a few steps back. Flame Fiend's progenitor also shuddered and staggered a few steps back, but he let out a big sigh of relief in his heart. Su Ming might have looked as if he had used his full strength in that strike just then, but in truth, since Flame Fiend's progenitor had a marginal understanding of Su Ming's true power, he knew that he had not used his full strength. Flame Fiend's progenitor took a step forward, and when he attacked again, he sent a divine thought to Su Ming. How long are we putting up this act? Until he takes action. What if he doesn't attack? Then we'll act until no one can tell whether this is true or fake. At the instant Su Ming sent this thought outwards, he lifted his right hand. The weather changed, the sea of fire tumbled about, and a gigantic palm manifested in front of him. It charged towards Flame Fiend's progenitor with a bang. The battle caused the weather to change and the world to roar. The sea of fire in the sky continuously tumbled about and fell backwards. The fire on the ground spread due to the impact, causing the lava to flow backwards, the air to sparkle in a dazzling manner, the sky to look as if black, resentful flames had sealed off all directions, and Flame Fiend's progenitor to look as if he could not escape. As loud, booming sounds spread out, Su Ming executed a myriad of divine abilities, and a different atmosphere gradually appeared as Flame Fiend's progenitor continued acting in this farce of a fight. He harbored a grudge towards Su Ming since the start, and no matter how many explanations Su Ming provided, it would be difficult to dispel that grudge. Originally, he had it suppressed, but at that moment, as they attacked, this resentment could no longer be suppressed. It fused into his attacks, causing the world to tremble in the mid of the booming sounds brought about as they fought. As time trickled by, the two of them did not fight in one area, but instead continued moving forward as they battled in the sky. Yet no matter how much Flame Fiend's progenitor attacked, he was still surrounded by the black, resentful flames, and that sea of fire was continuously shrinking. Each time it shrank to the greatest limit, it would force Flame Fiend's progenitor to use his divine abilities to strike it, and only then could he send the resentful flames back once more. The white-robed teenager still did not appear, but in truth, there was a figure hiding in lava on the ground since a long time ago. This figure was not big, only the size of a finger. It was a red centipede. It was in the lava and did not stand out. No one would be able to notice its existence. Through the lava, it saw Su Ming and Flame Fiend's progenitor fighting in the sky. Its eyes shone, but it did not choose to show itself or attack. It wanted to first judge whether this was an act trying to lure him out. It might have chased after them, but it always thought that there was some form of connection that it did not know between Su Ming and Flame Fiend's progenitor. While it waited, the battle between Su Ming and Flame Fiend's progenitor became even fiercer. In fact, there were a few times that flames from the resentful way almost caused the nascent divinity of Flame Fiend's progenitor to be destroyed. However, the centipede still did not attack. Instead, there was a cold look in its eyes, along with a hint of derision. What a fake act, and they have managed to act till now. The black horse only traps him and does not join the battle. There's something off about this. It's certain that they're trying to lure me out. The centipede, who was the white-robed teenager, thought like this as he let out a cold harumph. 3 days later, Su Ming and Flame Fiend's progenitor were on a volcano. The divine abilities they used as they fought against each other were endless. Booming sounds spread all around. The nascent divinity of Flame Fiend's progenitor was incredibly exhausted. In fact, there were several times when he wanted to escape, but he was swept up by the black, resentful flames, forcing him back. He also noticed that Su Ming's attacks were getting fiercer. His power was no longer like it was a few days ago and was continuously increasing. This caused Flame Fiend's progenitor to immediately have endless thoughts spring in his mind. Could it be that he wants to kill me, and this isn't an act? Flame Fiend's progenitor could not decide. In fact, he could not tell clearly whether Su Ming truly wanted to lure the white-robed teenager or whether he wanted to kill him. But if he wanted to kill me, he could have done so easily when he attacked at the start. Why drag on until now? Flame Fiend's progenitor became uncertain again. Just as he thought that, Su Ming took a step forward. He lifted his right hand, and a huge mountain manifested in the air. That mountain was naturally Dao Avenue Mountain, and it charged towards Flame Fiend's progenitor. When it was about to close in on him, the Flame Fiend let out a low growl, then formed a seal with both his hands. His nascent divinity immediately changed and turned into a soaring bird that swiftly flew into the sky. However, at the instant he flew up, a dark light shone in Su Ming's eyes. He formed a seal with his left hand, and the shadow of the sun, moon, and stars shone in his eyes. Immediately, the entire sky above Flame Fiend's progenitor darkened as the world rumbled. The sea of fire spread out. A huge face appeared swiftly in the sky. It was an illusion, Su Ming's illusion of stars, sun, and moon. It was the power which would exist if someone believed in it. That face belonged to the body of the supreme treasure Su Ming controlled. Once it appeared, it opened its mouth wide and sucked in a sharp breath in the direction of Flame Fiend's progenitor. The expression of the old man changed drastically. When he moved back, he spread his arms outwards, and immediately, his nascent divinity changed again into a gigantic python. The python hissed, then curled up into a rune, but at the instant he formed the snake rune. The resentful way around it formed a sea of fire that tumbled backwards swiftly. The black flames, along with Dao Avenue Mountain as well as the gigantic face in the sky, rushed towards Flame Fiend's progenitor. The expression of Flame Fiend's progenitor changed again. He could sense a powerful killing intent, and it caused his nascent divinity to tremble. At that moment, he had no time to think about whether this was an act. The giant python he turned into immediately spread out and crashed into the incoming resentful flames with a bang. As the resentful flames spread out, Su Ming's Dao Avenue Mountain closed in. The giant face in the sky pushed down, and Flame Fiend's progenitor let out a roar that shook the sky. His nascent divinity shrank and turned into a huge ball of light. When they crashed into each other, the ball of light spread out rapidly. This was Flame Fiend's progenitor using the essence within his nascent divinity. It was the first time during these 3 days that he did not hesitate to use his own nascent divinity to fight against Su Ming. Booming sounds surged into the sky, causing cracks to appear in the sky and the ground to shatter. Amid these loud bangs, the face in the sky shattered, Dao Avenue Mountain collapsed, and Su Ming froze for a moment in midair. Flame Fiend's progenitor retreated swiftly and turned back to human form. His nascent divinity had become incredibly dull. "What are you doing?" Flame Fiend's progenitor had a dark expression on his face, but he did not say these words outright. Instead, he sent his divine thought to Su Ming while he retreated swiftly. However, at the instant he retreated, the sea of fire formed by the resentful way swept up and prevented him from leaving. Killing intent also spread out from those resentful flames. It and the obstruction formed by the flames immediately let Flame Fiend's progenitor realize that he could truly no longer escape from the ring of flames formed by this resentful aura. After all, Flame Fiend's progenitor had intentionally made it seem that he could not escape the previous few times. If he truly wanted to leave, he could have done so by sacrificing some of his essence. But now, he realized in shock that he truly could not escape. This realization also allowed him to see that this was not an act they put to lure the white-robed teenager to attack. This was Su Ming wanting to kill him. As for why he had not immediately attacked a few days ago, it was because he could still make his nascent divinity self-destruct. Once he self-destructed, Su Ming would not be able to get anything, yet the others would have the mistaken notion that he was hiding the nascent divinity of Flame Fiend's progenitor. That was why Su Ming had used his words to deceive him. With this method, and with the excuse of luring the white-robed teenager to attack, he slowly made him waste away his essence and gradually lose his power to self-destruct. At that moment, when he could no longer self-destruct, he was so exhausted that he even lost the right to self-destruct. Who are you? There is no way for you to be an unknown person when you're so diabolical. Flame Fiend's progenitor roared as madness appeared in his eyes. He gathered his essence without stop, but to his grief realized that he had really wasted most of his essence during the past few days. You destroyed my physical body, then lied to me saying that you wanted to lure the heavenly centipede here. Yet your true goal was always my nascent divinity. That heavenly centipede didn't even come here. Su Ming looked at Flame Fiend's progenitor without speaking. Then his attacks became even fiercer. The speed and rate of burning of the resentful flames around him also became much greater. This scene was seen by the white-robed teenager hiding in the lava. He was at first uncertain, but that uncertainty was soon followed by a smile. At that moment, greed appeared in his eyes. What a diabolical person! He actually used this method to prevent Flame Fiend's progenitor from self-destructing before he could obtain his nascent divinity. This method is incredibly sinister and vicious, but I like it. Looks like this isn't a trap. It seems like I've been overthinking it. If that's the case, then I'll let you know that the words you used to lie to Flame Fiend's progenitor are actually real. The white-robed teenager's eyes flashed, but he soon forced down the greed in his heart and continued observing them. He was a skeptical person, and unless he was completely certain, he would not appear. Flame Fiend's progenitor had anger raging within him, but there was also despair along with it. His madness reached its peak, but by then, he had even lost his right to self-destruct. He knew that if he tried to self-destruct, he would not be able to succeed. But he still wanted to try. Even if I die, I still won't become a vessel spirit under your control. As Flame Fiend's progenitor roared, all his essence swiftly started boiling, and the explosive presence of self-destruction spread out from his body. But right at the instant it happened, Su Ming's eyes shone. With a step forward, his power instantly rose, and he fused with his Ikang clone. But he did not have long high offer his power. Yet even so, it was enough to overpower Flame Fiend's progenitor, who had lost his physical body. The resentful flames formed by the resentful way around the area also tumbled back. If anyone looked from the ground, it could be seen that when the resentful fire in the sky tumbled backwards, there were countless shadows of resentful whites in them, as if there were endless horses galloping about. In the blink of an eye, they swept towards the self-destructing Flame Fiend's progenitor. With a bang, the self-destruction of Flame Fiend's progenitor and the resentful flames crashed into each other. Then he froze. To his grief and despair, he realized that his nascent divinity was filled with resentful aura. It came from the charges from the resentful flames during the past few days. The instant the self-destruction of his nascent divinity came to a halt, his body was occupied by the resentful aura. The resentful flames around him surrounded and trapped him in layers, like a seal, and Su Ming closed in on him with a step. He lifted his right hand, and a dazzling light shone in his palm. It was the light from the soul-sealing art, the one that belonged to Hua Yu from Xianxia's group. The palm was about to land. Once it did, Flame Fiend's progenitor would lose his consciousness, and perhaps he would never wake up again. Despair, grief, and madness turned into his last thoughts. At the instant Su Ming's palm was about to land, a mighty power erupted from the ground. An array of white light instantly shot out. It was a centipede that was completely white, and this time, in contrast to the previous black centipede, it exuded a mighty power. That centipede was so quick that it instantly rushed into the resentful flames. As a long string of laughter echoed in the air, he charged towards Flame Fiend's progenitor in front of Su Ming and instantly pounced on him. Needless to say, that centipede was the white-robed teenager. At that moment, he was completely certain that he did not fall into a trap. But did he truly not fall into a trap? Su Ming's lips curled up into a faint smile the moment the white-robed teenager stepped into the resentful flames. Fellow Taoist, please don't bear a grudge against me for this. I'll be kindly accepting this old man's nascent divinity. A long string of laughter echoed in the air. The white centipede instantly appeared in front of Su Ming, and he was so quick that it seemed as if while his words were still in the distance, his body had already arrived like an afterimage. He opened his mouth in a hideous fashion to bite into the extremely exhausted flame fiend's progenitor, whose nascent divinity's essence had already been mostly wasted away. When Su Ming saw that the white centipede wanted to devour the nascent divinity of flame fiend's progenitor, a fierce look instantly appeared in his eyes. He had been waiting for this chance for a long, long time, and this cautious as well as cunning centipede had finally fallen into his trap. This was truly him using Flame Fiend's progenitor as bait to lure him forward. So how could he let that centipede just devour him? At the instant the piercing cold light shone in Su Ming's eyes, his power erupted in a frenzy. This was the power after Su Ming had his Ikang clone fuse completely with the Supreme Treasure's body. Under Su Ming's will, Progenitor Long Hai also brought forth all of his power and fused it in, creating the most powerful force Su Ming could muster at that moment. He was no longer infinitesimally close to the power that belonged to masters of fate, lives, and death. This was the true power of Mastery Realm, and he was not just a normal almighty in Mastery Realm. Instead, he had already reached the terrifying power of those at the peak of Mastery Realm. After all, Progenitor Long Hai was an almighty who was already near the peak of Mastery Realm. Because of it, when all the other people's power was added into the mix, they could bring forth the peak of Mastery Realm. It was difficult to call this level of cultivation as being in Mastery Realm. This was already half a step into Fate Realm. If Su Ming could understand fate, then he would reach the Fate Realm. He would be the same as Heaven Traverser's progenitor, but his true power could far surpass that of that person. As for fate, even if Su Ming did not understand it himself, he still had the three-leaf grass, and since this item could let the 1,000 feet tree execute the power of fate, then it was naturally the rare type of treasure which had the same effect as Heaven Traverser's legacy treasure. The body created by Xian family's supreme treasure, this extremely powerful, law-defying treasure forced Su Ming to admit that he was tempted. He was not just slightly tempted, but incredibly tempted to obtain it. The offensive power at the peak of Mastery Realm turned into a mighty pressure, and at the moment it erupted from the body of the supreme treasure Su Ming controlled, wind rose, clouds surged, weather changed, and even the sea of fire that surrounded this world tumbled backwards. A shocking scene appeared in the sky. The sea of fire tumbled about as if there was an invisible hand that swept it aside, as if the fire in the sky had turned into a veil, and when that hand lifted it, it revealed the sky after the flames had burned it. The ground trembled furiously. Cracks appeared as it shattered. Booming sounds reverberated ceaselessly in the air, and a large number of volcanoes instantly collapsed. Lava flowed through the land while roaring, but an invisible gust of wind blew past it, and it instantly froze. It was as if the world, the sky, and the earth had frozen up under the mighty pressure from the power brought by the peak of Mastery Realm that belonged to the body of the supreme treasure Su Ming controlled. Almost at the instant that power erupted from Su Ming, the white centipede who intended to devour Flame Fiend's progenitor had a swift and drastic change in his expression. Disbelief and shock appeared on his face. Even though Flame Fiend's progenitor was by his mouth, he instantly felt chilled. A trap! This is a trap! The centipede was screaming at that moment, but he did not have time to think about it. With one move, he let go of Flame Fiend's progenitor's nascent divinity, which was already by his mouth. Instead, he moved, about to use the speed it was proud of and which even the Almighties in Mastery Realm would have a headache with to instantly escape. But Su Ming had taken precautions against this. It could be said that the real goal of his trap was to suppress the centipede's speed. How could Su Ming let him escape? Almost the instant the centipede was about to flee, the black resentful flames in the area tumbled backwards with a bang, and Flame Fiend's progenitor also let out a furious roar to rush towards the white centipede. The reason why he chose to rush out even though he was in a horrible condition was because Su Ming had said a few words to him at that moment. Do you want to make this act real? Or make this real thing happening right now into an act? The white centipede let out a piercing roar. With one move, he was about to rush out of the resentful fire, but at the instant he touched it, the resentful fire at the spot he touched manifested into the resentful way. It charged straight into the centipede. Booming sounds surged into the sky. The resentful way let out a loud roar. As it moved back, a powerful hatred appeared in its eyes. The resentment in the two dragon heads was incredibly great, and a great amount of resentful fire burst out. Wei, you are the manifestation of ancient Wei's soul. The white centipede was also forced back by the impact and instantly turned into the white-robed teenager. Disbelief appeared on his face, and there was even a distorted tone in his piercing voice. His expression changed drastically. He had harbored incredible hate towards Su Ming's black horse earlier, but was unable to find the source of that hate. Yet during the clash just then, both of their presences were forced out of their bodies. Because of that, he immediately found the source of his hatred. This was ancient Wei's presence. It was an ancient arch-nemesis that had hidden since the beginning of time in the white-robed teenager's blood. The three ancient kingdoms had waged constant war. Their hatred towards each other was branded into their people's souls, and as it was transferred through generation after generation, their descendants fought and killed each other generation after generation. If they did not destroy the other's country, they would definitely not stop. You are a resentful Wei. The white-robed teenager's expression was incredibly sour. There was also madness on his face. He could not see any flaws in this situation. It had been his greed that tempted him to step into this trap. In truth, even though the resentful Wei was also in mastery realm, it was an inferior life form compared to the white-robed teenager. After all, the white-robed teenager could take human form, while the resentful Wei could not. After all, the teenager possessed the blood of ancient Wu, while the resentful Wei was a life form formed by ancient Wei's resentment. However, during the battle Su Ming had waged for the past few days, the resentful Wei had executed its power continuously. It had already changed the laws in this place. As they changed and the resentful Wei burned the area, it could be said that a powerful prison had been formed in the place. It would have been fine if that jail had been left alone, but once it started shrinking, then even with the white-robed teenager's speed, he would not be able to rush out within a short amount of time. At the instant he moved back, Flame Fiend's progenitor pounced on him. The madness on his face was no less than that on the white-robed teenager. When he rushed out, there was a look on him that made it seem as if he wanted to die together with him. Su Ming had made his point very clear with his words just then. If he did not take action, then he would make the conclusion to make the act real. After such words, how would the old man not use his full strength? Even if he was already extremely exhausted, he still rushed out as if he had gone mad. There was also bitterness in his heart. He knew that he had completely outclassed by Su Ming this time. If the white-robed teenager had insisted on not coming out, then he would have ended up truly dead. Even if the white-robed teenager appeared and he obtained his physical body, since he had already used up too much essence of his nascent divinity, he wouldn't be able to have his full power erupt for a short period of time. At the very least, while he was in the fifth kiln, he would only be able to bring out power that was little different from his nascent divinity. It could be said that Su Ming had not suffered any losses in this battle, but had obtained a great amount, and due to the situation that he had planned, he seized the upper hand. No matter how things developed, he would definitely not suffer any losses. These sorts of schemes, these kinds of diabolical plans, this person doesn't even bother with principles, and he's not a kind and merciful person. He's one of the fiendish, demonic, heartless people who are temperamental and suddenly turn hostile. Why did I think about provoking him? Damn it. I'll definitely not provoke this person again. In bitterness, wariness rose in Flame Fiend's progenitor towards Su Ming. It even surpassed what he felt when Su Ming had destroyed his physical body. That wariness and respect that came from his heart and soul made him unable to harbor any intentions to exact revenge on Su Ming at all. He did not dare. The madness within Flame Fiend's progenitor and his desperation caused the white-robed teenager to be unable to help but freeze for a moment. If that was just this, then it would not have been able to make the white-robed teenager to descend into frenzy. But Su Ming exuded power that belonged to those in the peak of mastery realm at that moment, and it was enough to make the white-robed teenager break down in this situation. At the instant he was held back by Flame Fiend's progenitor, Su Ming lifted his right hand and threw a simple punch forward, but that punch was a punch that belonged to those in the peak of mastery realm. The world crumbled, and all things in the world roared. The volcanoes on the ground shattered. The vortices in the sky looked as if space had been shattered. At the instant the punch was hurled forward, it brought about a great sense of danger to the white-robed teenager. He wanted to dodge, but Flame Fiend's progenitor held him back in a frenzy, and the resentful fire from the resentful way shrank and closed in while tumbling about and surging into the sky. The loud bangs caused the white-robed teenager to let out an indignant roar in despair. Su Ming's punch landed on the air in front of the white-robed teenager. As the air distorted, the youth coughed up a large mouthful of blood, and as his body tumbled backwards, Flame Fiend's progenitor remained stuck to him. He instantly burned up. The resentful way closed in, its resentment surrounding the youth like venom, and it corroded his body, inside and out. Fellow Taoist, please forgive me. I've been reckless in this, but I only wanted to kill this damn Flame Fiend's progenitor. I didn't have any form of hostility towards you. Fellow Taoist, could you let me go this once? I'll remember this for the rest of my life and will definitely repay you. The white-robed teenage said swiftly with a pleading look in his eyes as he moved back in a disheveled state. His whole body was enveloped in flames and resentful aura. His skin withered, and black spots appeared on it. What answered him were not words. Instead, with an aloof expression, Su Ming took a step forward, then lifted his right hand and struck with his palm to deliver an attack that caused the world to roar as if it was going to crumble. A strike. In Mastery Realm, it was a palm that covered the entire sky and earth. It manifested in front of Su Ming, then swept through the sky as well as the ground. With a presence that could destroy everything, it aimed to destroy the world. There's no enmity between us, yet you really intend to kill me? The white-robed teenager retreated swiftly, but he could not escape from Flame Fiend's progenitor's frenzied pursuit and the attacks from the resentful fire behind him. No enmity? Killing intent shone in Su Ming's eyes, and his right hand swung down. You're pushing this too far. Once the white-robed teenager heard Su Ming's words, he was momentarily stunned. Then he lifted his hands to strike his chest while roaring madly. The strike caused his bones to let out cracking sounds. Blood of ancient Wu, I call upon the spirits of my ancestors to descend on me, and I will burn my blood to inscribe the will of Wu on me. The white-robed teenager threw his head back and roared. At the instant he did so, the sky became cloudy. Tumbling fog could be faintly seen above. It spun around in the mid of loud booms, until it turned into a gigantic vortex that replaced the sky. It didn't stop spinning then, and a vast, mighty pressure descended on the ground. Soon, a gigantic golden pillar of light that was thousands of feet wide and born in an unknown place came out of the vortex. It descended on the ground to envelop the white-robed teenager. At the same time, Flame Fiend's progenitor let out a shrill scream of pain. His body started tumbling backwards as if it was evaporating. Only when he retreated thousands of feet back did he stop disintegrating. Fear appeared on his face. It was a look of pure terror. He could clearly feel that there was a horrifying power within the golden light that appeared just then, and it was a power that could even kill masters of fate, lives, and death. Thankfully, its area of effect was not big, or else Flame Fiend's progenitor would have definitely died. As for the resentful way, under that golden light, a large amount of black smoke started spreading out from its body. Once the smoke distorted, it turned into indistinct figures. They lifted their heads and let out soundless screams towards that golden light. The figures might look indistinct, but the hatred in them was obvious at first glance, as well as the golden light's disgust and madness. The hatred was especially deep in the resentful way. It roared towards the golden light and looked like it wanted to crush whatever was at its end. Su Ming shuddered. When the golden light enveloped him, a cold chill filled his heart. That chill came from the golden light and seemed to be able to seal even a soul. However, Su Ming's current body possessed the offensive powers of those in the peak of mastery realm. He retreated 1,000 feet away. But even if he retreated, shrill screams of pain from Xianxia and his group rang out within the body of the supreme treasure. Just being enveloped by the golden light for a moment had severely injured their hearts and souls. Brilliant light shone in Su Ming's eyes. He lifted his head and looked at the foggy vortex in the sky, from which the golden light was coming. I burn my blood and borrow the power of the ancient kingdom. Spirit of Wu, descend on me. As the white-robed teenager in the golden light roared madly, his body started withering swiftly while numerous veins popped up on his skin. Bumps swam about within them. It was all the blood in his body tumbling about, as he was swiftly turning gold. In a dimension at the third border within the fifth kiln was Reverend Zilong sitting cross-legged on a meadow. There were endless weeds swaying around him. The sky was black, but it was this black sky that caused the weeds to exude a boundless, bizarre air amid the rustling sounds. Reverend Zilong's expression was calm. The moment the golden light appeared, the black sky was replaced by gold. It illuminated most of the land. Shrill screams of pain instantly rang out in the air, and it could be seen that there were spiders the size of a fist in the weeds. They disintegrated under the golden light. Screams of pain reverberated in the air, but it did not attract any attention from Reverend Zilong. He stared at the sky. He had already stood up, and as the emotions in his eyes changed swiftly, he sucked in a deep breath. The power of ancient Wu, who forced fellow Taoist Wu into such a pathetic state that he would spare no pains in burning his soul to borrow the power of the spirits of ancient Wu. At the same time, but in a different dimension, the yellow-browed man was striding forward on the ground. A large number of ferocious beasts in the shape of bears were in front of him, but the man was not bothered by them. Wherever he went, the skulls of the ferocious beasts would be crushed. Their brains would gush out and fly towards the man. When he sucked in a breath, their brains would all be sucked into his mouth. He was chewing when the sky suddenly brightened and a piercing golden light swiftly covered it. This golden light was very distinct and did not dissipate. The yellow-browed man's footsteps came to a swift halt, and when he lifted his head, his expression instantly turned incomparably grim. The power of ancient Wu. At the same time, Zhu Yukai was about to step out of a dimension through the exit when his gaze was attracted by the golden light that suddenly appeared in the sky. When he looked at it, his body swiftly came to a halt. His expression changed constantly, and he fell silent without saying a word. If this was just a drastic change in the fifth kiln, it would not have caught others' attention. But now, a powerful golden light had completely enveloped the fifth kiln. That golden light that was sent into the kiln had come this way. The direction from which the golden light came was not the depths of the galaxy, but from above it. It came from above the endless galaxy. Because of it, it wasn't just a few people who saw the golden light. Even though dust burners had disappeared from the galaxy, they were still around. Thus, they saw the golden light descending from above the galaxy. They also sensed a powerful, mighty pressure coming from within it. Dust burners, virtue rooters, and even Rongwu race saw that golden light. Deeper into the inner part of Divine Essence Star Ocean were countless ferocious beasts. They were hiding from the sea of fire formed by the fifth kiln. But the instant they saw the golden light in the galaxy, their hearts were in shock. Those in the region between the inner part and the periphery of Divine Essence Star Ocean also saw it. In fact, the tribe members of Ninth Tribe also saw the golden light while they were in the region in the periphery. It was a pillar of light swiftly descending from above the galaxy, like a straight line. In fact, those in Black Ink Planet could also see it clearly. Even the forces of power from the four great true worlds keeping watch over the barren lands of divine essence could see it. Within the forces of power from the four great true worlds were the Almighties who were in isolation all year long. At that moment, they walked out of their training grounds, and when they looked at the golden light different expressions appeared on their faces. This is the power of ancient Wu from fellow Taoist Wu. What sort of danger did he run into that he brought the ancient Wu spirit here? Based on what I know, when he uses this power, he is unable to handle it. His blood is too thin. Farther away was the territory beyond the barren lands of divine essence. The people there could not see the golden light, but if there were those who had sent their divine senses into the barren lands of divine essence and pushed them continuously upwards, then based on different levels of cultivation, perhaps there would be some who could see the end point. The spot where the golden light came from was the end of the area above the galaxy. Over there was a foggy vortex. It was the exact same as the one seen in the fifth kiln. If there was anyone who had enough power, then perhaps their divine sense would allow them to see through the end of the vortex above the galaxy, and a new galaxy there. That was the galaxy that belonged to the three ancient kingdoms. The golden light came from the galaxy that belonged to ancient Wu. The source was a planet in the shape of a pentagram located at the edge. At the center of this planet was a gigantic blade that was pushed into the planet. Golden light shone through the entire blade. Under it was a centipede's carcass that was the size of 3 fingers' breadth. It had long withered away and was now lying there without moving. It was the blade's light that shone through the endless space and descended on the fifth kiln. In the world where Su Ming was at that moment, he saw with his own eyes the white-robed teenager's body turn golden under the light. A fathomless, mighty pressure continuously grew stronger within him. The power of ancient Wu. Su Ming's eyes shrank. His expression was calm as he frowned when looking at the ground. He had noticed faintly that there seemed to be a presence waking up down below. In the depths of the endless volcanoes was a world that was rarely ventured into, and was one that Su Ming hadn't noticed even after he'd been fighting against Wuxia for several days. It was an underground maze formed by countless tunnels densely packed together. In the depths of it was an incredibly spacious cave. This place was completely dark, but if there had been light there, then it could be seen that fire spirits were sleeping there while a weak wave of heat exuded from their bodies. But there was no light coming from them. They overlapped one another. There was no end to them, possibly tens of thousands of them packed together. There were big ones and small ones among them, and there were even those who exuded the presence akin to those who were masters of fate. This was clearly a fire spirit's nest. In the depths of this underground cave where tens of thousands of fire spirits slept was a skeleton that laid at the end of the cave. This skeleton leaned against the wall, and no one could tell how many years it had been since its owner had died. His robes had decayed, leaving only his bones. But not even the skeleton remained whole. Only his upper half was left. In one of the hands was a long purple spear. Even if this person had died, they still held the spear tightly in their hand. This bizarre cave, peculiar skeleton, and the spear in the skeleton's hand were hidden in the depths of the ground. No one could say how many years they had gone unnoticed by others, since no one ever came to this place. Yet at that moment, as the golden light descended on the ground, the originally dark underground cave was lit up by a golden light. It shone through the ceiling above, immediately illuminating the whole cave. To the living creatures who were used to darkness, the light was incredibly piercing to the eyes. Almost at the instant it appeared, the countless fire spirits in the underground cave swiftly began roaring. When they opened their eyes, there was ruthlessness within them. Gradually, the roars became louder and stronger, and when all the fire spirits had opened their eyes, their roars reverberated through the whole underground cave. What Su Ming noticed was the presence of the fire spirits waking up. Almost at the instant that happened, the expression of the white-robed teenager that was enveloped in golden light in front of Su Ming twisted. Unbearable pain appeared on his face. 7/10 of his body had turned gold, and even his eyes gained that shade. At the moment, he was glaring at Su Ming with madness shining in his gaze. He lifted his right hand and seized the air in the direction of the golden light above him. "Lend me the ancient power to crack the heavens and split the earth." As the white-robed teenager seized the golden light, it started distorting. At the same time, endless ripples stirred up. Immediately, The shadow of the golden blade appeared clearly in the white-robed teenager's hands. When Su Ming looked over, it looked like the white-robed teenager had extracted his shadow of the golden blade straight from the golden light. Once it took shape, a great mighty pressure so powerful it was impossible to put to words descended on the ground with a bang. A loud bang rang out in Flame Fiend's progenitor's body, and his nascent divinity plummeted to the ground as if it had been pushed to the ground by the mighty pressure that seemed to have gained corporeal form. He could not move an inch. His nascent divinity also started showing signs of disintegrating, which caused his expression to change to one of shock. The body of the supreme treasure Su Ming controlled also shuddered under the mighty pressure. He began descending slowly, as if the entire universe was collapsing and its weight was pressed on his body. Pushed him to the ground until his feet sank into the earth. All forms of life had to bow down and worship before this mighty pressure. If they did not, their bodies and souls would be destroyed. Su Ming remained standing with strenuous effort, his head raised to stare at the white-robed teenager in the sky. A cold glare appeared in his eyes. The only being who was mostly unaffected by the mighty pressure was the resentful Wei. This two-dragon-headed black horse let out a roar filled with a sinister tone the moment the power of ancient Wu from the white-robed teenager descended. This roar echoed in the air and turned into thick, black smoke around the black horse. As it distorted, it turned into indistinct figures. The shapes of these figures could not be seen clearly, but based on their outlines it could be guessed that they were men and women, the elderly and the young. As if they had gone mad, they roared at the golden light around the white-robed teenager and the golden blade in his hands. A hatred that even mortals could sense gushed out of the resentful ways without restraint, and it seemed to want to fight against the golden light. Crack the heavens! The white-robed teenager had now mostly turned gold. He lifted the golden blade in his hands with much difficulty and cut down at the ground. Could be seen that this slash put a huge strain on him. His body instantly turned incomparably thin, as if all his flesh, blood, essence, and even his soul had turned into the source to execute this one slash from the blade. As he swung the blade down, the ground beneath Su Ming's feet immediately roared, and cracks appeared on it. His feet sank in deeper because of the mighty pressure, so only half his body remained above the ground. That mighty pressure caused all of Su Ming's blood to freeze, and this was when he possessed the body of the supreme treasure. If he did not have it and the mighty pressure was not divided among the people in the body, then even his Zikang clone would have almost shattered under the mighty pressure. After all, Su Ming's Zikang was incomplete. This slash was not aimed at Su Ming, but the roaring resentful Wei beside him, and Su Ming could see clearly that since the color of the white-robed teenager was replaced by gold, he showed a spark of consciousness that did not seem to belong to him. Instead, it was a gaze of someone who regarded themselves superior to all, who looked down on the universe as if it was an ant. Filthy ants of lower realm, thou dost dare fight against the mighty Wu? The voice tumbling out of the white-robed teenager's mouth had a strange rhythm to it, along with a cold, merciless gaze that made him seem as if he was standing above the 9 heavens and looking down at the universe. It did not matter whether he was looking at Huokue or Su Ming, he regarded them the same. Only when he looked at the resentful Wei did a grim look appear on his face, as if this resentful Wei was the only thing worthy of his attention and could be regarded as an equal. An immortal from the higher kingdoms. Flame Fiend's progenitor shuddered. There was also a quiver in his voice. His words might have been faint, but Su Ming could still hear them. At the instant he did so, the freezing glare in his eyes became even colder. The people from the 3 ancient kingdoms were indeed known as immortals from the higher kingdoms in the eyes of the people from the 4 great true worlds. With one slash, the youth cut through the sky, and the slash turned into a dazzling ray of golden light. There was an indescribable ray contained within it. This light was as breathtaking as the light that split apart space when the universe was born. It was the divine ability. Crack the heavens. That one slash contained the power to tear open the chaos in space, to turn the heavy parts into the earth and the light parts into the power of the sky. Even though the white-robed teenager could not bring forth the full power of the slash, but by activating the power of ancient Wu within his blood, he still managed to bring forth a certain amount of power from the blade. This was a divine ability that the white-robed teenager had to cast with his life. He could only burn his blood once in his life, so once he died, he would definitely die, but even if he died, he still wanted to burn his blood and reach his peak, to activate the pride of ancient Wu in his blood. With one slash, the weather changed. The dimension where Su Ming was instantly fell silent. Flame Fiend's progenitor shuddered. The ruthless and rampaging fire spirits in the ground also fell silent at that instant. It was not just them. All the living beings in the fifth kiln, even the 1,000 feet tall tree, sensed the might of ancient Wu cracking the heavens. Reverend Zilong's expression turned dark. He still stood on the meadow and looked at the sky. His expression continued changing, but after a long while he sighed. He knew that the white-robed teenager would definitely die. It's a pity that we didn't manage to go through with our alliance. If that's the case, I might really have to work together with Huang Mei for the supreme treasures later. Zilong shook his head. In another dimension, the yellow-browed man frowned. When he looked at the gold hue in the sky, a hint of wariness shone in his eyes. I didn't expect that the fellow with the blood of ancient Wu would be able to bring forth such offensive power. Su Ming stared intently at the slash the white-robed teenager executed. His body was forcefully suppressed by the mighty pressure, which enveloped him in a way that he was unable to move even a single inch. He could only watch helplessly as the golden blade went charging at the resentful Wei. As for the black horse, as it roared, the black smoke around its body started spinning. It turned into a vortex that looked like a black hole. In the face of the incoming slash that cracked the heavens, the resentful Wei did not retreat. Instead, it charged forward. But before it did so, it turned its head around to cast a glance at Su Ming, who was suppressed on the ground and unable to move. In that one glance was a farewell. When the black horse turned its head back, it had already turned into a black shooting star that rushed at the golden blade that cracked the heavens. This was its mission. It was the brand formed by the resentful aura from ancient Wei left in its soul. The resent towards the universe reached its peak when it saw a blood descendant of ancient Wu. It wanted to rush out and fight against him. Su Ming saw the resentful Wei cast that look, the farewell within it, and his heart trembled. Faint hints of red then appeared in his eyes. He remembered his promise to the resentful Wei. Resentful Wei, from now on, I will kill all living beings who want to kill you. This is the promise I made with you, and it is my promise to the whole universe. My promise. The red deepened in Su Ming's eyes. His heart was trembling, his soul boiling, and all the willpower in his body fighting furiously against the mighty pressure that came from the outer world. At that moment, a violent bang rang out in the world, as if it wanted to separate the world again. It reverberated through the area, and it was the sound of the golden blade that could crack the heavens crashing against the black shooting star that was the resentful Wei. As booming sounds echoed in the air, the resentful Wei fell backwards. Its body was forcefully sliced apart in midair, and amid the loud bangs, it turned into black smoke. Quite a large part of it instantly dissipated, while the remaining part gathered together to turn into the resentful Wei. Its body was filled with injuries, and it was a startling sight to behold. The presence spreading out from it was also incredibly faint and weak. A thick aura of death surrounded the black horse. As for the golden blade, it paused for a moment in mid-air. The golden light became weaker, but its attack did now slow down. With the white-robed teenager holding onto it, it slashed down at the resentful Wei again. Su Ming's body trembled furiously. A low roar came from his mouth, and it was as loud as a clap of thunder. He had made a promise with the resentful Wei, and he would fulfill that promise, even if the price was too great. But since he made that promise, he could not just let the resentful Wei bear the attack executed by the white-robed teenager when he was in no danger. After all, the white-robed teenager would die soon after, and Su Ming would win just like that. However, while other people might hesitate before they chose to interfere with this, Su Ming would definitely not do so. He could not rush out with the body of the supreme treasure under the mighty pressure, but he still had his methods. At the instant the slash that cracked heaven from the golden blade charged with its remaining might towards the nearly dead resentful Wei. Su Ming sent forth a thought to Xianxia, one so firm that it allowed no one to refuse him. Open the body of the supreme treasure. I want to go out. Almost at the instant Su Ming mentioned that, a huge force erupted with a bang from his soul within the body of the supreme treasure, causing Xianxia's mind to tremble and immediately choose to obey him. However, he did not dissolve the body of the supreme treasure. He only nullified the connection between Su Ming and the body. At the moment he did so, a powerful light suddenly flashed between the brows of the body formed by the supreme treasure. As it shone, overlapping shadows immediately appeared. Su Ming's real body stepped out of them in one step. At the instant he walked out, the mighty pressure descended on him with a bang. Su Ming lifted his right hand and clenched his fist. Within it there was a certain creature. It was the poisonous wasp that contained the God Ascension nectar. The stinger from the wasp was already out. When Su Ming clenched his fist, no one noticed anything unusual about it. But right then, the stinger pierced his palm. Poison that was fused with the God Ascension nectar instantly surged into his body. Su Ming felt as if his heart was going to burst. During that instant, as a loud bang rang out in his mind, the blood in his body started boiling. As the God Ascension nectar swam through his blood, veins popped up on Su Ming's face while he fought against the mighty pressure from the sky. As Su Ming resisted it, intense pain shot through his body. That indescribable pain came from his body being crushed and his soul tearing under the pressure. There were certain times when pain was the source of a person's madness, and it was the case for Su Ming at that moment. The more pain he felt, the more bloodshot his eyes became, and the more the God Ascension nectar in his body fused with his blood. Ikang! At that moment, Su Ming no longer cared about whether he would expose himself. He had made a promise with the resentful Wei, and he would definitely deliver on it. When Su Ming said the word, his Ikang clone let out a projection with a bang, and under it, Su Ming rushed forward swiftly. With it, he crashed into the mighty pressure. With a bang, Su Ming coughed up blood. The Ikang projection that appeared behind him crumbled, but this collapse completed the arrival of the Ikang clone. Once it appeared and fused with Su Ming, his strongest defensive power erupted from his body, and he took a step forward again. This step immediately caused cracks to appear on his body. Blood covered every inch of him, but as he threw his head back to laugh, he did not bother to wipe away the blood at the corners of his mouth. Instead, he summoned the clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole. When it fused with him, Su Ming's physical strength reached its strongest. When he took a step forward again, the sky roared. He coughed up a large mouthful of blood, and his vision became blurry. By then, he had already turned into a blood-soaked person. A thick fragrance from the God Ascension nectar spread out. Under the stimulation provided by the nectar in his broken body, he started rapidly recovering. An abundance of life force filled him. It felt as if even if he was a dead person, this life force would bring him back. The God Ascension nectar, his Ikang clone, and his clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole allowed Su Ming to take his fourth step forward. All of this might seem to have happened over a long period of time, but in truth only a few breaths had passed since the moment Su Ming appeared to the instant he took his fourth step. At that moment, when the fourth step landed, he appeared right in front of the incredibly exhausted and nearly dead resentful Wei. Su Ming stood by it while drenched in blood. At that moment, he looked as if he had turned into a blazing sun, causing everyone's gazes to be unconsciously attracted to him. Flame Fiend's progenitor was already struck dumb. His mind was blank. As he looked at Su Ming and his unfamiliar face, he instinctively looked at the body of the supreme treasure, and soon seemed to come to a vague understanding. The moment he grasped it, his body was stimulated by a Kang's presence spreading out of Su Ming's body and the God Ascension nectar. It caused his breathing to quicken, and disbelief appeared on his face. The sight of Su Ming fighting back head-on against the mighty pressure caused a storm in his heart. The people in the body formed by the supreme treasure were also in shock. Su Hui was relatively calm, but Xianxia, Yunyu, Nianin, and Huayu's expressions had turned into a mess. They originally thought Su Ming was very powerful, but when they looked over at him at the moment, all of their previous impressions of him were overturned. It was especially so for progenitor Long Hai. His eyes sparkled brightly. He might have been able to tell that this body was formed by the Xian family's supreme treasure, but he did not manage to tell that there were so many secrets contained in Su Ming's body. As for that God Ascension nectar, even he desired it. While standing in front of the resentful Wei, Su Ming lifted his head to look at the golden blade the white-robed teenager had swung down with much difficulty. He did not know that the resentful Wei was looking at his back quietly at that moment. Just then, when it cast that one glance, Su Ming had remembered his promise. As the resentful Wei stared at Su Ming, he also remembered the promise he was given. At the moment, Su Ming was using his actions to fulfill that promise, even if the price for it was incredibly great. Su Ming's appearance caused the now golden-eyed white-robed teenager's pupils to shrink. But the golden blade slicing down did not stop. It charged towards Su Ming, who threw his head back and roared. Even if his body was about to shatter, he still lifted his left hand, then formed a seal and pointed at the incoming blade. With it came Su Ming's greatest origin divine ability. Winter, autumn, summer, spring, the art of his life matrix. The flames of summer brought forth a thick sea of fire that instantly erupted from the blood of Su Ming's body. They fused into his left index finger, which then turned into a fire finger that pointed at the incoming golden blade. This finger contained Su Ming's determination, his promise, and the explosive charge of his willpower. At the instant it crashed into the golden blade, the world roared. Loud booms shook the sky and earth and turned into an impact that swept through all directions. Su Ming coughed up blood and retreated, but forced himself to stop in front of the resentful Wei. His face was pale and he trembled, but the light from the golden blade had grown weaker again. However, it still continued drawing closer. At that moment, Su Ming was already severely injured. If he did not have the God Ascension nectar with him, even if he had not died from the slash just then, he would have definitely been unable to stand up. However, the God Ascension nectar which allowed him to stand up. Its domineering power was a force that would allow a person to possess life force no matter what condition their bodies were in. In fact, it could even be seen that the God Ascension nectar had formed thin threads in Su Ming's body and connected it together. If anyone could within it, they would realize that there were countless injuries to his organs and even his soul, but they were all connected by the power of the God Ascension nectar. This was the God Ascension nectar. Su Ming could not retreat. Behind him was the resentful Wei, whom he had promised to protect no matter what. At the instant the golden blade came forth, Su Ming closed his eyes, then lifted his right hand to point at the sky, and pushed his left hand at the ground. That which exists between the past and the future is destiny. This was a divine ability that he had not used for a long time. A purple-haired man immediately appeared above him, and beneath his left hand was an infant with his eyes closed. Once these two figures overlapped with Su Ming's body, a ripple of power erupted with a bang from his body, causing his hair to fly. His appearance instantly changed to that of a 7- or 8-year-old child. He rushed out swiftly and charged towards the incoming golden blade. The boy Su Ming turned into lifted his right hand to form a seal and pointed forward. Immediately, the golden blade looked as if it had stopped in midair. Then, as if it had sliced apart space itself, it let out a loud bang and charged towards Su Ming once more. Su Ming tumbled backwards and coughed up blood again. The injuries on his body grew even more severe, but the previous test had allowed him to know that he could not change the trajectory of time for the golden blade. However, during this battle, the white-robed teenager had been reduced to mere skin and bones. He was so thin that he looked as if he was going to die if wind blew against him. An incredibly thick aura of death surrounded his body. That aura of death spread out to bear witness to him walking swiftly towards death. The youth glared at Su Ming. The hand holding onto the blade was already trembling, and he was gritting his teeth to persevere. This was a battle where the first to fall would be the first to die. When Su Ming moved back, blood capillaries filled his eyes, and a hint of madness appeared about him. His transformation into destiny did not have any effect. Then, what would happen if he went through another transformation while he was destiny? Su Ming had thought about this before, but he had never tried it. However, he wanted to try it right then. As he moved back, he stopped once again in front of the resentful Wei. Then, Su Ming lifted his head and closed his eyes. With his right hand lifted towards the sky while his left hand was lowered to the ground, he once again executed the transformation into destiny. That which exists between the past and the future is the present. Su Ming's voice was hoarse when he spoke. The moment his body went through the transformation into destiny again, pain that surpassed what Su Ming had ever experienced was suddenly reflected on his face, and he threw his head back to roar. As he did so, a large part of his skin cracked. Fresh blood gushed out of his body, but a presence that had never come from Su Ming's body erupted. The explosive charge of this presence caused Su Ming's hair to instantly turn white. As his face charged, he turned into a teenager of about 13 to 14 years old from a child of 7 to 8 years old. The powerful presence about him lashed against the world. When Su Ming opened his eyes, there was an aloof look within them. 3 breaths. At the instant Su Ming went through the second transformation of destiny, he immediately gained an epiphany. He knew that he only had 3 breaths in the second transformation. However, within these 3 breaths, the offensive power he could bring forth was no longer below mastery realm. He could execute the power of mastery realm. When Su Ming moved forward, he instantly closed in on the white-robed teenager, and booming sounds instantly echoed in the air. 2 breaths later, when the 2 of them fell backwards, Su Ming stopped once more in front of the resentful Wei. A decaying presence spread out of his body, and his appearance instantly changed. When he turned into his original self, his body trembled and he coughed up blood as if he was about to fall over. When he looked at the white-robed teenager, he saw that when he was forced back, he also coughed up blood. The golden hue on his body was disappearing right before his eyes. The golden blade in his hand was also turning into golden light. By the looks of it, it was about to dissipate. As the youth laughed brokenly, a bit of the white-robed teenager's consciousness seemed to have returned to him. The golden hue in his eyes had already become so faint that it could barely be seen. The burning of his blood had reached its end. I still have 1 skill left. Split the earth. The white-robed teenager swung the golden blade that was about to dissipate, having forced himself to gather up his final strength. Su Ming's pupils shrank. When he sucked in a deep breath, he prepared himself to summon the Sand Spirit. He could still summon the Sand Spirit twice. Su Ming did not want to use it so easily. If he could afford not to use it, he intended not to use it. Yet if the white-robed teenager still had strength in him to fight, Su Ming would have to summon the Sand Spirit. But the moment the white-robed teenager lifted the blade, it suddenly disintegrated. A confused look appeared on the youth's face. His body trembled, and his presence disappeared without a trace. He plummeted to the ground. He had already burned all of his blood. As he plummeted, the golden light within his body completely disappeared. Even what was beyond the 5th kiln in the world outside had also vanished completely. The battle ended with the white-robed teenager burning all his blood. Su Ming won, but his victory did not mean that he was stronger than the white-robed teenager. Instead, due to the existence of the God Ascension Nectar, he could last longer, and this fight was one where the one who could last till the end would win. But at the instant the white-robed teenager plummeted to the ground, before Su Ming could relax, the ground roared. A huge crack tore through the earth. Countless fire spirits that seemed to have been suppressed for a long time surged out from the crack. In the blink of an eye, they filled the entire area. The appearance of the fire spirits instantly caused the world to turn fire red. The seething sea of fire, the high temperature, the ruthless expressions on the fire spirits, and the mighty pressure coming from their sheer numbers instantly caused the hearts of all people to tremble. The corpse of the white-robed teenager with the blood of ancient Wu fell in the region where the crack had formed on the ground. Almost at the instant the fire spirits surged up and their roars reverberated in the air in a shocking manner. His corpse vanished without a trace deep in the crevice. No one dared to chase after him to search for him. Even the expression Flame Fiend's progenitor changed the instant he saw that large number of fire spirits. Since he longed greatly for the white-robed teenager's corpse, he would have gone right after if the fire spirits were just normal ones. But among them, there were around a dozen who were nearly almighties in Mastery Realm. They were the reason why everyone's expressions changed. Roars echoed in the air. Flame Fiend's progenitor had his nascent divinity shrink. A large amount of flames instantly shot out from it. They enveloped his entire body, and he did not dare move a single inch. Based on his experience, this method was not really effective when there was no one else around him, but if there had been someone, he might escape death. After all, the element spreading out from his body was also fire. Su Ming's eyes shrank. At that moment, he was already like the last embers of a dying flame. There was no way he could hide. The only thing he could do was to use his fastest speed to take a few steps backwards. He swung his arm and put away the severely injured resentful Wei into his storage bag. Almost at the instant he finished doing this, the large number of fire spirits that had surged out split into two parts. One of them charged towards the body of the supreme treasure, while the other came roaring after Su Ming. Before the ruthless expressions, ferocious gazes, an endless sea of fire spreading out of their bodies closed in. The ground looked as if it was about to melt from the heat. This was a fire that could burn a world. During that moment of danger, after Su Ming gritted his teeth and put away the resentful Wei, he prepared himself to summon the sand spirit to neutralize this impending disaster. But suddenly, he saw a scene that caused his gaze to focus and a strange expression to instantly appear on his face. The fire spirits who were charging towards him came to an abrupt halt in midair once he put away the resentful Wei, as if they had charged towards him because of the black horse. Right then, no traces of the resentful Wei could be found, so as if they could not see Su Ming, they turned there to look around. Then their expressions regained their ruthlessness. As they roared, they rushed towards Flame Fiend's progenitor who was enveloped in flames in hopes to pass off as a ball of fire. The pupils of Flame Fiend's progenitor shrank, and he immediately began cursing. He had used this method many times to lie his way through disasters, but this time, much to his grievance, he realized that even though Su Ming was standing in midair, those fire spirits did not even spare him a glance. This matter caused Flame Fiend's progenitor to feel aggrieved, but at the same time, he did not have time to think too much about it. In a flash, he turned into a long arc that escaped into the distance. There was the sound of air being sliced, and a large number of fire spirits rushed madly after Flame Fiend's progenitor. After Su Ming had left the body of the supreme treasure, Xianxia had become the main soul once more. When the fire spirits closed in on him, his heart shuddered, and he instantly had the body of the supreme body to shoot up from the ground. He turned into a long arc and fled into the distance. Like before, a portion of the fire spirits split up to chase after him like a swarm of bees. Su Ming was momentarily stunned, because all of that had happened in the span of a few breaths. The fire spirits had surged into the sky and filled it in the start, but in an instant, the land became empty. All the fire spirits had split up to chase after Flame Fiend's progenitor and the body of the supreme treasure. But they did not come after Su Ming, as if they didn't care for him at all. Su Ming blinked. He remembered his previous assumption. It seemed like the fire spirits in this land did not harbor any hostility towards him. A faint glint shone in his eyes. Then he looked towards the crack in the distance. He did not act rashly, but instead sat down cross-legged and began circulating his cultivation base to swiftly heal himself. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Su Ming opened his eyes. He managed to suppress some of the injuries in his body, and without any hesitation, he charged into the crack on the ground. He did not care about the white-robed teenager's corpse, but he cared about his storage bag, because the Catwoman was clearly in it. The reason behind why the situation in which either he or the white-robed teenager had to die was in truth caused by the Catwoman. Even though she did not have much of a connection with Su Ming, but he had taken over everything that belonged to Dao Kong, and that Catwoman had thus become one of his subordinates. Because of that, There was no way he would allow her to be used as a blood source. The crack was very big, and it was dark inside. The area was incredibly spacious. At full speed, Su Ming charged into the depths. Before long, when he stepped into the bottommost layer of the crack, his pupils constricted, and he began observing the area around him carefully. This was a secret tunnel, but the crack above it had allowed the fire spirits to rush out. When he looked around him, his gaze landed in the distance, where the white-robed teenager's corpse lay unmoving. While walking closer, Su Ming stared at the white-robed teenager, whose eyes were still open, but had long become dull and lifeless, and who had died without peace. A cold sneer curled up on his lips. "You are the first Almighty I killed, but you definitely won't be the last." Su Ming swung his right hand, and the white-robed teenager's storage bag flew out to him. Once he caught it, he scanned it with his Atman. Due to the white-robed teenager's death, his storage bag had become an item without an owner. With his Atman, Su Ming immediately saw the Catwoman sealed inside. She was unconscious at the moment. There was a mark of a centipede at the center of her brows, which was slowly fading away. Su Ming stared at it, then his eyes shone suddenly. Without batting an eyelid, he patted the white-robed teenager's corpse with his right hand, and immediately, he put away his corpse. Only once he finished doing this did he stand up. Almost at the instant he did that, his left index finger pointed behind him as his body moved. However, the gust of wind from his finger formed by his divine ability did not shoot outwards. Not too far away behind him was a fire spirit that was clearly a baby. It had its eyes wide open and was gawking at Su Ming. This fire spirit was very small and did not even reach Su Ming's knees. It was crouching on the ground, without a hint of malice on its face. Instead, it was filled with curiosity. When Su Ming looked towards it, the baby fire spirit looked as if it had been scared by him and immediately took a few steps back. At the same time, interest appeared on its face. This hen caused it to move forward slightly. When it looked at Su Ming, its expression gradually grew gentle. There was no fear on it, only a look of ease and comfort. This comfortable feeling allowed it to get closer to Su Ming. When it was only dozens of feet away, it moved in a flash and charged towards Su Ming. A fierce look appeared in Su Ming's eyes, but he did not dodge. He wanted to verify his guess, and so allowed the fire spirit to come towards him. When he saw the small fire spirit lying by his feet with a delighted expression on its face while hugging onto his calf and refusing to let go, a thought rose in his heart. Could it be that the fire spirits are also like the 1,000 feet tall tree? As Su Ming contemplated it, he moved, intending to leave the crack, but the moment he moved, the baby fire spirit let go and swiftly returned to the spot it had been crouching in earlier. Then once it beckoned for Su Ming to come over, it moved in a flash and disappeared without a trace into the tunnel. A pensive look appeared in Su Ming's eyes. The meaning behind the young fire spirit's actions was clear. It wanted him to enter the tunnel. After he pondered over it silently for a moment, Su Ming took a step forward and walked into the tunnel. When he stepped inside, he saw the small fire spirit waiting for him at a fork in the distance. When it saw him following, it immediately grinned and ran forward again. Like this, Su Ming followed after the baby fire spirit in a place that was filled with tunnels which created a complicated maze. He continued moving as time trickled by. After about an hour, when the fire spirit had allowed Su Ming to approach it, he saw an incredibly large and spacious underground cave. This was a place that was several tens of thousands of feet tall. It was dark in the area. Su Ming could clearly see hollowed pits all over the ground. There were countless caves on the walls. If he was to describe this underground world as a maze, then this was surely its core. In silence, Su Ming stared at a skeleton leaning against the wall of the cave on the ground beneath him. Only half of that skeleton remained, but Su Ming saw a long spear that the skeleton held in its hand. The spear was purple at first, but when he took a few closer looks, he saw it turn black, as if it was occasionally changing between black and purple. Near the skeleton were two old fire spirits. They were clearly very old and were sitting cross-legged like cultivators. Between them was a chessboard with a couple chess pieces on it. The two fire spirits, were clearly playing chess. The baby fire spirit was crouching beside the chessboard and beckoning Su Ming to come to its side. Su Ming focused. As he pondered over it, he moved. Since he had already come to this place, then he might as well get to the bottom of it. When he approached the chessboard between the two old fire spirits, his gaze first swept past the creatures, but they did not seem to have noticed his arrival. They did not even lift their heads, but continued moving the chess pieces about the chessboard while contemplating their next moves. This scene was incredibly bizarre. In silence, Su Ming looked over the chessboard. This was a board game he had never seen before. There were only 10 chess pieces scattered over it. 5 of them were gray, and 4 of them were white. There was only one that was black. No matter how he looked at it, that black chess piece looked as if it had appeared out of nowhere and gave off an incredibly discordant feeling. After all, 9 was the peak of all numbers, so the additional black piece gave the entire chessboard a feeling as if a powerful sense of slaughter was contained within it. 4 white chess pieces looked as if they had surrounded the black piece so that they could kill it in order to restore harmony to the chessboard. Su Ming stared at it. When his gaze landed on the black piece, he frowned. Time trickled by slowly, and after a long moment, the old fire spirit on the right side of the chessboard let out a sigh filled with an ancient air. The old fire spirit who had sighed shook his head and mumbled under his breath, "Why is it like this?" "That's right. Why is it this way?" The fire spirit sitting by the left side of the chessboard revealed anguish. "You are Su Xianyi's son and an abyss builder. So could you tell me why this game turned out like this?" The fire spirit on the right of the chessboard lifted his head and for the first time cast his gaze on Su Ming. At the instant he looked over, Su Ming's heart shuddered. This old fire spirit's eyes might seem clouded, but there was an indescribably fierce look in his eyes. In fact, there was even a type of mighty pressure in that gaze. That mighty pressure was even more powerful than that of Dust Burner's progenitor. Su Ming could sense that faint, indistinct cracks had immediately started appearing in the space around the area when the fire spirit looked over. This was an art governing the laws of fate. "What is this game?" Su Ming asked. He was not surprised by the fact that he was recognized. He could tell that these two old fire spirits were the ones that Dust Burner's progenitor had said possessed intelligence and incredibly great power, but who did not wish to leave the fifth kiln to become part of Dust Burners. They obeyed the ancient promise and acted as guardians in the fifth kiln. Since the 1,000 feet tall tree could recognize him and the fire spirits completely ignored him when they saw him, it was not surprising that the two powerful fire spirits who possessed intelligence could recognize him. It is a game Abyss Builder's progenitor played with Su Xianyi in the fifth kiln when the fifth true world was surrounded and attacked by the 4 great true worlds. He then left the fifth kiln and fought against the enemies in the world outside. Before he left, he let out a long string of laughter and shook his head. Su Ming's expression was calm. He had experienced far too many things. At that moment, he stared in silence at the chessboard, especially that black piece. Time trickled by slowly, and it continued flowing away until a long had time passed. "Even you don't understand it." The old fire spirit to the right of the chessboard shook his head and sighed. Su Ming did not speak. He only stared at the chessboard. Gradually, the fire spirits returned to the underground cave from the world outside. They were roaring when they returned, but once they entered the spacious underground cave, they fell silent and crouched down in the area around. More of them came back as time passed. When all the fire spirits returned, they were once more densely packed in the place, illuminating the area by the faint light coming from the fire around their bodies. 2 of them were very tall, and they possessed power that was nearly that of Almighty's in Mastery Realm. The nascent divinity of Flame Fiend's progenitor was captured in their hands. He was shuddering with fear on his face, but when he saw Su Ming in the distance, he was stunned. Su Ming lifted his head and said softly, "This game is very easy to understand." His words immediately attracted the gazes of the 2 fire spirits. "Have the both of you never left the fifth kiln? And did you gain your power not because of any form of training in the path of cultivation, but because you naturally gained it as time passed after you gained intelligence?" Su Ming swept his gaze past the 2 old fire spirits. "What do you mean?" The fire spirit to the left of the chessboard spoke hoarsely after remaining silent for a moment. There are 9 worlds in this universe, so it's clear that 9 is the peak of all numbers, but there are not just 9 worlds on the chessboard. Instead, a black piece was added to it, causing this game to no longer be in harmony. The signs of chaos had appeared within it. The additional black piece should be the Abyss Builders. More accurately speaking, it was once the Abyss Builders' progenitor, Su Ming said calmly. There was a sentimental tone in his voice that no one could detect. He lifted his right hand and lifted the black piece from the chessboard. Once it was taken away, a harmonious air immediately radiated off the layout of the chessboard. 5 gray and 4 white pieces, albeit filled with a fragmented and incomplete air. It still gave off a feeling of a complete universe. These should be the 9 worlds in the universe. These 4 white pieces are the 4 great true worlds, and the 5 gray pieces are the 5 great true worlds that were once destroyed and are now in the void. Su Ming shook his head, then put down the black piece in his hand back to its original spot. The 5th true world is not one of the 9 worlds in this universe, Su Ming said softly after lowering his head. In truth, he had come to understand this earlier, but only then was he certain of his guess. The 5th true world was the 5th and also the 10th. This game is the epiphany of Abyss Builder's progenitor. He laughed because he was proud of himself, and he shook his head because he was filled with regret. He was proud that he disturbed the game, and regretful because he did not manage to complete it. He left this game for Su Xianyi, because he wanted Su Xianyi to continue and finish the game. Su Ming stated calmly, his expression not changing. Then what did you see? The old fire spirit to the right of the chessboard suddenly asked. Su Ming stayed silent. After a long while he sighed. He wants me to complete the game. The secrets of the 5th true world were revealed before his eyes when he least expected it. When he thought about it carefully, if he connected all the clues he discovered in the past, then the outline of the string would form a secret that no longer was something complicated. There was nothing worth hiding about this secret either. The 4 great true worlds surrounding and attacking the 5th true world in the past had always been a fact. Perhaps these 2 old fire spirits truly did not understand it, but there was also a possibility that they understood it. If they really did not understand it, then it would be because they had never walked out of the 5th kiln. Perhaps they did not know that there were worlds and disasters existing in the cultivation worlds outside. Worlds possessed essences of worlds. It could make a limited number of cultivators become lords of world planes. It could be described as a place with only a certain amount of fixed spots. Once they were occupied, other people could either leave to search for other worlds to obtain their acknowledgement, or kill the current holders and snatch their spots. Beside these, there were no other options. Unless they could endure having their cultivation base eternally remain at one level, they had to choose one of the 2 options. As they trained and obtained the acknowledgement of 10,000 essences of worlds, they could reach Plane Culpa Realm. Once they surpassed this realm, they would reach Lunar Culpa Realm, and as they continued gathering their power, they would reach Solar Culpa Realm. This was the law of the universe. All lives could only practice cultivation if they obeyed this law. Su Ming had been uncertain about the 5th true world previously, after he gained his understanding about his inborn ability of an abyss builder. This inborn ability was blatant robbery. It was a domineering, malicious ability, a madness that ignored laws and stood above them. He did not need essences of worlds, and neither did he need to fuse with 10,000 worlds to reach Plane Culpa Realm, because his ability to possess others could surpass everything. It was due to the uncertainty towards this inborn ability that Su Ming had formed guesses towards the 5th true world in the bottom of his heart. He could already imagine that Abyss Builder's progenitor was the prodigy of his generation. With his inborn divine ability, he could possess all living beings, overturn the universe, ignore rules, and reach an incredibly terrifying state. Because of that, he would naturally attract the other powerful warrior's attention and bring about the disaster of death on himself. It seemed to make sense if that was the case. However, there was always a question in Su Ming's heart. If he could solve it, he would be able to understand what had happened. The stronger Abyss Builder's progenitor became, the more of a threat he posed to others. However, this was not enough for the four great true worlds to work together to surround and destroy all living beings in the fifth true world. They also nearly killed all the Abyss Builders, with even Su Ming not escaping from being cursed when he was just a baby in his mother's womb. This was slightly illogical, unless Abyss Builder's progenitor did something that angered the heavens and all lives in the universe, forcing the other four great true worlds to attack. But with the power and wisdom Abyss Builder's progenitor possessed, how could it have been possible for him not to see the end result of his actions? How could it be possible that he would do something that would incite such wrath in the four great true worlds that it could not be resolved? There's another possibility. Su Ming lifted his head. He looked at the walls of the cave above him. There was a hint of deep emotion in his eyes. He remembered the Duke of Crimson Flame once mentioning that Abyss Builder's progenitor was only half a step away from becoming the supreme, unparalleled existence in the world. He might have been half a step away, but his offensive power back then had already been sufficient for him to fight against two supreme existences. The Duke of Crimson Flame might only have been in Lunar Culpa Realm, but during that generation, cultivators in Lunar Culpa Realm could see far ahead down the path of cultivation. The supreme existence he mentioned was a master of fate, lives, and death, but once Su Ming came to understand the masters of fate, lives, and death, he understood that those in Mastery Realm were masters of fate, lives, and death, and those in Death Realm were also the same. In fact, even sublime paragons could be said to have been born from masters of fate, lives, and death, but different realms meant a difference between heaven and earth. If that was the case, then it would mean that there was a high possibility that that supreme existence was a sublime paragon, which would also mean that Abyss Builder's progenitor had only been half a step away from becoming a sublime paragon. However, his offensive power had already been great enough for him to fight against two sublime paragons. This possibility is, no matter what path of cultivation we practice, there will always be a checkpoint. Breaking through this checkpoint is the same as the essences of worlds all lives in the world practice. It is in a fixed position. Every single world out of the 9 worlds in the universe can only have one sublime paragon. This is the law, which is why there are only 4 sublime paragons in the 4 great true worlds. They stand above culpa lords like Dao Chen. If the 5th true world is one of the 9 worlds in the universe, then the matter of it being destroyed would not have happened. But the 5th true world was not one of the 9 worlds in the universe. Because of it, once Abyss Builder's progenitor became a sublime paragon, one of the 4 sublime paragons in the 4 great true worlds would definitely die. There were only 4 spots, and they had already been occupied. But then came a person who became a great threat to the 4, Abyss Builder's progenitor. Su Ming stayed silent. This was his guess, but he was quite certain that it was the real reason behind why the 5th true world was destroyed. He sighed softly, then lowered his head. He looked at the black piece on the chessboard. Then, after he remained silent for a moment, a bright spark appeared in his eyes. He lifted his right hand and picked up the black piece once again. Su Ming did not want to take this path at first, but he knew that it did not matter whether it was Su Xianyi or he himself. As long as they took that one step, they would definitely fall to the same fate as Abyss Builder's progenitor. If that was the case, then let's fight. A freezing glare shone in Su Ming's eyes. He clenched his right fist, and the black piece disappeared from his palm.